Chapter 1. 3 years have elapsed since I arrived in the Dragon Ball world, with 5 years remaining until the original storyline commences. I have significantly grown stronger, yet my innate talent still pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Although this body possesses remarkable potential, rivaling that of Krillin, who is hailed as the strongest Earthling, it is still insufficient on its own. The speaker is a young boy, approximately 12 years of age, clad in martial arts attire, exuding a remarkable fortitude and an air of youthful heroism. His name is Jiang Yun, a native of Blue Star. Upon realizing he had entered the Dragon Ball universe, he was filled with immense excitement. After becoming the CEO of a publicly listed company, aside from amassing wealth, his greatest passion became martial arts practice. He is deeply enamored with the legendary arts of Chinese martial arts and chivalry, though his original world was merely ordinary, devoid of any formidable techniques. Nevertheless, through years of rigorous training, he has developed a physique that rivals that of professional boxers. Tragically, during a quest for enlightenment in martial arts on a mountain, he met with an earthquake and perished. Currently, my combat power is roughly on par with Goku's when he first embarked on his journey. It is time to establish a faction to aid in my cultivation. Training demands vast resources in the original story. Vegeta lacked for nothing in terms of training facilities, thanks in part to Bulma, alleviating any financial concerns. The saying goes, wealth, companions, methods, and territory. If Goku had possessed wealth, Shishi would likely not have been so opposed to Goten's training. The burden of their married life fell entirely upon her shoulders. For the sake of their family, Shishi has made immense sacrifices. Her love for Goku is profound. Even in the harshest of times, she has never allowed him to go hungry. Despite being aware of Bulma's affluence, she never sought her help. Instead, it was Bulma who took the initiative to assist Goku's family. Since I have arrived in this world, I must rectify the regrets of the past and ensure that Earth does not become a stage exclusively for Saiyans, relegating Earthlings to mere supporting roles. At this moment, Jiang Yun's expression is exceedingly earnest, illuminated by the rising sun, casting a long shadow that conveys an atmosphere of optimism and determination. Alas, it is unfortunate that I have yet to locate Master Roshi. Relying solely on my own training feels rather sluggish. Indeed, Jiang Yun has sought out Master Roshi, but the old sage is lost amidst the vast ocean. How could he be easily found? Unlike the various Dragon Ball novels from his previous life, where locating Master Roshi is a trivial task, and one can effortlessly become his disciple or defeat him with minimal effort. Having personally experienced the arduousness of cultivation, it is evident that such effortless gains in power are utterly unrealistic. If achieving power were so simple, Vegeta would not have remained stagnant under Frieza's reign for over 20 years. Although Frieza arranged some deceptively easy tasks, the difficulty of increasing one's power is apparent. Nonetheless, these past few years since Jiang Yun's arrival have not been without merit. Drawing from the principles of martial arts from his previous life, he has managed to attain certain accomplishments. In his theory, the stages of Ming Jin and Hua Jing in martial arts are akin to the processes of refining the body. Upon reaching in Jin, a transformation occurs. Ming Jin and Jin are fundamentally different concepts. Jin enables him to project force that transcends his physical limitations, effectively doubling his combat power. What does this entail? In the original narrative, the only technique capable of amplifying combat power is the Kaioken, a pivotal martial skill throughout Goku's life. Through his practice of Jin, Jiang Yun has also touched upon the threshold of energy manipulation. One might argue that Jiang Yun's ability to reach such heights stems from extraordinary talent, which is partly true, yet he also possesses a lineage of mentorship. In terms of physical conditioning, he lacks nothing, but the passage of time has led to the erosion of many teachings, resulting in a lack of inherited knowledge regarding energy cultivation. Jiang Yun suspects that the calamities wrought by King Piccolo centuries ago may have caused the loss of many martial traditions, leaving only the legacies of Wu Tai Do, which have evolved into the current Turtle and Crane schools. His ability to grasp the nuances of energy manipulation is also attributed to his status as a transmigrant. Endowed with naturally robust mental faculties and a higher level of comprehension than most, exhibiting a significant disparity. While his innate talent may be comparable to Krillin's, his understanding far surpasses that of Krillin. Do not underestimate Krillin's prowess as the strongest Earthling. He is formidable in his own right. Though he may appear inconspicuous against the Scionts in the vast universe, he would be a formidable opponent. Reflecting on his training in Engine, Jiang Yun has gleaned insights regarding energy cultivation, leading to intriguing conjectures about its nature. His Engine technique involves simultaneously unleashing two streams of force from his body. However, this demands considerable physical capability. He speculates that these forces may be the key to exponentially enhancing his combat power, albeit in a transient manner, still falling short of the Kaioken's capabilities. Yet, he is constantly refining his technique. His initial mastery of Engine was an accidental breakthrough, and while he understands the mechanics, he remains uncertain of the underlying principles. He suspects it may involve channeling the energy within him, but its feebleness renders it imperceptible, or perhaps he simply lacks a comprehensive understanding of energy cultivation. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun is convinced he possesses the potential to rival the protagonists. In his view, the Dragon Ball universe relies heavily on the mastery of energy to determine outcomes in battle. The prominence of martial techniques is rather scarce, as many focus solely on enhancing combat strength while neglecting the exploration of martial arts. To Jiang Yun, energy is fundamental, while martial techniques serve as extensions of the body akin to weapons. When two combatants possess similar power and experience, the one wielding the weapon holds the advantage. This phenomenon is likely due to the extensive time required to master martial techniques, leading to a slower progression in energy cultivation. In the original tale, Goku's dominance with the Kamehameha could be attributed to the time invested in developing martial skills, ultimately yielding a disproportionate return on energy cultivation. However, there is considerable potential for growth in the realm of martial techniques. Take Hit from Universe 6. As an example, his mastery of the time skip technique is immensely powerful, vividly demonstrated in Dragon Ball Super. Had Goku not possessed extraordinary martial talent, overcoming Hit's technique would have been exceedingly challenging. As for future developments, Jiang Yun has begun to formulate his strategy. He intends to harness the power of technology in his training, such as the gravity training chamber featured in Dragon Ball. This training device is a remarkable asset in the original story, and with its aid, his training speed should see a marked improvement. However, given his youth, he does not feel an immediate urgency to utilize the gravity chamber. Employing it too soon could hinder his growth. In a few years, the situation will undoubtedly change. By that time, I expect my strength will have progressed significantly. I truly look forward to meeting Goku, Jiang Yun remarked with eager anticipation. As for the establishment of his own faction, Jiang Yun has already considered the matter, deciding to recruit the young martial artists from his village. Indeed, the martial spirit in his village is robust, likely a legacy of a once thriving lineage of martial artists. The community has long maintained a tradition of martial training, with individuals of all ages possessing remarkable physical prowess. This knowledge has been imparted to him by his late grandfather, who passed away 2 years ago, rendering Jiang Yun a bona fide orphan. After contemplating for a moment, he has devised a plan to open a Chinese restaurant. This venture will serve as the economic foundation for his faction and provide the sustenance necessary for his martial training. Martial practitioners are known for their substantial appetites, as the saying goes. The poor are cultured, while the rich are martial. Many training-related injuries require medicinal herbs for recovery, and not everyone possesses the Sciont's remarkable regenerative abilities, especially concerning Earthlings. The current state of technology far surpasses that of his previous life. Treatments for injuries are available in the form of healing potions, though they are rather pricey and are typically consumables for the affluent. Most individuals still resort to hospitals. Jiang Yun has already begun nurturing the young talent in his village, having bested the younger generation during his first year in this world. Even the older generation now struggles to discern the extent of his abilities. After all, the majority view martial training merely as a means to enhance physical health rather than embracing the spirit of martial arts. Nonetheless, a select few persist in their dedication to martial arts. They are the descendants of those who fought in the battle against King Piccolo and truly understand the glory of martial arts. These are the individuals Jiang Yun seeks to recruit, for such people are truly worthy of his investment. Jiang Yun traversed a verdant forest, where towering trees flourished, starkly contrasting with his previous life. In this world, majestic trees are commonplace. Industrialization is less severe in some areas, while others remain entrenched in primitive agricultural practices. As Jiang Yun traversed through the thicket, he arrived at a modest training ground, which, despite its simplicity, boasted a considerable expanse. This was the very site Jiang Yun had established a year prior, leading a group of spirited youths from the village. Here, the inhabitants revered strength after Jiang Yun had triumphed over them. The village's young martial artists idolized him, aspiring to train under his guidance, culminating in the scene before him. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's arrival, the group, who had been diligently training, immediately halted and turned their gazes towards him. A youth, appearing to be around 16 years of age, rushed forward with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, are you here to guide us in our training? Bu Chun, there is a matter I wish to discuss with all of you. Please gather the others, as this concerns them as well." "Hey everyone, pause for a moment. Brother Yin has something to say." Upon hearing Bu Chen's words, the others promptly approached. Gazing at the youth before him, Jiang Yun could perceive a glimmer of admiration in their eyes as they eagerly inquired, "Brother Yun, what brings you to us? Is it that we are ready to advance to the next stage of our training? Lately, our progress feels rather stagnant. Brother Yun, does this mean we can venture out into the world, just as you once mentioned?" Some, sensing the gravity of the moment, hurriedly chimed in. Indeed. Our elders at home never permit us to venture forth, stating we must first earn Brother Yun's approval." Observing the lively chatter among the crowd, Jiang Yun raised his hand and declared, "Everyone, please be quiet." At his command, the group fell silent, a testament to his esteemed authority. "The reason I have come to you today is that I wish to establish a faction to facilitate our training. As it stands, our progress has reached a relatively sluggish phase, and we must seek new methods." At this juncture, Jiang Yun could not help but reflect on the adversaries who effortlessly ascended to greatness. He would not entrust his fate to the Scions. His destiny must be in his own hands, further solidifying his resolve to create a faction. "I intend to form a faction akin to a martial arts alliance, one that will propagate martial arts and breathe new life into its practice." This plan had long been in Jiang Yun's mind, aimed at nurturing Earth's martial prowess to withstand the upheavals yet to come. He envisioned a future where he would venture into the cosmos, making the establishment of his own faction indispensable. However, Brother Yun, can we truly establish a faction with just our numbers? Some among them voiced their skepticism. At the utterance of this doubt, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and retorted, "Silence. Do you still possess the spirit of a martial artist? Martial arts are in decline. If you lack faith in your own capabilities, then hope for martial arts will vanish. Remember, the legacy of martial arts rests upon our generation. We must not allow it to falter in our hands. We shall ensure that martial arts flourish through our efforts." But is martial arts still relevant today? Can it truly withstand bullets, artillery, or the might of tanks and aircraft? This individual posed further doubts, causing even others to waver, though they remained silent. Bu Chun, unable to endure the situation, interjected fiercely, "Be quiet, Bu Fan. You truly disappoint me. How can you question Brother Yin's words? Even if martial arts cannot contend with artillery or tanks, that is no excuse for your insolence." Indeed, this individual was Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. Hearing Bu Chen's words, Jiang Yun simply shook his head and smiled. The younger generation in the village did not align with the views of their elders, believing that while martial arts were formidable, they could not compete with contemporary human technology. Even Bu Chun, the most ardent supporter of Jiang Yun, did not hold the belief that martial arts could rival human advancements in science and technology. In a vast mountain range, the air is occasionally pierced by the thunderous sound of reverberating clashes. Beneath this relentless din, the heavens and earth seem to change hue, and the winds swirl ominously. Faintly illuminated in the skies above, two figures are engaged in a rapid and fierce battle, their powers so formidable that words fail to encapsulate their might. The resounding booms that emanate with each collision serve as a clear testament to their strength. Haha, Kakarot, you truly are an astonishing individual. Despite being merely a lowly warrior, you can hold your own against me. A defiant voice booms. Ha! With enough effort, even a low-class warrior can have a chance to defeat a higher-class warrior. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ground trembles. In the midst of their banter, the two combatants once again clash fiercely. After only a few rounds of combat, both Vegeta and Son Goku come to an almost simultaneous halt. Vegeta, do you sense that? Son Goku's gaze grows serious as he looks into the distance, where an aura emanates that even he finds shocking, that it's incredibly powerful. Vegeta's expression also turns grave as he peers ahead. This energy feels oddly familiar, almost akin to our own. Son Goku observes, yet he struggles to recall its source. Vegeta ponders for a moment, concentrating intently on the energy. Suddenly, his expression darkens. It's a scion. A scion? Such an overwhelming presence. If this is indeed a scion, Vegeta, this individual's strength will far surpass our expectations. Son Goku states, his sensitivity to energy levels keenly aware. Yet, as a battle enthusiast, excitement shines on his face. For him, the presence of another scion is a delightful prospect. Since the destruction of the scion race by Frieza, the remaining pure-blooded scions are few and far between, even when including half-breeds like Gohan. Their numbers remain scarce. This can't be possible. Vegeta mutters, seemingly ignoring Son Goku's words as he relinquishes their battle, returning to his usual demeanor, and immediately soars towards the island where Master Roshi resides. That is where the Scion energy has erupted. Vegeta is always so impulsive. One wonders if he will ever change. Son Goku chuckles softly, opting not to use instant transmission, but instead dashes after Vegeta. Vegeta, wait for me. Son Goku calls, grabbing Vegeta's arm, his fingers pressing against his forehead. Kakarot, Vegeta grimaces in distaste, but before he can finish a sentence, they both vanish in a flash of instant transmission. What just happened? Son Goku and Vegeta suddenly materialize before their companions. However, as soon as they appear, Vegeta shakes off Son Goku and scans the surroundings with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Son Goku fixes his gaze on Gohan. His attention riveted on the swirling waters, sensing a figure rapidly approaching within the whirlpool. The speed is such that he cannot match it. Dad! Gohan glances at Son Goku, but after a moment, he shakes his head. Genuinely bewildered by the unfolding events, I don't know either, but I can feel it. This energy is incredibly potent, even surpassing that of Majin Buu. Gohan observes, noting the unusual gravity in his father's expression. It is a rare sight for him that it indeed seems that way. Son Goku nods in agreement, acknowledging that he is not invincible, even against Majin Buu. Yet, in the face of this new energy, he lacks absolute confidence in his ability to overcome it. The very aura emanating from the approaching entity causes Son Goku to wear a serious expression, wary of underestimating the threat. Here it comes. Son Goku suddenly exclaims, and no sooner has he spoken than a figure bursts forth from the whirlpool, creating an astonishing splash. Goku quickly unleashes his energy, shielding those around him from the impact. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure clad in black emerges from the whirlpool, standing amidst the turmoil, his gaze calm as he surveys his surroundings. Naturally, he spots Son Goku, Vegeta, Master Roshi, and the others on the island. However, despite their presence, the newcomer pays them no heed, choosing instead to ignore them entirely. Who are you? How did you end up in the sea? Son Goku questions the figure in the air, his expression grave. The sheer aura radiating from the stranger is enough to astonish them all. Over the years, he has never encountered such a terrifying presence. Son Goku. The newcomer glances at Son Goku before turning his gaze elsewhere. Oh handsome. Bulma, caught off guard by the newcomer's striking appearance, finds herself momentarily captivated, despite being married to Vegeta. After all, what is wrong with appreciating a handsome face? Who are you? The Scion race is supposed to be extinct. Aside from myself and Kakarot, there should be no other pure-blooded Scions left. And yet here you are appearing from the sea, Vegeta demands, sensing the formidable power emanating from the figure before him. Damn it, first Buu, and now another suddenly appearing scion. Each one seems more powerful than the last. Hi there, I'm Gu Xian. The newcomer, fully aware of Vegeta's temperament, opts to disregard his words and instead offers a polite smile to the others on the island. Upon seeing Gohan and Goten, Gu Xian deduces that they are not in a particularly early time, likely around the time of Majin Buu. Given that Goku has been resurrected, it is reasonable to assume that Majin Buu has already been defeated in this timeline. Gu Xian, Son Goku muses, puzzled as he realizes he has never heard this name before. Gu Xian, you appear exceptionally powerful. Among all the opponents I have ever encountered, I doubt anyone could match you. Son Goku's eyes gleam with determination, undeterred by Gu Xian's overwhelming strength. Instead, it ignites a greater fervor for battle within him. I wouldn't say it's anything special. Your abilities are quite impressive as well. Being able to defeat Majin Buu is indeed surprising to me. Gu Xian replies with a friendly demeanor. He has no intention of causing chaos simply because of his strength. As a newcomer, it is best to adhere to the local customs. Gu Xian, we are preparing to hold a party at sea. Since you have appeared, why not join us? After all, we are all scions, so feel free to join. Son Goku enthusiastically invites that I think I will pass this time. Maybe next time. Gu Xian politely declines the invitation. He is aware that after Majin Buu comes Beerus the Destroyer, and at this point, he surmises that the god of destruction will soon make his appearance. Therefore, he has little time to indulge in festivities, while his current strength is considerable, surpassing that of Son Goku and his companions. Gu Xian is acutely aware that he is still insufficiently prepared to face Beerus. The gap in power is significant, at least enough that he cannot yet sense divine energy. Hence, his primary focus must remain on enhancing his abilities. Striving to become stronger through training, he aims to attain the strength necessary to detect divine energy before Beerus arrives, as well as the fundamental skills required for survival in the universe. These two aspects are essential. Otherwise, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage when faced with a god of destruction. That it seems that Vegeta and Son Goku are not inclined to let Gu Xian leave easily. Before he can turn away, Son Goku's voice calls out once more. Gu Xian, since we have encountered each other with such difficulty, why not engage in a friendly spar? After all, the number of scions is exceedingly scarce. And this meeting must surely be fate. If you are reluctant to join our gathering, then let us at least have a bout. What do you think? As the battle enthusiast Son Goku gazed at Gu Xian, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. For him, the opportunity to meet a formidable opponent, especially one as remarkably powerful as Gu Xian, was immensely exhilarating. Such an opportunity, given Goku's nature, was one he could not possibly overlook. Engage in a spar, Gu Xian looked down at Son Goku and smiled knowingly. To be honest, he currently had little interest in battling Goku. This was primarily due to his awareness of their disparity in strength. At this juncture, Goku's power was still notably lacking. His typical battle prowess hovered around a mere 150 million. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he barely reached 60 billion, and even with his power surging, he would not exceed 100 billion. In contrast, Gu Xian's baseline strength had already reached a staggering 100 billion. For Gu Xian, engaging in combat with the current Goku would feel akin to bullying him. Moreover, Gu Xian was reluctant to physically overpower a character he had grown up watching on television. Gu Xian intended to refuse, but hesitated after uttering a single word. A thought struck him. Although his strength significantly surpassed that of Goku and his companions, his combat experience was nearly non-existent, as he had only recently arrived in this world and lacked such familiarity. In contrast, Goku, while perhaps not as powerful, possessed an abundance of battle experience. Thus, this clash could present a valuable learning opportunity for Gu Xian. At the very least, engaging in combat with Goku would allow him to enhance his skills. With this realization, Gu Xian resolved that a confrontation might indeed be worthwhile. That he smiled. A spar? I believe that could be arranged. Gu Xian addressed Son Goku and the others. However, this location is not suitable for our battlefield, as it may endanger others. Let us venture to the middle of the ocean, where we can unleash our abilities without restraint. Gu Xian spoke sincerely, for at their level of power, even the slightest movement could cause unparalleled devastation. Had Goku and his companions not fortified Earth multiple times with the Dragon Balls, the planet would have turned to dust long ago under the weight of their past battles. After finishing his words, Gu Xian transformed into a beam of light and shot into the distance. "Great!" Son Goku exclaimed, thrilled that Gu Xian had accepted his challenge. "Friends, I'll be back shortly." Goku grinned at the others, eager to engage in a contest with Gu Xian, and no sooner had he spoken than he took off at remarkable speed to catch up with Gu Xian. Whoosh! Vegeta, without uttering a word, merely clicked his tongue in disdain after Gu Xian and Goku departed, then swiftly vanished, propelled by an astonishing speed that rendered him nearly invisible in an instant, leaving the onlookers behind. They were all too accustomed to such occurrences, particularly Chi-Chi, who had long adjusted to Goku's penchant for seeking out fights. She urged Bulma, who had been left behind, to continue the festivities in the midst of the ocean, miles away. Gu Xian, Son Goku, and Vegeta stood together, each radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Undoubtedly, Gu Xian's was the strongest among them. While Vegeta, feeling the sting of inadequacy, was the weakest, the three hovered in the air, their gazes locked in silence, each attuned to the other's energy. Given that Vegeta was the weakest, he was the first to feel the strain. However, his pride compelled him to endure. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he grit his teeth. Surrender was not an option. "Kakarot, since you refused to make the first move, allow me to take the lead in this battle," Vegeta declared, unwilling to let Goku claim all the glory. Vegeta, with a serious expression, turned to Gu Xian and remarked, "Gu Xian, his strength is formidable. I fear you may not be his equal." Goku, concerned for his friend, understood that Gu Xian's power greatly surpassed anyone he had encountered before. Even Goku himself felt the weight of pressure in Gu Xian's presence, aware that if Gu Xian chose to defeat him, it would be a simple task. Merely a casual strike would suffice. "Kakarot, do not forget that I am the Prince of the Saiyans. You must not address me in such a condescending manner. Is it not unbecoming of you?" Vegeta retorted coldly. Dismissing Goku's concern, Goku, accustomed to Vegeta's pride, allowed him to proceed undeterred. And no sooner had Vegeta finished speaking than he launched himself toward Gu Xian at breakneck speed, leaving behind only afterimages. "Since you are so eager, I shall begin with you." Gu Xian had anticipated Vegeta's fiery temperament. As he watched Vegeta charge at him, he felt no concern. Even Goku did not command much of his attention, let alone the perennial second-in-command, Vegeta. Gu Xian recognized Vegeta's strength as commendable, but it fell short of his expectations. Whoosh! Vegeta's speed was remarkable, and in an instant he was upon Gu Xian. Impressive speed, but still too slow for me, Gu Xian remarked as he effortlessly sidestepped Vegeta's powerful fist just before it could connect. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that his strike had been so easily evaded. "It appears I underestimated you." A proud smile graced Vegeta's lips. Although he had shed his former malevolence, the inherent pride of Saiyan remained unscathed. "Seems you've been underestimated. If so, then I hope you can summon forth a power that truly astonishes me." Gu Xian remained unfazed by Vegeta's words, responding with a calm demeanor. "As you wish." Vegeta unleashed his fury, his aura soaring to unprecedented heights as he charged toward Gu Xian once more. Boom! 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 The sound of sonic booms echoed through the air as Vegeta moved like lightning, his swift movements not yet accompanied by an attack, as he sought the optimal moment to strike as for Gu Xian. He paid little heed to Vegeta's tactics. "Vegeta, if this is your strategy, allow me to inform you that it bears no efficacy against me." Gu Xian chuckled softly, finding Vegeta's approach rather amusing. Although he may not have been a seasoned fighter, he was certainly no fool. Vegeta, relying on his wealth of combat experience, had mistakenly regarded Gu Xian as naive. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the speed Vegeta prided himself on was perceived as sluggish by Gu Xian. Akin to a child's playtime. That's so? Vegeta scoffed, and with a sudden burst of speed, he halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, his right hand was raised, and he unleashed a punch directly toward Gu Xuan. Although Vegeta was the weakest among the three, when faced with Gu Xuan, he still erupted with his utmost strength. After all, he was the Prince of the Saiyans. How could he possibly refrain from striking simply because his opponent was formidable? Vegeta's speed of attack was not slow. One could even say it was remarkably swift. Whoosh! In an instant, he was upon Guxuan. With no hesitation whatsoever, he hurled a punch at Guxuan. The speed of his fist was such that it seemed to shake the very fabric of space. A sonic boom echoed in the air. However, to Guxuan, even though Vegeta's speed was impressive, it was still trivial in his presence. Merely childish play. Just as Vegeta's punch approached, Guxuan moved slightly, effortlessly dodging Vegeta's strike. The punch missed its target, yet Vegeta showed no signs of realization or hesitation. Using the force of his elbow, he suddenly contracted and charged at Guxuan with an elbow strike. Bang! Guxuan merely smiled. Raising a finger to intercept, with just the strength of a single finger, he blocked Vegeta's elbow strike. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, as Vegeta's attack was completely thwarted, unable to inflict any harm whatsoever. Even under this resistance, Guxuan's demeanor remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. However, Vegeta's expression slightly changed. He could feel an immense power surging from Guxuan's fingertip. Under the weight of this formidable force, Vegeta's entire right arm felt numb. A testament to the overwhelming strength of Guxuan's fingertip. Is this all you've got? Guxuan regarded Vegeta and spoke slowly. If this was the extent of Vegeta's power, then Guxuan would truly be disappointed. My strength is certainly not limited to this. However, if you wish to witness my true power, then show me your full strength first. Otherwise, once I unleash my complete abilities, you shall stand no chance against me. Vegeta realized he had been underestimated. Nevertheless, he also understood the vast disparity between them. IT seems you have quite a bit of confidence in yourself. In that case, that is all the better. Guxuan shook his head. Allow me to demonstrate my full strength. The reason the Scion race is deemed a warrior race. You must pay close attention. Although you are also a Scion and possess considerable power, I presume you are unfamiliar with this. Correct? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intensity. Yes, the words fell. He immediately crouched down, fists clenched. A low growl escaped Vegeta's lips. With this roar, a tempest erupted from his body. That moment, an overwhelming aura exploded forth from Vegeta, its sheer might causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, creating colossal waves. Furthermore, the energy emanating from Vegeta grew increasingly ferocious as an even greater power erupted from within him. Vegeta! Goku observed Vegeta and couldn't help but shake his head, remarking that it was rather swift for Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan at this stage. However, he thought that even if Vegeta transformed, he likely wouldn't be Guxuan's match. Goku glanced at Guxuan and, upon noticing that Guxuan seemed unfazed by Vegeta's transformation, he paused momentarily and spoke that, yes, Saiyans, both Vegeta and I can transform into Super Saiyans. Even if this individual possesses immense strength, he shouldn't be able to transform. Right? Goku murmured again, fully aware of this fact. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. Guxuan chuckled. If you believe this is your ultimate technique, then allow me to inform you that in the face of absolute power, any method becomes futile. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, or even a Super Saiyan 2, it will have no effect whatsoever. While Vegeta's aspirations are commendable, placing all your hopes in transformation alone is rather naive. The low growls echoed continuously. In just a brief moment, an immense force had already coalesced within Vegeta. Guxuan, you must pay attention. This is the legend of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression was serene. As his words fell, a golden wave of energy erupted from him. Boom! Once this golden light enveloped him, Vegeta's energy surged uncontrollably, escalating to a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. Golden energy. Golden eyebrows, golden hair. Everything was golden, according to Saiyan legend. This is the Super Saiyan. Behold, this is the Super Saiyan, a battle power 50 times the norm, which means I am now 50 times stronger than when we first clashed. Vegeta declared proudly, confident that Guxuan would be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he still felt immense pressure emanating from Guxuan after his transformation, Vegeta now believed he could contend with him. Is this your final trump card? It appears quite impressive. Compared to before, your current self has given me a slight motivation to engage. Guxuan spoke, his own battle power at a staggering 100 billion. How could he possibly be concerned about Vegeta's battle power after his transformation, which stood at only 10 billion? What a boastful proclamation. I hope you can still speak so confidently afterward. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he looked intently at Guxuan. Feeling belittled by Guxuan, he was somewhat displeased that Guxuan's tone felt decidedly unfriendly to Vegeta. However, he also recognized that even after transforming into Super Saiyan, he would still be no match for Guxuan. Nevertheless, Vegeta would not easily concede, for he was a proud Saiyan. No one valued the honor of the Saiyan race more than Vegeta himself. Just this aspect alone made it impossible for Goku to compare with him. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta yearned to restore the honor of his people, to ensure that the name of the Saiyans resonated throughout every corner of the universe once more. Naturally, Vegeta believed this task must be accomplished by him alone. Otherwise, would it not be a tremendous failure for him, the Prince of the Saiyans, if all of this were to be achieved by Goku instead of himself? Vegeta would likely harbor resentment for a long time, whether or not his arrogance. I believe you understand better than I do. I also know you may not believe it, so let us put it to the test. I am sure you will soon grasp the outcome. Guxuan smiled, not wishing to elaborate. He understood Vegeta's character too well. He was so proud, even arrogant, that any excessive explanation would be pointless. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flickered and then vanished entirely. It was not a case of instantaneous movement. Rather, his speed was so extraordinary that one could hardly react in time. It seems that transforming into a Super Saiyan has indeed significantly enhanced your strength. At the very least, your speed has increased remarkably. Guxuan smiled slightly and remarked, the elevation of Vegeta's speed was a rather welcome development for him. At least now, he could stretch his muscles a bit, alleviating his boredom. Guxuan surveyed his surroundings. Due to Vegeta's rapid movements, everything was a blur. Just a moment ago, his figure was merely 7 or 8 meters away, yet in the next instant, Vegeta's energy had almost instantly appeared behind Guxuan. This was the essence of extreme speed. Yet Guxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Even so, he felt no sense of threat to him. It was slow. Still far too slow. Vegeta! Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta. Although Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wukong was acutely aware that defeating Guxuan was an insurmountable challenge for him in this state. Even Wukong himself, after assuming the form of a Super Saiyan, lacked the requisite strength to vanquish Guxian to this point. He had not observed even the slightest fluctuation on Guxuan's countenance, nor any indication of a rise in energy. It was as though Vegeta had yet to reach a threshold that would compel Guxuan to take him seriously. Nevertheless, Prince Vegeta remained undeterred. Vegeta closed the distance in an instant, and without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, raining down a flurry of punches upon Guxuan. The blows fell like torrential raindrops. Sticking Gusun Zendens bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. With each punch, a deafening roar reverberated, and amidst the continuous barrage, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Guxuan's form. From an external viewpoint, Guxuan was utterly obscured, with only an endless haze visible. The sheer force of the onslaught created waves that surged and crashed against the surface of the sea. Observing the dense smoke, Vegeta refrained from further attacks and instead retreated slightly, maintaining a distance from the swirling mist as he cast a cold gaze into it. As the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Emerging from the fog, Guxuan appeared entirely unscathed. Remarkably, his clothing showed no signs of damage, remaining as pristine as before, devoid of even a speck of dust. It seemed that Vegeta's prior onslaught had merely tickled him, bearing no significant effect whatsoever. If that were not disheartening enough, what truly troubled Vegeta was Guxuan's expression. That Guxuan's demeanor was calm, his gaze directed at Vegeta with a hint of mockery. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, the implications in his eyes were unmistakable. How can this be possible? Vegeta's face was a mask of disbelief, even if his attacks failed to harm Guxuan. The outcome should not have been so absurd. Did you really expect to withstand my assault without consequence? Guxuan replied with a slight smile, embodying the classic principle of being unharmed despite appearances. To him, Vegeta's attacks were akin to mere tickles. Vegeta, Your prowess is commendable, yet to defeat me, you will require far more strength. I know this is not your full potential. Reveal your utmost power so that I may witness it firsthand. Otherwise, I trust you now understand the inevitable outcome from our earlier encounter. Guxuan spoke with a smile, but to Vegeta, it felt no different than a taunt. His tone was placid, yet beneath that calmness lay an unimaginable aura of dominance. Vegeta's expression darkened. He fixed Guxuan with a penetrating gaze before suddenly bursting into laughter, as if recalling some comical thought. Guxuan furrowed his brow, words forming on his lips before he swallowed them back. Choosing silence instead. Guxuan, do you wish to witness my full strength? Very well. Since you are so eager to see, I shall indulge your curiosity. You are correct. In this form, I am indeed no match for you. However, I am confident that once I unleash my full power, you will feel the threat I pose, Vegeta declared. As his words hung in the air, he clenched his fists and, after a brief moment, released them. A fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. Guxuan, prepare yourself. What follows will be my complete might, and I shall hold nothing back, Vegeta proclaimed, as the energy within him surged dramatically. A low growl erupted from Vegeta's throat. And with that roar, his energy exploded forth. If his transformation into a Super Saiyan had already significantly augmented his strength, now he was ascending to even greater heights. His power was surging beyond the plateau of Super Saiyan. Was he on the verge of another breakthrough in his Super Saiyan form? Guxuan observed Vegeta, fully aware of the implications. Yet he understood that despite Vegeta's newfound strength, the chasm between them could not be bridged by merely a couple of transformations. Even if Vegeta attained a staggering battle power of 20 billion upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and entered the pinnacle of that state, it remained merely one-third of Guxuan's normal power. The howls of energy continued unabated, and with each roar, Vegeta's golden aura intensified, becoming more pronounced. His energy coalesced into a misty spray around him. His hair stood even more defiantly erect, and arcs of electricity danced about his form. All of these changes were merely superficial. Vegeta's strength had surged to 20 billion after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet this was not his limit, although he could not yet achieve Super Saiyan 3 like Wukong. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 was within his grasp. Full power, indeed 300 billion in battle power. Vegeta, you truly have surprised me, Guxuan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Merely astonished, I ask that all you feel? Just a sense of surprise. Vegeta retorted with a smirk, regaining his confidence after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashing his full power. He was, after all, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta. He would never concede that anyone could surpass him. Even if someone did, he would strive with every fiber of his being to surpass them, just as he had trained in secret, tirelessly striving to outdo Wukong. He would one day succeed in eclipsing him and reach a higher realm first. Whoosh! Vegeta dashed forward, his speed significantly enhanced, racing towards Guxuan in the blink of an eye. He was before Guxuan. The gust of wind rushed toward Guxuan, who remained unfazed. The speed was indeed impressive. Yet for Guxuan, it still fell short of being sufficient. A serene smile lingered on his face. You can keep up your bravado. Vegeta scoffed, and as he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch. The force and velocity were so immense that they once more broke the sound barrier. Bang! With a single, forceful punch, an unimaginable power surged forth, crashing mercilessly towards Guxian. Yet, in the face of such an assault at this staggering velocity, Guxian remained utterly unfazed to him. Vegeta was far from a worthy opponent. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to make contact, Guxian's figure shifted ever so slightly. In a mere instant, he effortlessly evaded Vegeta's fierce onslaught. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that, even after unleashing his most potent power, he was still unable to touch Guxian's form. In a fit of rage, Vegeta's roar intensified. That moment, a surge of frenzied energy erupted from him. In that instant, he was ablaze with fighting spirit. Truly, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Though his power was not overwhelming, his fighting spirit was remarkably formidable. Especially after recognizing the vast gulf between them, he could still summon such tenacity. Ji Yuxian laughed heartily, feeling an increased admiration for Vegeta. Perhaps it was due to the transformation in his own bloodline, but he held great respect for Vegeta's relentless spirit. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage, his speed escalating with each strike, and with it, the force of his attacks grew exponentially. In an instant, he had delivered dozens of blows. The thunderous sounds reverberated, causing the surrounding air to become tumultuous. Final flash, Vegeta brought his hands together, and in the next moment, a pure energy sphere materialized. Though it was merely a sphere of light, it contained an unfathomable and terrifying power, especially as Vegeta infused more of his energy into the sphere. Its potency intensified dramatically. Interesting indeed, Gu Xian, unperturbed, raised his right hand for the first time in this skirmish. Yet he merely extended a single finger. Clearly, to Gu Xian, a mere finger was more than sufficient to counter such an attack. "You dare to look down on me," Vegeta scoffed. Thrusting his hands forward, he was determined to make this ungrateful fool regret his arrogance. Boom! The massive energy sphere surged forth, racing towards Gu Xian with ferocity. Wherever it passed, it seemed as though the very air was being obliterated. This was Vegeta's ultimate strike. A unique expression graced his face. He was resolute in making Gu Xian regret his hubris. Thus, he poured every ounce of his strength into this attack, leaving him breathless. As the energy sphere approached, an overwhelming force radiated from it, unleashing unimaginable power. Such a level of attack warrants my attention. Gu Xian slowly articulated as the final flash hurtled towards him. He lifted his right hand, extending a single finger with unwavering confidence. For an attack of this magnitude, a mere finger would suffice. No way, he intends to block Vegeta's attack with just a single finger. That seems utterly preposterous. Sun Wukong, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his astonishment. Ji Yuxian took note of Sun Wukong's shock but paid it no mind. That was simply his nature. He would not expend his full strength against the weak. Yet he remained unyielding towards the strong. Although his approach was a profound insult to Vegeta, if Vegeta wished to change this situation, he would need to train with all his might. For only the strong can earn the respect of others. This truth is immutable, regardless of the era or the world. It has never changed. Vegeta, this is your full force strike. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my power. Gu Xian stated slowly. As his words fell, he raised his right hand and pointed decisively at the incoming final flash. Boom! As his finger descended, an energy sphere materialized at the tip of Gu Xian's finger. Though it was merely a sphere of light and formed solely from his fingertip, the power it radiated was terrifyingly immense and unfathomable. Boom! In the blink of an eye, as the fingertip energy appeared and surged forth, it collided with Vegeta's final flash. Instantly, a cataclysmic storm erupted from the collision, and Vegeta's attack disintegrated upon contact with Gu Xian's fingertip energy. The residual energy exploded outward, creating a cacophony that echoed across the entire STO withstand it. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Why? Vegeta's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his eyes, that he could not fathom that his all-out attack had been rendered so utterly impotent before Gu Xian. This reality was difficult for him to accept, leaving him momentarily dazed at that moment. As the final flash crumbled, Gu Xian's fingertip energy descended upon Vegeta. A pain scream erupted from Vegeta's lips. The power of the fingertip energy was overwhelming. Even though Gu Xian had restrained it somewhat, the sheer magnitude of that force was still beyond Vegeta's capacity to endure. Vegeta! Sun Wukong's expression shifted, and he instinctively sought to rush forward to aid Vegeta. He feared that Vegeta would not withstand Gu Xian's energy. After all, the fluctuations of that energy, though small in form, concealed an extraordinarily exaggerated might. While he could assist him momentarily, he could not provide perpetual support. Gu Xian's words reached Sun Wukong's ears. It was well-intentioned. This might indeed prove beneficial for Vegeta. Otherwise, if Sun Wukong rushed in to help, he could inadvertently endanger Vegeta. Sun Wukong paused, swiftly grasping the meaning behind Gu Xian's words. Given that Gu Xian had no intention of killing Vegeta, he chose to refrain from intervening. He believed Gu Xian's reasoning held merit. And indeed, it was true. Time passed, in the blink of an eye. Nearly 10 seconds had elapsed. The fingertip energy finally dissipated, while Vegeta lay in a state of disarray. His battle suit bore extensive damage, a rarity indeed. His body was riddled with numerous wounds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His form had reverted from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state. How is this possible? Vegeta uttered weakly, astonished that Gu Xian's casual strike had inflicted such grievous injuries upon him. This turn of events far exceeded his expectations. There is nothing impossible. I believe you understand this better than I do. While the transformation of a Saiyan may enhance combat prowess, it demands a tremendous amount of energy. If one cannot annihilate the enemy swiftly, then transformation becomes a double-edged sword, a loss rather than a gain. Gu Xian smiled softly, articulating his perspective, regardless of whether one is a Saiyan or not. It is the baseline combat strength that holds paramount importance. If one's base form is sufficiently powerful, even without transformation, one can still unleash strength capable of astonishing even Super Saiyans, Gu Xian elucidated. He understood that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta relied too heavily on their Saiyan transformations. While this could be seen as an advantage, if such reliance became habitual, it could lead to precarious consequences. I am aware. No need for your reminders, Vegeta retorted coldly, maintaining his usual disdainful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by his recent defeat to Gu Xian. At Gu Xian, Vegeta has already lost. May I take my turn now? Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he appeared before Gu Xian, his eyes gleaming with eagerness and excitement. Like Vegeta, he did not shy away from the formidable opponent. Rather, his resolve to test himself intensified. Of course, Gu Xian did not decline Sun Wukong's request. However, I suspect that, even against you, the outcome would remain unchanged. He added at Gu Xian, I have a question that has puzzled me. Before our battle commences, could you enlighten me? Sun Wukong inquired, refraining from immediate action. Speak, that if I possess the answer, I shall share it. Gu Xian nodded. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked. Initially, he believed Gu Xian incapable of such a transformation. Yet, after hearing Gu Xian's words, he altered his perspective, sensing that the man before him possessed a profound understanding of Super Saiyan transformations, perhaps surpassing both himself and Vegeta. Vegeta, too, felt a twinge of doubt at Sun Wukong's inquiry. Gu Xian chose to respond with a nod rather than words. Against your current abilities, your base power is sufficient to witness my Super Saiyan form. You must first prove yourselves worthy. Gu Xian's statement was not a boast. It was a candid truth. After all, if Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not even conquer their base forms, how could he justify transforming into a Super Saiyan to confront them? To phrase it politely, it was unnecessary. To put it bluntly, they lacked the qualification. Nevertheless, his response indirectly addressed Sun Wukong's earlier question. He was indeed capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression darkened once more, resembling someone who had just ingested a dead fly, as he recalled his recent mockery of Gu Xian's supposed inability to transform. Ha! You make a valid point, Sun Wukong chuckled, unconcerned as he too recognized the truth in Gu Xian's words. You are quite an intriguing individual. Gu Xian remarked, observing Sun Wukong, that he now understood why individuals in the Dragon Ball universe were often irresistibly drawn to Sun Wukong. Previously, he had attributed it to the protagonist's halo, but now, it was evident that Sun Wukong embodied an appealing essence. Since you claim I lack the qualification to witness your Super Saiyan transformation, does that imply that if I can push you to your limits, you will then transform? Sun Wukong queried, genuinely eager to witness Gu Xian's transformation. Your reasoning is not without merit. However, I must caution you, achieving that feat will not be easy. I acknowledge your superiority over Vegeta, yet drawing forth my full power will require considerable effort, Gu Xian replied with a smile, showing a greater interest in Sun Wukong compared to Vegeta. For Sun Wukong's strength significantly surpassed that of Vegeta, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, where he had effortlessly distanced himself from Vegeta. Gu Xian, your strength is formidable. In that case, I shall not waste our time and will transform into a Super Saiyan directly, Sun Wukong stated slowly, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and unleashed a low roar. In response to this cry, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body. Truly, this was Sun Wukong, showcasing such momentum right from the outset. Quite a powerful aura. Indeed, significantly stronger than Vegeta's. Guxian nodded, observing Sun Wukong as he transformed into a Super Saiyan without any surprise. After all, his own strength had already been laid bare. Thus, Guxian understood Sun Wukong's actions. Boom! A golden radiance suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong. As this golden energy manifested, Sun Wukong's power surged dramatically, multiplying 50-fold. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. 50 times the base power, as the golden aura enveloped him. Sun Wukong gazed at Guxian and spoke. Indeed, stronger than Vegeta. That is certainly commendable that Ji Yuxian regarded the transformed Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. However, his words reached Vegeta, who could do nothing but watch. Clenching his fists in frustration, his teeth gritted. I know this power holds no significance for you. If that is the case, I shall continue to enhance it, Sun Wukong declared to Guxian. Proceed. Guxian nodded, speaking calmly as though he were merely an observer of Sun Wukong's performance. Sun Wukong roared once more. With this cry, the sea began to churn violently, forming a colossal whirlpool, vast enough to consume everything in its path. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's power escalated yet again, doubling from his Super Saiyan state. As this occurred, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong transformed into a misty spray, his hair standing on end, a fringe appearing on his forehead, and his gaze sharpening. This was Super Saiyan 2, a form that doubled his strength, meaning his current power was now 100 times his base form. Sun Wukong looked at Guxian, fully aware that his power in this state far exceeded his previous form and was significantly stronger than Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. With their gap gradually narrowing, Super Saiyan 2, is it? Guxian remarked, satisfied with Sun Wukong's transformation. Very impressive. However, I am aware you possess an even more powerful transformation. Unleash it or draw out my full strength. Your current power is still insufficient, Guxian stated matter-of-factly, his expression remaining unchanged as you are aware of this as well. Sun Wukong responded, acknowledging that even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he posed no threat to Guxian. A truth evident when Vegeta had been severely injured by Guxian's mere finger after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, then allow me to showcase the Saiyant's ultimate transformation, the most powerful form I can achieve. Sun Wukong, though taken aback by Guxian's knowledge, resolved to follow his advice and transform, but he clenched his fists and let out a low growl. That a series of growls erupted from Sun Wukong as an unimaginable force exploded from his being, radiating uncontrollable power. Instantly, boom, the heavens roared, winds swirled chaotically, and the sea bore witness to 9 colossal water dragon pillars, each over 10 meters thick and hundreds of meters tall, as if summoned for Sun Wukong. They towered behind him, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was the pinnacle of power. Super Saiyan 3. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a frenzied surge of energy from within. In that fleeting moment, the golden aura surrounding his form intensified, while electric sparks danced incessantly around him. His hair elongated, cascading down to his calves, and his gaze sharpened, exuding a lethal intensity. In the instant his brows vanished. Sun Wukong had completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Guxian gazed at the transformed Sun Wukong. His interest piqued. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is what I deem the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans. Correspondingly, in this form, my power is quadrupled compared to Super Saiyan 2, equating to 400 times my base strength. I believe my current might should suffice for a battle against you. Surely, I am worthy of witnessing your Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong spoke with fervor, a palpable fighting spirit radiating from him. Even though he was aware that Guxian was already formidable in his base form, he understood that only in his strongest state could he hope to contend with him. Yet, should Guxian transform, his power would surge dramatically, tipping the scales once more. However, does it truly matter? Gu Xian regarded Sun Wukong, now brimming with combat enthusiasm. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Therefore, allow me to witness the true mightier so-called Ultimate Scion transformation. Super Saiyan 3. Gu Xian spoke with nonchalance, raising his right hand to adopt the combat stance, calmly asserting, I will ensure you are satisfied. At the very least, I can allow you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination and fervor. After transforming into Super Saiyan, his combat power soared close to 90 billion, making him nearly equal to Gu Xian's base strength of 100 billion. Thus, it would no longer be a simple task for Gu Xian to swiftly defeat Sun Wukong in his base form. Their strengths had both significantly increased since the battle with Majin Buu. Perhaps facing Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form would necessitate Gu Xian's own transformation into a Super Saiyan. He mused, acutely aware of his circumstances. Gu Xian, I'm coming. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered, and in an instant he dashed forward. Whoosh! After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's speed vastly surpassed that of the previous Vegeta in a heartbeat. He appeared before Gu Xian, launching a powerful punch with his right fist. Not bad. A glimmer of light flashed in Gu Xian's eyes as he raised his own hand, countering Sun Wukong's strike with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding impact that reverberated through the air, echoing across the surroundings. The fierce shockwave radiated outward like ripples on water. You are quite strong. After the clash, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xian staggered back. However, while Gu Xian merely took a single step back, Sun Wukong was forced to retreat 3 steps. The disparity in strength was evident through their exchange. Yet, despite the difference in power, it was not glaringly pronounced. In such a scenario, determining a victor between Sun Wukong and Gu Xian was no simple feat. It would not be as easy as before to establish a winner in a short span of time. The current gap in their strengths was not substantial. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered, excitement coursing through him at Gu Xian's formidable presence. Since Majin Buu, he had never encountered such a powerful adversary. For Sun Wukong, Gu Xian's emergence was undeniably thrilling, for he was a rival, a worthy opponent that sparked great exhilaration within him. For Saiyan, nothing could be more invigorating than the prospect of such a challenge. You're impressive too. Throughout my numerous experiences, I have never encountered anyone as powerful as you. Gu Xian replied with a hearty laugh, echoing Sun Wukong's sentiments. In his brief life of barely 20 years, the strongest being he had faced was his mother. Nevertheless, the Saiyan blood within him was transforming Gu Xian's demeanor, compelling him to burst into laughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Gu Xian and Sun Wukong unleashed their full speed, engaging in a flurry of exchanges that spanned dozens of rounds. Battling Sun Wukong was an entirely different experience from facing Vegeta. Against Vegeta, Gu Xian felt no motivation, for the gap in strength was simply too vast. However, fighting Sun Wukong was a stark contrast. Although a disparity remained, he could still engage in a challenging contest while in his base form. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact was accompanied by a thunderous roar. As the battle raged on, the sea surged violently, colossal waves crashing, rendering the surroundings fearsome. Yet, neither Sun Wukong nor Gu Xian paid any heed to these distractions. Their focus remained solely on each other. While Sun Wukong's power may have been slightly inferior to Gu Xian's, his combat experience was extensive. Conversely, Gu Xian, though slightly stronger, lacked the same level of experience. Consequently, they found themselves in a temporary deadlock. As time passed, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xian experienced significant enhancements through their relentless combat. Particularly for Gu Xian, fighting Sun Wukong proved to be immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong also saw growth in his strength during the fray. Though still in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he felt his power augmenting. Bang! In another clash, Sun Wukong was sent reeling as he retreated. He raised his right hand, summoning a Kienzin, a technique mastered by his good friend Krillin. Naturally, Sun Wukong understood its essence. Gu Xian, what do you think of my move? As the Kienzin whirled through the air at high speed, Sun Wukong's calm voice echoed as he unleashed it towards Gu Xian. The Qianzhen spun rapidly through the air, seeming capable of slicing through anything in its path. Point one Qianzhen was hardly a significant threat. Gu Xian remained unfazed. At the moment the Qianzhen approached, he raised his right hand and swung it, unleashing his own 100 billion power to collide with the Qianzhen. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated as Sun Wukong's Qianzhen shattered upon impact. Gu Xian's counterattack struck true, landing squarely on Sun Wukong. Did one Qianzhen prove ineffective? If so, then perhaps this will have some effect. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, and in the next instant, energy converged in his palm. Instantly, 10 Qianzhens manifested, hurtling towards Gu Xian with a swift flick of his wrist. Each one launched from a different angle, aiming to ensnare Gu Xian within their perimeter, leaving him no room to evade. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, observing Gu Xian ensnared by his Qianzhens, a slight smile gracing his lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 10 Qianzhens surged towards Gu Xian, seemingly locking down every corner around him, closing in rapidly. Yet, Gu Xian remained calm and composed, standing his ground. Even though he was aware that concentrating his energy for an attack would significantly amplify its power, he showed no inclination to evade. He allowed 10 energy slashes to approach him from all directions, steadfast in the air. Futile, Gu Xian remarked, shaking his head as he observed the impending energy slashes. That it was not arrogance. Such attack were beneath his consideration. With a sigh, he made no extraneous movements, permitting the 10 energy slashes to draw near. The speed of the 10 energy slashes was nearly uniform, converging upon Gu Xian almost simultaneously, their force colliding with him. "Break for me!" Sun Wukong bellowed from his position, unleashing a surge of power that fused with the energy slashes, resulting in an explosion of unimaginable force. A smile graced Gu Xian's face as he remained unmoved. His eyes slowly closing. That moment, an imperceptible ripple emanated from him, as if he intended to use this wave to counter Sun Wukong's energy slashes. What? Sun Wukong felt the presence of the ripple and momentarily froze. However, with time running short, the 10 energy slashes were already closing in on Gu Xian, leaving little room for action. With a thunderous boom, the 10 energy slashes collided with the ripple emanating from Gu Xian when they were merely an inch away from him. In that instant of collision, a faint sound echoed. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he instinctively rubbed his eyes, for he witnessed the 10 energy slashes he had unleashed disintegrate beneath the clash with the ripple. This sight caused Sun Wukong to gasp in disbelief. How could this be possible? Sun Wukong murmured, not alone in his astonishment. Even Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict and his expression turn to one of horror. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Was he truly still a scion? Vegeta pondered, realizing that as the prince of the Scions, the most elite warrior of his race, he had encountered far too many unknowns since the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. The transformations of Sun Wukong into Super Saiyan 3, along with the terrifying potential of Gohan, the Half Saiyan, and Gotenks, born from the fusion of Goten and Trunks into Super Saiyan 3, all contributed to Vegeta's growing doubts about his own race. It felt as though, in comparison to them, he was the least Saiyan-like. The powers Gu Xian demonstrated were beyond Vegeta's imagination. In his recollection, apart from the Scions obliterated by Frieza, he had only encountered two normal Scions, Raditz and Nappa, both of whom were now deceased, one slain by Piccolo, the other by himself. What kind of power is this? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xian, still struggling to comprehend. Would he be able to achieve such ease against 10 energy slashes? When you become as powerful as I am one day, you'll understand. However, for now, even if I were to tell you, you would be incapable of it, Gu Xian replied with a smile, his words ringing true. Sun Wukong cast a wary glance at Gu Xian, then suddenly unleashed a roar. Boom! A more ferocious power erupted from Sun Wukong's being in response to his shout. I told you, it's useless. Gu Xian's eyes gleamed as he took a step forward. Though it was merely a single step, Gu Xian's figure appeared directly before Sun Wukong, his right fist raised and descending towards him without hesitation. Sun Wukong's energy momentarily faltered, after taking Gu Xian's punch. He coughed up blood and staggered back several dozen steps. This, Sun Wukong looked at Gu Xian, his face a mask of shock. It was hard to believe that even after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, the disparity between them remained so vast. How can your speed be so swift? Sun Wukong marveled at Gu Xian. Why speed has always been this way. I was merely warming up before, Gu Xian replied calmly, glancing at Sun Wukong. Although it was indeed the truth, the way it sounded felt somewhat peculiar. Your Super Saiyan 3 form is undoubtedly powerful, but before me, it pales in comparison. As for attempting to force me to transform into my Super Saiyan form. I regret to inform you that you are not yet capable of that, Gu Xian stated, his previous punch delivered without restraint, channeling a staggering 1 trillion battle power. Even Sun Wukong was grievously injured by it. At present, Sun Wukong was left with little to no extra strength. I promised I would compel you to unleash your Super Saiyan form. Despite his grievous injuries, Sun Wukong possessed an incredible will, or rather, a conviction. Do you still have any strength left to muster? Gu Xian regarded Sun Wukong with interest. I will not give up. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with determination, a testament to his few admirable qualities. With fists clenched, Sun Wukong remained in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Unrestrained, he desperately summoned every ounce of power within him. As he continued to draw upon his strength, an even greater force erupted from his being. His roars echoed incessantly, as if he sought to extract every last drop of power to oppose Gu Xian. Vegeta, observing, began to feel a wave of concern. He understood well what Sun Wukong was attempting. However, while this might temporarily enhance his strength, it would only exacerbate Sun Wukong's injuries. Though he spoke little, Vegeta silently worried for his comrade's plight. Yet, given the current circumstances, relying solely on himself to compel Gu Xian to transform was evidently impossible. Thus, he placed all hope upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's roars persisted, a wave of formidable power resonating as golden light enveloped him, his body trembling yet refusing to relent. Interesting, Gu Xian couldn't help but voice his admiration as he observed Sun Wukong's actions. However, no matter how hard he tried, the outcome would remain unchanged. This much he knew, though he believed Sun Wukong understood it even better. Though Gu Xian appreciated Sun Wukong's efforts, he remained unconvinced. Scions have no limits. Sun Wukong gazed resolutely at Gu Xian, undeterred by his words. Since you have made this decision, I sincerely hope you succeed. After all, you are a formidable opponent and a person worthy of respect. Gu Xian nodded, refraining from offering any rebuttal. Sun Wukong continued to growl lowly. During the battle with Majin Buu, Sun Wukong had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even after defeating Majin Buu, his power was merely at the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. As for the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, the most formidable state, Sun Wukong had yet to attain it. Although he had trained rigorously post-Majin Buu, the absence of worthy opponents had rendered his progress painfully slow. While Vegeta was indeed formidable, there remained a considerable gap between his strength and that of Sun Wukong. Hence, this training was beneficial for Vegeta, yet it provided little assistance to Sun Wukong. Time flowed gradually. It was uncertain how long it passed, but the sea surrounding Sun Wukong, Gu Xian, and Vegeta had transformed into a chaotic expanse spanning thousands of miles. Only those of formidable strength could venture into this tumultuous region. Others simply could not approach within such a vast distance. Gu Xian chose to meditate quietly, not disturbing Sun Wukong. Truth be told, he harbored a sense of anticipation regarding just how powerful Sun Wukong would become after surpassing his limits. In the distance, an aircraft approached. However, upon entering the 1,000-mile radius, the plane erupted in a resounding explosion, utterly destroyed by the residual energy of the locale. What on earth is happening? Bulma exclaimed fiercely. The continuous roars echoed, and the golden aura surrounding Sun Wukong intensified. Eventually, Sun Wukong's form became obscured, leaving only a radiant golden orb. This was the manifestation of Sun Wukong unleashing all his power. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to achieve such a feat. Kakarot. Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong had reached such terrifying levels of power. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Kakarot, I always believed I was closely following in your footsteps, but only now do I realize that. Unbeknownst to me, you have left me far behind. The Vegeta's eyes, bloodshot with emotion, regarded Sun Wukong. Now enveloped in golden light, he felt a surge of unwillingness, if he had clung to a glimmer of hope when Gu Xian had overwhelmed him. The reality of Sun Wukong's current capabilities was something he found difficult to accept. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ji Yuxian observed the golden orb, feeling a tremor of power emanating from within it. This was merely in his normal state. Nonetheless, even so, it was indeed extraordinary, as his own battle power had already reached 100 billion. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a golden figure materialized before Gu Xian. Sun Wukong. Witnessing Sun Wukong in this state, Gu Xian sensed a palpable difference from before. I can't believe I truly succeeded. Sun Wukong spoke softly. As words fell, the golden light enveloping him swirled back in his body, restoring everything to its prior state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the powerful and terrifying energy now radiating from Sun Wukong far surpassed his previous form, that I never expected that at this moment you could surpass your limits. It seems your potential knows no bounds, Gu Xian remarked, observing Sun Wukong. Compared to before, the aura now erupting from Sun Wukong was formidable enough to impress even Gu Xian. Ji Yuxian, I should now possess the qualifications to prompt you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Correct? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xian, his eyes sparkling with determination. Indeed, he possessed that qualification. Ji Yuxian nodded, not denying it, for there was no reason to do so. The truth was evident, and he felt no need to feign otherwise. At this moment, Sun Wukong was indeed significantly stronger than before. Ji Yuxian could vaguely sense a terrifying pressure emanating from Sun Wukong. Now that you have acknowledged this, please transform. Allow me to witness the true strength of your Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong's gaze burned with fervor, and he felt a surge of excitement. All his efforts were aimed at facilitating Gu Xian's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, despite the expectation, Gu Xian evidently had no intention of transforming immediately. You merely possess the qualification. I never stated I would transform into a Super Saiyan right now. Gu Xian shrugged, speaking with a hint of reluctance. In that case, I shall continue until you do transform. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's speed was astonishingly swift, and in an instant he was before Gu Xian, his words barely escaping his lips. His velocity was such that even Gu Xian's pupils constricted in shock. Incredible speed. Gu Xian murmured, clearly taken aback by Sun Wukong's post-limit braking velocity. Yet despite his astonishment, Gu Xian raised his right fist with equal swiftness and struck out fiercely. Bang! Their fists met in an instant, causing both Gu Xian and Sun Wukong to stagger back simultaneously. Sun Wukong's fist felt somewhat numb, yet he paid it no mind, his expression growing increasingly fervent. In contrast, Gu Xian, also feeling the impact, wore a look of surprise. They both retreated, but this time, Sun Wukong took 3 steps back while Gu Xian was forced to step back a full 7 paces. Sun Wukong noticed this and couldn't help but smirk. It seems you are not as formidable as I thought. With one punch, Sun Wukong firmly established his advantage, reveling in his triumph. Whoosh, without a moment's pause. Sun Wukong charged forward again, aiming to unleash a series of rapid attacks that would compel Gu Xian to feel the pressure. If he could exert enough pressure on Gu Xian, surely the latter would have no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan. In battle, Sun Wukong's intellect shone brightly, as his focus heightened during combat. As Sun Wukong approached, a glint of determination sparked in Gu Xian's eyes. Though your strength has increased significantly in my normal state, I remain your equal. However, while you are indeed powerful, you are not yet strong enough to easily defeat me. Your battle power is merely around 120 billion. Gu Xian stated, fully aware of this fact. Nevertheless, he was curious to experience what it felt like to face someone with a higher battle power than his own. With a low growl, Gu Xian surged forward at remarkable speed, charging straight at Sun Wukong. Both warriors moved with extraordinary speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. With fists raised, they struck out at each other with perfect synchronization. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as a shockwave radiated outward from their fist collision. The intensity of their clash escalating that if their previous encounter had been one-sided, it now transformed into a fierce contest of equals. In fact, it subtly hinted at Gu Xian being pushed back by Sun Wukong's might. Bang! 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 With a single punch, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xian vanished simultaneously, only to reappear moments later, colliding once more with fierce intensity. Neither held back in the slightest. Both their speed and power were unleashed to the fullest extent. Erupting in a spectacular display, time flowed slowly. Within just a few breaths, Gu Xian and Sun Wukong had already engaged in dozens of fierce exchanges. Each clash resonated with a thunderous roar, further stirring the chaos of the heavens and earth. Bang! After yet another collision, Gu Xian and Sun Wukong momentarily distanced themselves from each other. At this juncture, both of their expressions mirrored one another, brimming with exhilaration. I never imagined you could contend with me to this extent in your normal state. It truly exceeds my expectations. It seems if I don't put in more effort, I won't be able to compel you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong remarked earnestly as he gazed at Gu Xian. To be honest, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Having said this, Sun Wukong brought his hands together, positioning them at his right side. Energy began to gather ferociously between his palms. Aim! As the words left his lips, the energy within him erupted dramatically. Kamehameha! Gu Xian's gaze sharpened as he regarded Sun Wukong intently. He was well aware of what Sun Wukong was about to unleash. This was the hallmark of the Kamehameha technique, known for its immense power. That moment, without a trace of hesitation, Gu Xian mirrored Sun Wukong's stance perfectly. Aim! Gu Xian enunciated each syllable deliberately, and a luminous orb of energy materialized in his hands, radiating an aura of terrifying strength. A slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth. I can perform the same technique. Sun Wukong's expression mirrored Gu Xian's, as a similar sphere of light formed between his hands. His gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Gu Xian. I can't believe you also know the Kamehameha. This truly surprises me, Sun Wukong admitted. With a final exclamation, Sun Wukong unleashed the last syllable with fervor. In that very moment, he thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged forth from Sun Wukong's palms, racing towards Gu Xian with astonishing speed and formidable power. Gu Xian echoed, executing the exact same motion as Sun Wukong, synchronizing their actions perfectly. The moment his words fell, his own Kamehameha erupted, hurtling towards Sun Wukong's attack with unrestrained fury. The two energy waves approached each other rapidly, each one harboring a terrifying force capable of obliterating everything in their path. Vegeta watched intently, knowing that this battle was beyond his participation. He could only observe. Boom! In an instant, the two Kamehameha waves collided. The moment they met, an explosive roar reverberated through the air, and a tempest of energy erupted as the two forces clashed, generating a power that was simply unfathomable. For approximately 5 breaths, the two forces struggled against one another. Until at last, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha unleashed a surge of even greater strength. Break for me! With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong infused even more power into his Kamehameha. Given this influx of energy, coupled with Sun Wukong's inherent strength surpassing that of Gu Xian, it was at this moment that Gu Xian's Kamehameha was overwhelmed and shattered by Sun Wukong's wave. Sun Wukong roared as Gu Xian's Kamehameha crumbled, immediately enveloping him within the force of his own attack. A tremendous power radiated from it, causing Gu Xian's complexion to pale slightly. The sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's strike exceeded his expectations. I never imagined you could push me to this extent. It truly takes me by surprise. You wished to witness my transformation into a Super Saiyan, did you not? Since you have such aspirations and have exerted yourself so diligently, I shall grant you that desire. Gu Xian spoke slowly, raising his right hand with a sweeping motion, summoning a tempest that obliterated the remaining energy of the Kamehameha, standing resolutely as he regarded Sun Wukong with calm composure. Just a slight eruption of his power had effortlessly dispersed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Sun Wukong, though astonished, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he finally decided to transform. His eyes gleamed with anticipation that he knew that once Gu Xian transformed into a Super Saiyan, his chances of victory would diminish entirely. Yet, driven by insatiable curiosity, he yearned to witness the extent of Gu Xian's power upon transformation. It was the only way to ignite his own fighting spirit further. "You shall be the first to witness my transformation. I hope you do not regret it," Gu Xian stated with a calm demeanor. Undisturbed by the momentous occasion, a whirlwind erupted around Gu Xian. Exuding an unparalleled sense of pressure, the howling wind spiraled outward, radiating from him as a tempest, instantly causing the sea to roar. Beneath the storm surrounding Gu Xian, 9 columns of water surged skyward, shooting towards the heavens in a breathtaking display, far more magnificent than Sun Wukong's earlier display. It finally beginning. Sun Wukong's gaze ignited with fervor. The sheer power emanating from Gu Xian at the onset of this transformation was staggering. He could hardly fathom the strength Gu Xian would possess as a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's heart raced with exhilaration. He had waited long for this moment. He dared not ponder further, for he fully understood the magnitude of power that awaited him post-transformation. How immense would that strength truly be? Vegeta, too, watched with bated breath, his pupils narrowing as he trembled ever so slightly. This was beyond his control. It was the embodiment of Gu Xian's might, instilling within Vegeta a profound sense of dread and fear. "Sun Wukong, behold the Super Saiyan you sought." Gu Xian regarded Sun Wukong, pausing momentarily before a smile graced his lips. Clenching his fists, he continued, "Here it comes." At the instant those words were uttered, an unimaginable power erupted from Gu Xian. Boom! A radiant light burst forth, enveloping him in golden brilliance, rendering Gu Xian as a golden war god. His strength surged exponentially upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, multiplying by 50 times. This meant that Gu Xian's power escalated from the previous 100 billion to a staggering 5 trillion. What had once been a slight advantage for Sun Wukong had now turned into an overwhelming one-sided pressure. Is this the power of your Super Saiyan transformation? Sun Wukong's pupils dilated as he instinctively recoiled several steps, his expression betraying his shock and horror. How is this possible? Vegeta, too, stood in stunned silence, gazing at Gu Xian in disbelief. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming insignificance, as though Gu Xian could obliterate him with a mere flick of a finger. This realization left Vegeta profoundly unsettled. However, it is utterly impossible to suppress the emergence of such thoughts. The moment when Gu Xian transformed into a Super Saiyan, a terrifying aura emanated from him, bursting forth like a balloon and spreading directly towards the starry sky. The 7th universe is primarily composed of 4 major galaxies: the Eastern Galaxy, Western Galaxy, Southern Galaxy, and Northern Galaxy. Earth, as fate would have it, falls within the jurisdiction of the Northern Galaxy. Yet at this very moment, the entirety of the Northern Galaxy was enveloped by Gu Xian's energy. Under this overwhelming aura, any being with even a modicum of strength in the Northern Galaxy could sense it, trembling involuntarily. Strangely enough, Gu Xian's energy remained confined within the Northern Galaxy, not extending beyond its borders. This was a deliberate choice by Gu Xian. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his full power, it would not only affect the Northern Galaxy, but could potentially resonate throughout the entire 7th universe. Whose energy could possibly be so formidable? One wonders who is engaged in battle to unleash such immense power. How astonishing! The propagation of energy throughout the Northern Galaxy has occurred only a handful of times. Could it be that an incredibly powerful being has emerged within the Northern Galaxy once more? Nevertheless, while this energy is indeed potent, it does not exude malevolence. Perhaps this individual is not a villain after all. As the presence of Gu Xian was felt, many planets within the Northern Galaxy buzzed with murmurs of discussion. The unfamiliar energy filled everyone's hearts with dread, for it possessed the capability to obliterate not just themselves but entire planets. "Goku, we are in trouble." The North Kai was anxiously pacing on his diminutive planet, visibly distressed. "Son Goku, behold my Super Saiyan. Are you satisfied now?" Gu Xian gazed at Son Goku and spoke slowly, his form enveloped in golden waves of energy. He then dispersed the energy, which surged outward in an instant, yet was restrained by Gu Xian to avoid causing any harm to the surroundings. Such precise control. Son Goku squinted, awed by Gu Xian's mastery. The level of precision displayed in controlling energy was something even he would find exceedingly challenging to achieve. Indeed, you are extraordinarily powerful, but I still wish to test my strength. Son Goku, shaking off his astonishment, looked at Gu Xian with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Then let us engage. Gu Xian nodded, acknowledging Son Goku's bravery, though his own power far surpassed that of Son Goku by several multiples. The latter was undeterred by the staggering disparity and was willing to confront him. Such courage is truly commendable. Haim. Faced with Gu Xian's overwhelming might, Son Goku chose not to test the waters further and decided to unleash his strongest attack. Though the outcome would likely be the same, at the very least, he could say he had given it his all. Wave. Son Goku shouted, thrusting his hands forward that a colossal Kamehameha surged forth, racing toward Gu Xian with astonishing speed and unimaginable power. Observing the oncoming Kamehameha, Gu Xian merely shook his head, showing no concern. He casually raised his right hand, and, as the Kamehameha approached, he effortlessly grasped it. Despite the formidable force of the Kamehameha, it held no significance for Gu Xian. At this point, he could easily thwart it without even needing to resort to a counterattack. Watch closely and witness what true power is. As soon as Gu Xian's words fell, he firmly clenched his right hand. Bang! The immensely powerful Kamehameha shattered under Gu Xian's grip. This, although he had anticipated this outcome, Son Goku still gasped in shock, staring blankly at Gu Xian and away. Even Vegeta was rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. His expression one of utter bewilderment, unsure of how to process the sheer magnitude of Gu Xian's displayed power. Gu Xian regarded Son Goku with an unchanging expression. Son Goku, it is now my turn. After obliterating the Kamehameha, Gu Xian spoke casually, his demeanor tranquil as if he had not even regarded Son Goku's strength. Come at me. Son Goku took a deep breath, looking at Gu Xian as he spoke. He swiftly retreated, creating some distance between them, a clever maneuver. Yet, Gu Xian smiled, having discerned Son Goku's intentions. Whoosh! In an instant, Gu Xian appeared right before Son Goku, his speed beyond imagination. So fast, Son Goku's expression changed dramatically. Realizing that Gu Xian's speed had reached astonishing heights, despite Son Goku's current strength surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3, he had barely caught a glimpse of Gu Xian's movement. This indicated that Gu Xian's speed was so rapid that it transcended Son Goku's comprehension, placing them in entirely different dimensions. Swish! Gu Xian extended a finger, shooting towards Son Goku with blinding speed. In the face of such a vast power disparity, any action taken by Son Goku appeared futile. His body seemed exceedingly fragile, and in such circumstances, combat prowess became insignificant. Only experience in battle truly mattered. Fortunately, Son Goku possessed an abundance of that, just as Gu Xian's finger was about to make contact. Son Goku's expression shifted drastically as he retreated frantically. Yet in comparison to Gu Xian's speed, his own was woefully inadequate. With the distance between them so short, evading was nothing more than a pipe dream. Gu Xian held a similar belief. Although he had not exerted his full force with that finger, it still represented about 10% of his strength. Roughly 500 billion faced with such a powerful strike. Gu Xian held no illusions about Son Goku successfully dodging. Time was of the essence. Just as Gu Xian's fingertip was on the verge of touching Son Goku, the latter swiftly raised his right hand and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Instant transmission. Upon witnessing Son Goku's actions, Gu Xian accelerated, closing in on him in an instant. However, even at that moment, just as Gu Xian's finger was less than an inch from Son Goku, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Next to Vegeta, Son Goku suddenly appeared. Although he had successfully evaded the direct impact of Gu Xian's finger, the residual force was so tremendous that it sent his internal energy into turmoil, resulting in injuries. Such immense power! Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, to have dodged my strike is something I never anticipated. It seems I underestimated you previously. However, I am curious to see if you can evade the next one. Given your current injuries, while they may not be severe, they will undoubtedly affect your movements, Ji Yuxian remarked, offering praise, yet also speaking the truth that it was indeed a fact that with injuries, Son Goku's speed would not be as swift as before. Even the slightest delay could exponentially heighten the danger. Who knows, perhaps a miracle might occur. Sun Wukong did not yield in defeat. However, observing Gu Xian, it was evident that he was prepared to receive Gu Xian's second strike. How intriguing! Gu Xian laughed heartily, for this was the Sun Wukong he remembered. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. The magnitude of this energy was truly immense. This is merely 30% of my power. If you can evade it, it would require a miracle. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Just as Gu Xian's words concluded, he pointed forward with his right hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy surrounding him transformed into a colossal arrow. This arrow, composed entirely of Gu Xian's energy, radiated a fearsome power. Upon its emergence, it swiftly darted towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The arrow's speed was astonishing, reaching Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Faced with this arrow, Sun Wukong had no time to retreat. He could only raise his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his brow, preparing to utilize instant transmission once more. Yet, just as his fingers descended, before he could activate the technique, the arrow approached at an unimaginable velocity, piercing through his body. Whoosh! With a thud, Sun Wukong staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, his aura plummeted dramatically, becoming feeble. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, reverting to his normal state. At this moment, he also found a wound on his right shoulder, inflicted by the arrow formed from Gu Xian's energy. Fortunately, Gu Xian bore no intent to kill, thus it did not strike a fatal area. Sun Wukong, now you have gained some understanding of my power, have you not? Gu Xian suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong, gazing at him as he spoke slowly. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and a pure surge of energy rushed forth, seamlessly integrating into the wound on Sun Wukong's shoulder. With the infusion of this energy, the wound healed at an astonishing speed, restoring it to its former state in an instant. Ji Yuxian had never intended to harm, so mending Sun Wukong's injury was but a simple task for him. Gu Xian, your strength is indeed formidable. I admit I am not your match. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, his injuries healing as his own energy surged concurrently. After this battle, Sun Wukong was thoroughly convinced. The strength of Gu Xian was astonishing, evoking both shock and excitement within him. He was astonished at how powerful a Scion could be, and excited at the thought that, as a Scion himself, it implied he too had the potential to grow equally strong. This realization illuminated a path for Sun Wukong's cultivation. If Gu Xian could achieve such power, then with diligent training, he too could reach that level, or even surpass it. Gu Xian, your power is simply overwhelming, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Your strength far exceeds our own. Sun Wukong remarked helplessly, acknowledging the stark disparity in their strengths, regardless of whether one was a Scion or not. The primary objective in battle remained experience and inherent strength. As long as a person's base form was sufficiently powerful, they could unleash unimaginable might without the need for transformation. Ji Yuxian chuckled, sharing his perspective. Being praised felt quite pleasant, and he relished it. Nonetheless, his words held truth. You make a valid point, but enhancing base combat power is not an easy feat, nor can it be achieved in a short time. I wonder how you trained. You appear quite young, perhaps even younger than me and Vegeta, yet you possess such tremendous strength. Sun Wukong queried with a puzzled expression, voicing his long-standing curiosity. Ji Yuxian shook his head. Offering no response, he glanced into the distance, contemplating his departure, for there were few individuals on Earth he truly cared about, and almost none who posed a threat to him. Moreover, he had arrived a bit late. At this point, both Android 18 and Biddy Lee had already married. Ji Yuxian, are you aware of the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong, sensing Gu Xian's intentions, interjected, not to deter him, but rather to divert his attention. Dragon Balls? Gu Xian paused momentarily, then nodded after a brief reflection. Of course, I know of them. Ji Yuxian affirmed. How could he not be aware of the Dragon Balls? although he was somewhat uncertain of Sun Wukong's motives. He continued, "We are in search of the Dragon Balls. Bulma's birthday is approaching. Since you have no other matters at hand, why not remain on Earth? It would be an excellent opportunity for you to witness the Dragon Balls. If you have any wishes you wish to fulfill, they can be granted through them." Sun Wukong regarded Gu Xian, who had cast out the bait. Vegeta, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, clearly aligned with Sun Wukong's thoughts on this matter. "Very well, let us see if the Dragon Balls can grant my wishes." Ji Yuxian nodded, not declining Sun Wukong's request, agreeing to stay on Earth temporarily. In truth, Gu Xian held little interest in Earth Dragon Balls. His decision to remain was not for that reason, but rather because he anticipated the arrival of another individual soon. The presence of that person was the primary reason for Gu Xian's decision to linger on Earth. "With my current strength, even transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, I doubt I could contend with Beerus. I wonder when he will arrive. Before that happens, I should visit the hyperbolic time chamber for safety. The time flow there is ideal for training." Gu Xian mused, then turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Sun Wukong, I need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber." Ji Yuxian knew that requesting entry into the time chamber from the Supreme Kai might lead to unnecessary complications. Although he was indifferent to such matters, if Sun Wukong accompanied him, it would spare him some trouble. The hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Gu Xian, and without hesitation, he agreed to Gu Xian's request. "No problem. I can take you there right now." Sun Wukong nodded, believing that allowing Gu Xian access to the time chamber was not a troublesome task. By the way, Gu Xian, with your strength being so formidable, you must possess more than just the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, correct? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something, looking at Gu Xian with curiosity, having already witnessed Gu Xian's transformation. He was eager to see the full extent of Gu Xian's capabilities. "What do you mean?" Gu Xian frowned, clearly deducing Sun Wukong's intent that I wish to witness all your transformations. I wonder if you can fulfill this request. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xian with eager eyes. Simultaneously, Vegeta, arms crossed, fixed his gaze on Gu Xian, conveying his unspoken agreement. "All transformations?" Gu Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Really? That would be fantastic!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with immense excitement, astonished by Gu Xian's easy acquiescence. Not only was Sun Wukong thrilled, but even Vegeta was somewhat surprised that in fact, without needing to prompt further, Gu Xian himself began to grow curious about the extent of his own transformations and how powerful he could become. After all, he had just recently arrived and had not thoroughly tested his capabilities. He too was eager to discover just how strong he had become. "Wukong, father!" At that moment, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and Bulma hurriedly approached Sun Wukong's side. "You all have come as well," Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. "Sun Wukong, let them return. Son Gohan may stay here, but the rest cannot withstand my aura. Remaining here would not benefit them." Gu Xian spoke slowly, his words ringing with truth. This was his first time transforming in such a manner, and it was inevitable that he might struggle to control the spread of his energy if he accidentally harmed an onlooker. It would indeed be unfortunate. "Goten, Trunks, take the others back first," Sun Wukong instructed without hesitation. Although they longed to witness the spectacle, they complied, understanding that Sun Wukong's intentions were rooted in care. Thus, they departed to a safer location. Soon, only Gu Xian, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta remained by the sea, the others having retreated to safety. Ji Yuxian, are you ready to begin? Sun Wukong inquired, his eagerness palpable. Son Gohan observed Gu Xian with curiosity. Eager to witness the power of the superior warrior his father had spoken of, Vegeta, too, wore an expression of anticipation. Among the trio, Son Gohan undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, for the title of God Gohan was not merely a boast. Following him was Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and lastly, Vegeta. All eyes were fixed intently on Gu Xian, as if they feared missing a moment of the unfolding spectacle. Ji Yuxian, slightly exasperated, smiled and began to speak. Transform into a Super Saiyan. One must first attain the base state. He regarded Sun Wukong and the others, continuing, the stronger the base form, the greater the power upon transformation. This should be quite clear to you. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in understanding. Son Gohan, having awakened all his potential and entered the state of God Gohan under immense pressure, represented a different path for Saiyans, albeit one rarely taken. The outcome of such a journey remained shrouded in mystery. Glancing at Son Gohan, Guxian remarked, "This is the Super Saiyan." Clenching his fists, an overwhelming energy erupted from within him. Instantly, golden light radiated outward, and Guxian's aura surged at that moment. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Despite his careful control, the force of his energy caused Vegeta and the others to tremble involuntarily. Though they quickly regained their composure, the power of a Super Saiyan is 50 times that of the base form, Guxian stated calmly. Next, we shall proceed to Super Saiyan 2. His voice remained steady as he suddenly flexed his arms. In an instant, an even greater force exploded forth from Guxian, significantly more powerful than before. That a tempest roared to life, immediately dispersing in all directions. Ji Yuxian's aura doubled in intensity, manifesting as a misty vapor crackling with electricity. His hair stood even more erect, with a few strands falling forward, while his gaze sharpened, sending a chill down the spines of Vegeta, Son Wukong, and Son Gohan. Under this pressure, they instinctively unleashed their own power, creating an energy barrier in front of them to withstand Guxian's overwhelming force. As Guxian had predicted, any weaker being present would likely be torn to shreds by the energy he released. Fortunately, he targeted no one, merely dispersing his aura. Thus, even the force of Super Saiyan 2 could be resisted by Son Wukong and the others after they summoned their strength. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is double that of Super Saiyan, equating to 100 times the base form, Guxian announced, his gaze fixed on Son Wukong and the others. Next, we shall transform into Super Saiyan 3. Guxian directed his attention towards Son Wukong, as though he intended to demonstrate the transformation exclusively for him. After all, aside from Son Wukong, only the fused Gotenks had achieved this form. Guxian clenched his fists, a low growl emanating from him. With this growl, his power surged dramatically, enveloped by an intense heat. The overwhelming energy was so potent that even Son Wukong and the others had to unleash their maximum strength to contend with it. Despite their efforts, they found themselves compelled to retreat. Within a Tinjong radius of Guxian, Son Wukong and the others could not draw near due to their current strength. That Ji Yuxian's hair elongated rapidly, his aura becoming even more formidable. Crackling with electric energy, his eyebrows vanished, and even his features transformed, becoming more strikingly handsome. However, the aura he exuded was sufficient to send tremors through the hearts of all who beheld him. This, Son Wukong gazed at Guxian in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Vegeta was similarly astonished. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, so forcefully that his nails pierced his skin. Yet, amidst the overwhelming shock, he felt no pain. His gaze fixated on Guxian, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had yet to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, a source of deep anguish within him. Son Gohan, too, was captivated by Guxian's Super Saiyan 3. Having witnessed Son Wukong transform into this form before, the Ji Yuxian transformation bore striking similarities to his father's, yet the disparity in strength was staggering. Under the weight of Guxian's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Son Wukong and the others felt an unprecedented pressure, one they could not resist. They collectively unleashed their energies, raising their power to its zenith, forming a barrier of energy before them to barely withstand the immense force. Simultaneously, as Guxian unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 3 power, the entire Earth, and indeed the seventh universe, felt the suffocating terror of his might. What kind of power is this? How can it be so overwhelming? In the underworld, King Yama was attending to his duties when his expression suddenly shifted, as if sensing something extraordinary. Rising to his full stature, he stared in the distance, astonished. This can't be real. How can it be so terrifying? The North Kai looked at the luminous orb before him, his expression one of incredulity. The East Kai also gazed towards the north, sensing the suffocating power emanating from a planet in the northern galaxy. The West Kai and the South Kai likewise turned their attention northward. Despite their differing realms of governance, they all felt the overwhelmingly formidable force from the northern galaxy. In the seventh universe, there exist two sacred grounds. These locations do not belong to the starry sky, nor to the underworld, but are distinct regions that have been carved out separately. This is what we refer to as sacred grounds. One of these sanctuaries is the realm of the Kaioshin, the abode of the Kaioshins of the seventh universe. The Kaioshin is also known as the god of creation. Hence, this place is also referred to as the realm of the god of creation. At this moment, within the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin and the Elder Kaioshin were engaged in a rather mundane conversation. However, at that instant, the aura of Guxuan transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 reverberated through the Kaioshin realm, causing the entire realm to tremble violently. This is the Elder Kaioshin's gaze sharpened. Who could possess such immense power? The Kaioshin Exian spoke, astonished. Within the Kaioshin realm, this energy was potent yet not malevolent. Furthermore, the source of this energy was none other than Earth. Given the Elder Kaioshin's extensive lifespan, he was well versed in many matters. While he too was taken aback, he retained his composure, unlike the Kaioshin Exian. After all, Goku and the others were on Earth. Yet no matter how he sensed it, he could not attribute this energy to any of them. Earth. The Kaioshin Exian was momentarily taken aback, then promptly closed his eyes to sense it. Nodding after a brief moment, let's observe further. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as we imagine. The Elder Kaioshin produced a crystal ball, placing it before him, murmuring incantations incomprehensible to others, his hands resting upon the orb. Reveal! A ripple coursed through the crystal ball, and a scene materialized within it. The location depicted was none other than the present-day Earth, and the figures reflected within were Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and who was that last individual? The Kaioshin Exian recognized only three of them, while the fourth appeared entirely unfamiliar, prompting a puzzled inquiry. Not if I knew, would I still be asking you? The Elder Kaioshin retorted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The Kaioshin Exian was momentarily speechless, unable to conjure any counterargument. The Elder Kaioshin's expression grew increasingly grave. If this was someone who had never appeared before, the implications could be troubling. This is my Super Saiyan 3 form, with a power level 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to a staggering 400 times my base state. My battle power in base form is 100 billion, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it escalates to 400 trillion. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is merely a stage for Saiyans. Any Saiyan willing to strive for it can easily attain this third transformation. However, beyond this stage, there are further transformations that await exploration. But reaching that point will introduce a significant divergence. Guxuan explained, choosing not to rush into his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 just yet, opting instead to elucidate for Goku and the others. A divergence? Goku initially blinked in confusion, then looked at Guxuan with curiosity, his intellect struggling to grasp this concept that a divergence can also be seen as a choice, though each individual's choice varies. According to my research, ancient Saiyans divided into two factions. One faction holds Saiyan pride at its core, refusing to abandon or relinquish their path. Such individuals find it arduous to break through, but once they do, their power experiences a tremendous surge. This group follows the innate transformations of the Saiyan lineage. The other faction, however, chose alternative paths, enhancing their abilities through means other than transformation. Within this group, some fortuitously reached new realms. Transcending all others. It is an immutable rule that every species can cultivate to such heights after reaching a certain threshold. Both paths have been traversed by the ancestors of the Saiyans, and both have achieved success. However, which path is truly correct remains uncertain. Guxuan articulated slowly, choosing his words carefully. He could have omitted the mention of divergence, but he opted for a different phrasing, believing that even without his input, when Beerus arrived, Goku and Vegeta would inevitably follow the original narrative, ultimately becoming Super Saiyan gods. Guxuan's arrival merely presented them with an additional choice, which was his primary objective. Gohan, the path you tread is one that has not been walked by any Saiyan for generations. It leans more towards the second path, yet with distinct differences that I cannot elaborate upon. It is ultimately for you to determine, Guxuan remarked, casting a glance at Gohan. Guxuan, you have said so much. Yet I wish to know which path you have chosen, Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued, a question only he would dare to pose. Goku, with his nature, would likely feel too bashful to ask, nor would he have even considered it. Guxuan cast a calm glance at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to his own fists. I have chosen the path of the Science, opting not to pursue the cultivation of realms, which means my focus is primarily on the transformations of the Science rather than the second path. Guxuan replied with a slight smile. Does this imply that beyond your Super Saiyan 3 form, you possess other transformations? Vegeta asked, his anticipation evident as he eyed Guxuan, no longer withholding his curiosity. Indeed, Guxuan affirmed with a nod, not denying it. May we witness them as well? Goku implored, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Certainly. Guxuan nodded, and then boom. Upon uttering those words, a terrifying aura, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3, erupted from Guxuan, escalating rapidly. Goku and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they stared in astonishment at Guxuan. What you are about to witness is a transformation that has vanished since ancient times, one that no one has achieved before. Transcending Super Saiyan 3, I refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan. Guxuan clenched his fists, then suddenly proclaimed Point 4. As the words left his lips, an unimaginable surge of power erupted from Guxuan, a force so overwhelming that it defied comprehension. At least for Goku and his companions, this was beyond anything they had ever envisioned regarding a single individual's strength, especially considering that this individual was one of their own, a fellow Super Saiyan. Gohan was somewhat unfazed as he was currently focused on his studies, adhering to his mother Chi-Chi's wishes. However, for Goku and Vegeta, Guxuan now stood before them like an insurmountable mountain, though immensely powerful, exceeding their wildest imaginations. They realized they must overcome this formidable peak. This was Super Saiyan 4. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta fixed their gaze intently on Guxuan, knowing that he was about to enter a transformation that they had never witnessed before, one that had long since faded from existence in the annals of history. Until now, the opportunity to witness such an event once again has arrived, and naturally, Sun Wukong and his companions could not afford to miss it even for a moment. Boom! A terrifying storm engulfed the surroundings, causing the sea's waters to recede by more than 3 inches due to the overwhelming aura suddenly emanating from Guxian. The ocean, vast and boundless, was rendered diminished in the face of Guxian's fearsome transformation. The scorching energy was so potent that it forced the entire sea to lower by 3 inches. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable, yet this unimaginable event was indeed unfolding before their eyes. At this moment, however, no one paid heed to these phenomena. Sun Wukong and his companions were entirely fixated on Guxian, holding their breaths and daring not to let their minds wander. Boom! Guxian's power surged uncontrollably, escalating from the formidable 40 trillion battle power of Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, his battle power soared to nearly 80 trillion. Yet this was merely the beginning, as his strength continued to escalate wildly. 100 trillion. 200 trillion. Simultaneously, hair sprouted from his body, his golden locks transforming back to black, and a crimson hue encircled his eyes. Guxian let out a low growl. Boom! An unfathomable force erupted, and at that moment, Guxian transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With this transformation, his strength reached a terrifying 400 trillion. 400 trillion, or 400 billion, represented an enormous leap, one that bordered on the absurd. After Guxian's metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong and his companions felt a sense of relief. For in this moment, the suffocating aura that had radiated from Guxian seemed to dissipate. Although Guxian's appearance had undeniably changed, his overall presence now exuded a tranquil demeanor. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe him as approachable. Was this the essence of Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong gazed intently at Guxian, scrutinizing him closely. Despite the absence of the previously intimidating aura, Guxian now emanated a far more dangerous presence. IT was not a tangible sensation, but rather an instinctual awareness. Indeed, this was Super Saiyan 4. A return to the ancestral roots of the Saiyan race. Gu Xian nodded. Following the eruption of his Super Saiyan 4 power, very few in the entire 7th universe could sense this immense strength. However, in a peculiar location elsewhere in the 7th universe, akin to the realm of the Supreme Kai, lay another sacred place in the cosmos. All things are equal. Where there exists the Supreme Kai, a deity devoted to the welfare of mortals. There must also be a god of destruction to maintain the balance of the universe. This second sacred site was precisely where the god of destruction resided. Yet, the god of destruction in the 7th universe was rather lethargic, with few interests, primarily indulging in two pursuits: a love for food. He relished anything delicious whenever he had the chance, and an affinity for sleep, capable of slumbering for extended periods. This moment. The god of destruction was deep in slumber, but as Gu Xian's Super Saiyan 4 aura permeated the air, Beerus's sleeping form stirred, as if responding to the energy. He attempted to open his eyes, but, still drowsy, merely rolled over and continued to snore. However, those familiar with Beerus would recognize that such movements indicated he was on the verge of waking. After all, even a normal person would linger in bed for a while before fully awakening, let alone someone like Beerus, enjoying a delectable dish, sensed Gu Xian's aura as it washed over him. However, he paid it no mind, seemingly indifferent to the energy, choosing instead to focus on his meal. "I never expected this to taste so good," Whis remarked between bites. Gu Xian's aura gradually waned as he exited the state of Super Saiyan 4 and returned to his normal form. The previously overwhelming power vanished in that instant. "If I am not mistaken, within a few days, a formidable being will arrive on Earth. At that point, with your current abilities, you will stand no chance against him." Gu Xian gazed at the starry sky, uncertain of Beerus's exact direction. However, based on the timeline, the day of Beerus's arrival was drawing near. "A formidable being. Are you saying even you cannot contend with him?" Sun Wukong queried, astonished. He had believed Gu Xian to be exceedingly powerful. Yet now he learned of an existence even mightier, one beyond ordinary comprehension. "His strength is beyond our imagination, and even I cannot guarantee that I could withstand even 1/10 of his power in the Super Saiyan 4 state. Nevertheless, we must prepare adequately before that day comes." As Gu Xian spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it, unleashing a tempest that enveloped Sun Wukong and his companions in an instant. The Supreme Kai's temple in the next moment, Gu Xian and Sun Wukong's group suddenly materialized there. "Sun Wukong!" Piccolo exclaimed upon witnessing Gu Xian's unexpected arrival. Naturally, he also noticed the unfamiliar figure beside Sun Wukong. The energy emanating from the stranger bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier. "Sun Wukong. Who is he?" Piccolo inquired, directing his gaze towards the unfamiliar Gu Xian. Although he had been brought by Sun Wukong and likely posed no threat, it was prudent to seek clarification. When Sun Wukong revealed that the formidable power Piccolo had felt earlier had erupted from Gu Xian, he was left utterly astonished. Gu Xian appeared so youthful. "Piccolo, we wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that acceptable?" After explaining, Sun Wukong made his request. Piccolo hesitated briefly before acquiescing. "Follow me." He glanced at Gu Xian, who had just arrived. Although he had not witnessed the earlier scene, he had indeed been astounded by the overwhelming energy at the Supreme Kai's temple, especially considering it was brought by Sun Wukong. Piccolo was willing to extend this courtesy. Under Piccolo's guidance, Gu Xian and the others entered the hyperbolic time chamber. "So this is the hyperbolic time chamber?" Gu Xian observed the vast, white expanse surrounding him. He could distinctly sense the difference between this place and the outside world. The flow of time here was unlike that in the outside realm. While a day passed outside, a year could elapse within. Training here was quite advantageous, though it could become rather stifling and monotonous. It's quite a good place for training, though it can feel a bit dull. Sun Wukong explained beside Gu Xian. Gu Xian nodded. "Very well. You all may begin your training. I also need to find a suitable spot to start my own training." As soon as Gu Xian's words fell, he swiftly vanished into the distance, his speed remarkable, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Within the realm of the god of destruction in the seventh universe, Beerus slowly opened his eyes, having been awakened from his slumber. However, it was evident that he still felt somewhat groggy, yawning widely as if he had not yet fully rested. After stretching and yawning, Beerus surveyed his surroundings. How peculiar. Why am I awake so early this time? He mused, somewhat resigned. Whis, where are you? Upon awakening, Beerus found himself devoid of Wiss's presence and inquired aloud. For him, the paramount concern after a slumber was the pursuit of sustenance. Lord Beerus, I presumed you would slumber for decades more. I am surprised you have arisen so early this time. Wiss approached from a distance, staff in hand, regarding Beerus with a gentle smile and a kindly tone. I am uncertain as to why, but it seems I had a dream about someone who happens to be my formidable rival. Beerus, still somewhat disoriented, spoke with a hint of confusion. It is worth noting that he had not encountered a worthy opponent in this seventh universe for countless years. Any adversary before him was incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Is it truly possible that there exists someone in this world who can rival you? Wiss chuckled lightly, considering Beerus's statement a jest. Wiss, is the bathwater prepared? Beerus inquired. Munching on his food, it is ready, with the temperature just right, Wiss replied, demonstrating impeccable service by having anticipated Beerus's needs. As the day unfolded at a leisurely pace, the recently awakened Beerus had no inclination to obliterate planets. After all, destruction was merely part of his duties at heart. He was a lover of peace and fine cuisine. Moreover, if it was work, there must also be time for leisure, and he believed there was nothing more pleasurable than indulging in enjoyment. Lord Beerus, it is time to attend to your duties. Although your slumber was brief, there are indeed numerous matters to address, Wiss remarked with a playful smile. Beerus remained silent, feigning ignorance to Wiss's words, as he still felt fatigued. Gently closing his eyes, he experienced a profound sense of relaxation, allowing him to recollect fragments of his dream. I believe I remember something, Beerus suddenly exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. What? Wiss was taken aback, glancing at Beerus. It appeared that Beerus had not truly heard him. After all, Beerus's demeanor often rendered Wiss's word akin to music played to an indifferent audience. Wiss, prior to awakening. I sensed a surge of power. I am uncertain of its origin, yet it bears a striking resemblance to the individual in my dream. Please assist me in locating him. He is my rival. Someone capable of engaging me in battle. A glimmer of excitement shone in Beerus's eyes as he murmured, still savoring the remnants of his dream. Of course. What is his name? Wiss nodded, having sensed a sudden surge of energy himself, though he had not paid it much mind. What was it again? Beerus hesitated, stroking his chin in contemplation. It was something like super. Super what? I seem to have forgotten. Despite his efforts, he could not recall the name of the adversary from his dream. Lord Beerus, if you cannot even provide a name, how am I to find him? Wiss expressed a hint of exasperation. Allow me to think. I believe it was something like Super Scion God, Beerus finally recalled. Super Scion God? Wiss began his search, yet after much effort, he found no trace of this so-called Super Scion God. Lord Beerus, I have been unable to locate this Super Scion God. Moreover, did not the Scions meet their demise at the hands of Frisia before your slumber? The Scion race is nearly extinct. Even if a few remain, they are scattered, with the majority on Earth, including their prince, Vegeta, and the one who vanquished Frisia, Son Goku. Wiss spoke calmly, organizing the information but finding nothing regarding the Super Scion God. Only the Scions. What? Son Goku defeated Frisia. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly to gaze at Wiss in disbelief. Indeed, Wiss replied, waving his right hand, which summoned a radiant image from his staff, revealing a scene of battle on Namek. In the image, Son Goku, despite his best efforts, could not defeat Frisia until, in a fit of rage following Krillin's death, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and ultimately vanquished Frisia. All Scions possess such hair? Beerus inquired, intrigued by Son Goku's hairstyle. No, Scions typically have black hair. It is only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan that their hair turns golden, was clarified with a smile. Super Saiyan? Why not Super Saiyan God? Beerus questioned, as he was searching for the Super Saiyan God, not an ordinary Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, since he was on Earth in a Super Saiyan, it was likely that he knew something about the Super Saiyan God. Beerus wiped his face. It takes 24 minutes and 15 seconds to reach Earth. Lord Beerus, do you truly intend to go? Whis asked, observing Beerus. The latter hesitated, realizing that such a duration could yield plenty of delightful cuisine. After careful consideration, he finally declared, "Let us go." Though somewhat dissatisfied, Beerus resolved to embark on the journey to Earth in pursuit of clues regarding the Super Saiyan God. "Whis, please prepare a lunchbox, whatever else may be missing. It is imperative that I have food." Whis did not refuse, but rather turned to gather the necessary provisions for Beerus. Super Saiyan God? Beerus pondered aloud, his eyes sparkling with anticipation in the vast cosmos. A beam of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, traversed the starry expanse at an astonishing speed. The velocity of this light was unparalleled, having reached the pinnacle of what could be withstood. Any increase in speed would result in the universe's inability to endure, leading to its collapse and fragmentation. Within this swift cosmic light resided two figures, none other than Whis and Beerus, en route to Earth, in the Kaishan realm. The old Kaishan wore a grave expression, never anticipating that the formidable being would awaken at this moment. "This is dire. With Lord Beerus awake, countless planets are likely doomed to destruction." Given his nature, the old Kaishan spoke, his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance somber. While the old Kaishan might have had some insight regarding others, he held no such thoughts concerning Beerus, which was entirely understandable. After all, he had once been sealed within the God Sword by Beerus himself. "Surely, as a deity, he cannot be as malevolent as you suggest," Kaishan Shin remarked, observing the old Kaishan's serious demeanor. "You do not grasp the nature of Lord Beerus. His role is to destroy, and his power is unfathomable. Anyone daring to challenge him faces dire consequences why concern lies not with others, but with one individual," the old Kaishan stated gravely. "You mean Son Goku?" Kaishan Shin quickly surmised. "Indeed, that reckless fool. If he provokes Lord Beerus, the entire universe may very well face annihilation." The old Kaishan, filled with concern, spoke up. "Is there any way we can prevent such an occurrence from happening?" The Supreme Kai was equally taken aback. Although he was unfamiliar with the Destroyer God, the grave expression on the elder's face indicated that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. "Impossible. No one can stop Lord Beerus." The old Kaishan shook his head in resignation. On Earth, a day had passed since Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and the ancient Xian had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. While a day may seem brief, the following day marked Bulma's birthday. In preparation for this celebration, Bulma had exerted tremendous effort to host it on the sea. Yet ultimately, neither Vegeta, Goku, nor Gohan made it to the gathering, which understandably left her somewhat vexed. Nevertheless, the party continued to thrive with exuberance. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Beerus and Whis approached at an astonishing speed, drawing nearer with each passing moment. At their current velocity, they would arrive on Earth in approximately 3 minutes. Goku, within the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku was drenched in sweat. Here, he engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta and Gohan, free from any concerns. This relentless training had persisted for a year, significantly enhancing Goku's strength, as well as that of Gohan and Vegeta. Particularly for Vegeta, driven by his obsession, his growth was most pronounced. Although he had yet to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, his Super Saiyan form had become considerably more powerful as another round of combat concluded. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in the minds of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. "Lord Kai, is there something wrong?" The voice belonged to North Kai, who was communicating with Goku through a special antenna. "Goku, Lord Beerus will arrive on Earth in about 3 minutes. His power is immense. You must not provoke him. Otherwise, Earth and the entire universe could face annihilation," North Kai's anxious voice warned. Not only Goku, but also Vegeta and Gohan heard this ominous message. "Lord Beerus?" Goku was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard that name. "Indeed, Lord Beerus is the Destroyer God. You must not incite his wrath, or the consequences will be unfathomable," North Kai reiterated. "I understand," Goku replied. "Vegeta, Gohan, you two should head out first. I will stay here with Xian for a bit longer and join you shortly." "All right," Vegeta responded without hesitation. "Xian, I must take my leave. Lord Kai mentioned that Lord Beerus is coming, and he seems quite formidable. Goku sought Xian, who was meditating alone. Has Beerus arrived? Xian opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing across them. Exhaling a breath, he spoke slowly. He should reach Earth in about 3 minutes. Goku nodded affirmatively. Very well, you go ahead. I am at a crucial moment in my training. Once I finish, I will naturally emerge. Xian acknowledged with a nod. Goku, the powerful being you mentioned that we cannot rival. Could it be Lord Beerus, as referred to by the Supreme Kai? Goku queried, expressing his confusion, which was the primary reason for his lingering presence. Who knows? Perhaps, Xian replied evasively. All right then, I shall take my leave. Although Goku felt a tinge of disappointment at Xian's ambiguous answer, he nodded and turned to depart. With a swift motion, Goku vanished in an instant, racing out and quickly closing the distance to Vegeta and Gohan. Meanwhile, Xian, after Goku's departure, wore a subtle smile and murmured, Beerus, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. On Earth, the atmosphere remained deceptively tranquil, devoid of any signs of unrest or the ominous feeling that often precedes calamity. A destroyer god, Vegeta, appeared in the heavenly palace, scoffing dismissively. I care not whether the individual is a destroyer god or any other deity. Should they dare threaten me, I, Vegeta, would not hesitate to demonstrate my might. Uncle Vegeta, Lord Kai has already warned us that the destroyer god is extraordinarily powerful, even more so than any adversary we have faced before. Thus, I believe it would be prudent for us to exercise caution. Gohan advised. Vegeta did not respond verbally, but internally, his thoughts conflicted with his outward demeanor. Vegeta, I concur with Gohan's sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be wise for us to remain vigilant in the presence of this so-called destroyer god. Beerus that moment. Goku emerged from the time chamber and glanced at the disdainful Vegeta, saying, Kakarot, that's your concern, not mine. Irritated by Goku's comment, Vegeta immediately dashed away into the distance. Let us go as well. Today is Bulma's birthday, and we should join the celebration. Goku chuckled, unfazed by Vegeta's remarks, and smiled at Gohan. In unison, Goku and Gohan surged forward, swiftly chasing after Vegeta, although the trio had not yet arrived. Bulma's birthday festivities continued unabated. The cruise ship glided leisurely across the ocean, devoid of a specific destination, simply because Bulma found the seaside scenery delightful. As the sea breeze swept through, waves cascaded, and a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the party aboard the vessel. Lord Beerus, shall we head directly to Vegeta? Whis inquired with a gentle smile, seeking Beerus's preference as they traversed the starry void not far from Earth. Indeed, Beerus nodded in agreement. In a dazzling flash of color, they materialized above the cruise ship, where the birthday celebration was underway. Vegeta reclined in a corner, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his recent battle with Xian. In truth, his strength had significantly augmented during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. While he had yet to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, he had come remarkably close. That I may not yet be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, but in my full-powered Super Saiyan 2 form. I'm not far behind Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta mused to himself. Yet he felt the need to contemplate alternative paths. Vegeta. Just then, a calm voice resonated, reaching Vegeta's ears. Despite its tranquility, it sent a tremor through him. Opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld two figures. The first was Whis, who, despite his proximity, exuded no pressure, appearing merely as an ordinary individual. Next, he laid eyes on Beerus. It was not that he could sense Beerus's aura, but rather, the moment he saw Beerus, his mind erupted in turmoil. Vegeta gazed at Beerus, his body trembling involuntarily. The destroyer god, Lord Beerus, Vegeta almost blurted out, recalling that he had encountered Beerus once when he was very young. An encounter that left an indelible impression on him. Oh, you remember me? What a rarity. Beerus emerged from behind Whis, casting a glance at Vegeta, who spoke calmly. Lord Beerus, may I inquire what brings you to Earth? Vegeta lowered his gaze, unable to meet Beerus's eyes. The shadow of his childhood swiftly surged to the forefront of his mind. He had faced Frieza without such trepidation, Yet now he found himself lacking even the courage to look Beerus in the eye. "Vegeta, I have come to ask you if you are familiar with the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus, indifferent to Vegeta's comparatively weak power, spoke with a calm demeanor. After all, with Vegeta's minuscule strength, he could easily obliterate him with a mere finger. Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback and, after much contemplation, shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Although Goku had previously mentioned various paths of the Saiyans, he had only touched upon the subject as for the Super Saiyan God Beerus referred to. Vegeta had no clue. "Lord Beerus, I am not aware of any Super Saiyan God," Vegeta replied honestly. "You don't know either?" Beerus appeared somewhat disappointed. He had initially hoped to find the Super Saiyan God of his dreams on Earth, only to discover it was a futile journey. "The Saiyan who defeated Frieza is named Son Goku, correct? Bring him to me. I shall inquire." Beerus settled into a nearby lounge chair and addressed Vegeta. Yes, Vegeta dared not voice any dissent to Beerus's command and vanished in an instant. Whoosh! He reappeared elsewhere on the ship, which was currently bustling with activity. "Vegeta, you've arrived!" Goku exclaimed upon noticing Vegeta's sudden appearance. Though the latter's expression was grave, "Kakarot, come with me." To Vegeta's serious demeanor caught Goku's attention. What's going on? At that moment, Goku had nearly forgotten about the impending arrival of the God of Destruction. "Kakarot, someone wishes to meet you. He is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. When you see him, you must not display even a hint of disrespect. Otherwise, the consequences of angering Lord Beerus are unimaginable." Vegeta's face wore an unprecedented seriousness. "Has he arrived?" Upon hearing that Beerus was coming, Goku instantly became excited, disregarding Vegeta's cautionary words. "Come with me. Lord Beerus wishes to see you." Vegeta vanished again, and whoosh, Goku followed closely behind. Those two, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others exchanged glances as they watched Vegeta and Goku leave without a word, shaking their heads in disbelief. Yet, they chose not to voice any objections, unwilling to let these irresponsible men ruin their good spirits. Whis looked ahead. "They are here." As Whis spoke, two figures appear before them, Vegeta and Goku. "Kakarot, you have yet to greet Lord Beerus." Vegeta promptly instructed Goku. "You are the one who defeated Frieza, Son Goku." Beerus regarded Goku with an expression devoid of any emotion to owe him. Frieza was merely refused. "A matter of mere luck? You flatter me, Lord Beerus," Goku replied with a smile, not denying the compliment. "However, whether it was luck or not, you clearly possess some skill to have defeated Frieza, but I don't recall you looking like this when you defeated him. You must have the ability to transform." After observing Goku for a while, Beerus expressed his conjecture. "Yes, when I defeated Frieza, I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyan race." Goku did not intentionally conceal this fact. Although he was unsure how Beerus knew, he assumed that a god would have a special means of obtaining such knowledge. Moreover, it was hardly a secret, as almost everyone in the universe was aware of his ability to transform. "Show me your transformation," Beerus commanded, speaking in a tone befitting an authority figure, one that brooked no contradiction. "All right," Goku did not hesitate, unfazed by Beerus's tone. Boom! With clenched fists, a powerful aura erupted from Goku, creating a ripple in the surrounding air. However, it was effortlessly dissipated by Beerus with a casual wave. In an instant, golden light enveloped Goku as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. So, this is the Super Saiyan. In that case, Frieza truly was no match for you, Beerus slowly remarked. Although Goku's strength post-transformation was still insignificant to Beerus, it was evident that defeating Frieza was a trivial task for him. "Son Goku, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus inquired, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Super Saiyan God?" Goku glanced at Vegeta and shook his head, mirroring Vegeta's earlier response. "Lord Beerus, I have not heard of the Super Saiyan God," Goku replied candidly. "You don't know either?" Beerus's brow furrowed. This information was somewhat unexpected. "Lord Beerus, that was merely a dream. How could anyone in this world possibly be your equal?" Whis interjected, somewhat displeased, naturally harboring some resentment about the long journey for nothing. "What? You seem a bit upset that this trip has proven fruitless." Beerus shot a glance at Whis, his brow furrowing. Well, since there is no news regarding the Super Saiyan God, let us return to Beerus's interest waned, and the thought of having wasted over 20 minutes stirred a desire to obliterate Earth. Wait. Upon hearing that Beerus intended to leave, Goku immediately spoke up. Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Vegeta had just exhaled in relief at the thought of Beerus departing, believing Earth had narrowly escaped disaster. However, Goku's words reignited his tension. What do you want? Beerus regarded Goku with a questioning glance. Lord Beerus, I have heard you are incredibly powerful. Goku disregarded Vegeta's warning, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Not only he, but even the old Kai and the Supreme Kai, who were monitoring Earth's every move from afar, felt a jolt at Goku's words. What on earth does he intend to do? The old Kai was infuriated in the Kai realm, even feeling an impulse to fly over and slap Goku into oblivion. Mr. Goku, the god of destruction, Shin, wore a face of exasperation. Through the introduction provided by the old Kai, Shin had come to grasp the true nature of Lord Beerus. Initially, he thought it was acceptable to let Lord Beerus depart, yet a single remark from Son Goku could potentially alter that course. Lord Beerus, I have heard tales of your formidable strength. Might you indulge me in a brief sparring match? As expected, Goku's lack of foresight did not disappoint the onlookers. He uttered those very words. Foolish Kakarot, Vegeta was the first to spring into action, swiftly positioning himself before Goku and blocking his advance. With hands clasped together and head bowed almost to the ground, he implored, Lord Beerus, this imbecile Kakarot suffered a head injury in his youth, which has left him somewhat disoriented. I hope you can overlook his foolishness. That Vegeta's voice was laced with anxiety as he spoke. However, Beerus seemed entirely indifferent to Vegeta's words. You wish to witness my power? Beerus gazed at Goku, and after a brief pause, broke into laughter. Haha, was the most amusing jest he had heard since awakening. Lord Beerus, might you be willing to accept? Goku inquired, a mix of trepidation and eagerness in his tone. He had merely heard of the God of Destruction's might, but had never truly witnessed it. The thought of not challenging a powerful adversary left him feeling dissatisfied, much like his earlier desire to spar with Guchuan. Goku was that kind of person. He would seize every opportunity. I have no interest. After his laughter, Beerus' expression turned icy, his tone utterly indifferent. Vegeta exhaled in relief upon hearing those words. It seemed that Lord Beerus was not entirely incensed by Goku's audacity. Although his demeanor had grown considerably frosty, it remained salvageable. Lord Beerus Vegeta, with a concerned expression, looked at Beerus's now cold visage, ready to apologize on Goku's behalf, but was interrupted by Goku's voice. Lord Beerus, you are not afraid, are you? Goku, oblivious to the boundaries, continued to provoke Beerus. Beerus paused, evidently taken aback by Goku's boldness. Afraid? His icy gaze met Goku's, a glint of cold fury evident in his eyes. If you are unafraid, then come, let us engage in a match that I am genuinely eager to witness your strength. With that, Goku assumed a battle stance, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Very well, everyone as surprise. Beerus acquiesced. However, should you defeat me and perhaps assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God, then this matter will be settled. But if you fail to accomplish both, I shall annihilate the entire Earth and the North Galaxy after I defeat you. Beerus's words were startling, yet none present believed he was jesting. This Goku was momentarily taken aback. Come now, while my interest still lingers, Beerus yawned nonchalantly, displaying a lack of concern. Whoosh! In his Super Saiyan form, Goku charged at Beerus with remarkable speed, closing the distance in an instant. Kakarot, I didn't expect your strength to have surged so much during your time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise at Goku's speed. However, he did not believe that Goku stood any chance against Beerus. Too slow. Beerus remained unfazed by Goku's rapid assault. In a mere moment, he sidestepped Goku's attack with a graceful movement, making it appear as if Goku had merely miscalculated. After missing a strike, Goku launched a flurry of relentless attacks, each infused with his utmost effort, yet none landed on Beerus. All were effortlessly dodged by Beerus's seemingly casual maneuvers. This was not due to Goku's poor timing. Rather, Beerus evaded each of Goku's strikes just as they were about to connect, rendering Goku's speed inconsequential in his presence, failing to pique Beerus's interest in the slightest. Such was the reality, as a god of destruction and the strongest being in the seventh universe. Next to the angels, Beerus's power was beyond Goku's comprehension. To be more precise, Goku's strength and Beerus's were not even on the same plane. Lord Beerus, your constant evasion will yield no results, Goku declared, halting and clenching his fists, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Most of all, he felt boredom. Bored, are you? Beerus glanced at Goku. Your strength is far too feeble. Even in your Super Saiyan form, it remains unchanged, indistinguishable from before. Beerus's tone was dismissive. Then how about this? Goku, undeterred by Beerus's comments, was resolved to demonstrate his capabilities, for he was Son Goku. After all, boom, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within Goku, surpassing the Super Saiyan transformation. This was what he termed Super Saiyan 2. Upon transforming, Goku's aura doubled in intensity that I never anticipated you could achieve a second transformation. Beerus's interest was piqued, albeit only slightly. Yet he remarked, but what does your second transformation matter? It appears to hold no significance against me that if you believe this second transformation will enable you to contend with me, then your expectations are rather naive. As Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power reached a staggering 100-fold of its base, but he was determined that this would suffice. Goku fixed his gaze on Beerus, a resolute glint in his eyes. Whoosh! Goku surged forward, his speed nearly instantaneous as he reached Beerus. Bang! Without hesitation, Goku unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Beerus. However, despite the force behind it, Beerus effortlessly sidestepped the attack at the last moment. Not enough to. If this is all the strength you possess, then I apologize, Beerus regarded Goku, fully aware that Goku would struggle to present anything truly astonishing. However, in the realm of mental fortitude, Beerus harbored a modicum of anticipation. Yet, the extent of this expectation was likely known only to Beerus himself. After all, no matter how much Goku's strength might fluctuate, it ultimately held little significance for him. Goku clenched his fists, and an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him at that very moment. Boom! Instantly, a tempest roared, infused with an unimaginable force. This power was a result of his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had battled alongside Gohan and Vegeta. Of course, a significant portion of this enhancement stemmed from ancient Xian's guidance. At this moment, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, was vastly more formidable than when he had previously fought against ancient Xian. The situation seemed to be growing increasingly intriguing. Beerus cast a glance at Goku, an unusual gleam evident in his eyes. If Goku's base form, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2 had failed to elicit any interest from Beerus, then after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, despite the insurmountable chasm still separating their powers, the speed of Goku's ascension had indeed astonished Beerus. Lord Beerus, this is the strongest transformation I can achieve, surpassing Super Saiyan 2. I shall henceforth refer to it as Super Saiyan 3. In terms of power, it is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to 8 times that of a Super Saiyan and 400 times my base form. Goku's gaze flashed fiercely. Meanwhile, within the temple, in the hyperbolic time chamber, ancient Xian, who was still immersed in his training, opened his previously closed eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as if he sensed something. Has it arrived? He murmured to himself before closing his eyes once more. Returning to his state of meditation, it seemed I must hasten my progress. If this is your full strength, then come at me with all you've got. Although it is merely a formality, given your diligent efforts, I shall grant you this opportunity as for whether you can satisfy me afterward. That is beyond my control and rests solely in your hands, Beerus remarked, observing Goku. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Goku declared, brimming with confidence. In his view, Beerus was akin to ancient Xian. Though he recognized that he was not a match for him, he believed he could at least manage a slight contest. Whoosh! Goku's figure flickered. 1. Must admit, that after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Goku's speed had indeed experienced a substantial increase. Beerus nodded, his interest piqued even further. Bang! Goku unleashed a punch, hurtling towards Beerus. Yet, regardless of Goku's transformation, his attacks never managed to connect with Beerus. How is this possible? Goku exclaimed in shock. Lord Beerus, you keep dodging. At this rate, I won't have any chance to witness your strength. Goku halted, earnestly addressing Beerus. Want to see my power? Then I shall indulge your curiosity. Beerus nodded, then raised his right hand. However, he did not intend to utilize his entire hand against Goku. Such strength was unnecessary to deal with you. Merely one finger is sufficient to be precise. Employing this single finger is already a sign of respect towards you. As he spoke, Beerus corrected his phrasing. How infuriating! Goku's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixated on Beerus. Feeling the sting of being underestimated once more, that a low growl escaped Goku's lips. In that moment, the power of Super Saiyan 3 erupted in full force, coalescing into a tempest around him. Though you are a god of destruction, underestimating me will yield severe consequences, Goku bellowed, then launched himself at Beerus at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Goku's form became akin to lightning, unleashing a fervent barrage of attacks, determined to shake Beerus with his most vigorous onslaught. Too weak, Beerus, though he did not continue to evade, remained true to his words. Facing Goku's tempestuous strikes, he merely utilized a single finger. Moreover, he appeared entirely untroubled, effortlessly deflecting all of Goku's assaults with the power of that one finger. After Goku threw yet another punch, he quickly distanced himself from Beerus. As he created space, he brought his hands together, pausing at his right side. The instant the second syllable fell, the power of Super Saiyan 3 surged into his palms, transforming into a golden point of light. Interesting. Upon witnessing Goku's actions, Beerus made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he smiled, eager to see what surprises Goku would unveil this time. As the point of light emerged, it rapidly absorbed the surrounding energy. Drawing from Goku's strength, the light began to expand, morphing into a luminous sphere. Once this sphere formed, a far more potent energy radiated from it, causing the ocean to roar and massive waves to rise and crash. Kong! At the moment the fourth syllable resonated, swirling golden patterns appeared upon the surface of the sphere. These golden swirls erupted from Goku's overwhelming power, unable to be contained, creating a visually captivating spectacle. Wave! With the final syllable uttered, Goku thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom! A colossal beam of light shot forth at incredible speed, carrying unimaginable might as it barreled towards Beerus. This time, let's see how you respond. A smile graced Goku's lips as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Panting heavily, for this technique had drained much of his energy, presumptuous. As the Kamehameha approached, Beerus showed no inclination to evade. On the contrary, he stood his ground, opting to disregard it entirely. Just as the Kamehameha was but mere inches from Beerus, he slowly raised a finger, pointing forward and lightly tapping. Boom! What seemed to be a casual and effortless gesture resulted in the colossal Kamehameha disintegrating utterly, collapsing without the slightest resistance. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to charge forward when a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him, causing his very spirit to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively retreated. In the blink of an eye, Goku had distanced himself several feet from Beerus. Beerus's gaze sharpened. Goku wore a puzzled expression. I actually retreated, he murmured, astonished. The fleeting sensation had compelled his body to move back so instinctively. Without any conscious thought, it seems you are indeed a combat prodigy. Although you cannot sense divine energy, you possess the ability to withdraw at crucial moments. Had you not retreated just now, you would have either lost or met your demise. Beerus spoke slowly. What? Goku was taken aback, clearly struggling to grasp the implications of Beerus's words. Bang! At that moment, Beerus silently appeared before him. With a casual flick of his right hand, he struck downwards. This seemingly nonchalant gesture directly impacted Sun Wukong, unleashing a tremendous force that surged into his body. With a violent tremor, Sun Wukong spewed forth a copious amount of blood, instantly reverting to his normal state, his breath becoming shallow and labored, clearly indicating the severe injury inflicted by that single blow. However, as long as he was not dead, there was still room for negotiation. Sun Wukong, you have lost. According to our agreement, will you assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God? Or shall I bring about the destruction of Earth and the Northern Galaxy? I assure you, I am quite merciful and will not coerce you. I will grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. Should you fail to make a satisfactory choice, I shall take it upon myself to decide. Beerus spoke to Sun Wukong in a calm tone, devoid of any hint of anger or joy. Vegeta, feeling a surge of frustration, found himself at a loss for what to do. Kakarot, I warned you not to provoke trouble. What now? Vegeta's expression darkened as he gazed at Sun Wukong. They could have sent Beerus away, but due to Sun Wukong's reckless words, they found themselves in this dire predicament. Vegeta, his power is truly formidable. He may be the strongest being we have ever encountered, perhaps even surpassing Guxuan, Sun Wukong weakly replied. Speaking itself caused him immense pain, a sensation that was far from pleasant, especially since he currently lacked any senzu beans. Otherwise, a single bean would mend all his wounds. Simultaneously, he was astonished, realizing that this world harbored such a powerful adversary. In fact, he felt that Beerus's strength exceeded that of Guxuan by a significant margin. I am well aware of that, Vegeta replied grimly, his countenance darkening. 10. Beerus, unfazed by Vegeta's agitation, commenced his countdown. Kakarot, think of a solution quickly. Vegeta urged, his mind clouded with confusion, unable to devise any plan. The notion of allowing the destruction of Earth and the Northern Galaxy was simply out of the question. They had only one option left: to assist Beerus in finding the Super Saiyan God. The only way to avert the impending catastrophe. Sun Wukong slowly began to speak. In truth, he had already contemplated this matter. He even considered that Guxuan might be the very Super Saiyan God that Beerus sought. However, Guxuan was currently engrossed in training within the hyperbolic time chamber, reaching a critical juncture, making it inappropriate for Sun Wukong to disturb him now. 9. Beerus's voice resounded like a death knell, placing immense pressure on Vegeta. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from nearby. Are you two friends of Vegeta and Sun Wukong? A figure clad in white, Bulma, approached, having noticed Vegeta and the fallen Sun Wukong. Bulma, stay back, Vegeta immediately warned, but Bulma paid no heed to his admonition. In truth, many aboard had already been aware of Sun Wukong's transformation. Initially, they believed it to be a battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and thus refrained from intervening as the host of the birthday party. Bulma intended to check on the situation, only to arrive at this troubling scene. You two must be friends of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. However, today is my birthday, so please refrain from your antics. Otherwise, you are not welcome here. Bulma, undeterred by Beerus, spoke with sharpness. Beerus and Whis exchanged surprised glances. Slap. In the next instant, a crisp sound echoed as Beerus raised his right hand and struck out. Bulma immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body flung backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing hard onto the deck. Bulma, my Bulma! Vegeta's fury ignited. Gone was his previous timidity. He erupted like ignited dynamite. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2. Beerus. Vegeta roared as he charged at Beerus. Whoosh! He appeared beside Beerus in an instant, raising his right hand into a fist and launching a fierce punch at him. You overestimate your abilities, Beerus scoffed upon seeing Vegeta approach. His right hand lifted, prepared to crush the insect-like Vegeta in his eyes. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly vanished, reappearing at Beerus's right side. His speed, coupled with Beerus's momentary lapse in attention, caught the god off guard. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected swiftly with Beerus. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened, excitement flickering in his eyes as Vegeta's current state clearly exceeded his expectations. You dare harm my Bulma, I shall fight you to the end. Vegeta seethed with rage, consumed by the overwhelming fury from Bulma's injury. His astonishment. Sun Wukong was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected strength, having previously been effortlessly defeated himself. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Beerus found himself entirely on the defensive. Final flash. Vegeta's figure flickered as he ascended above Beerus. He shouted, unleashing a torrent of pure energy from his hands, hurtling towards Beerus at incredible speed. Boom. The final flash struck down, engulfing the area in billowing smoke as Beerus's silhouette emerged. Though he had suffered from Vegeta's frenzied attack, it was merely a minor inconvenience for Beerus. Moreover, even with Vegeta's power, it would be insufficient to inflict any real harm upon Beerus. The vast disparity in strength could not be bridged solely by fury. At the very least, Vegeta was not capable of such. Have you finished? Beerus inquired slowly, his tone as devoid of emotion as ever. Casually brushing off the dust from his clothing, his gaze steady upon Vegeta, Vegeta's body trembled, and at that moment he regained his composure, no longer lost in rage as before. Now, just as Beerus was about to speak, Sun Wukong struggled to rise. Lord Beerus, please wait. Sun Wukong managed to utter, laboriously pulling himself from the ground, his injuries causing him to grit his teeth as he spoke. Lord Beerus, are you not seeking the Super Saiyan God? To be frank, we are unfamiliar with this individual, but there is someone who should know. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus earnestly. Upon hearing the mention of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus's interest peaked as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. If you have a solution, then proceed. As long as you can summon him, I shall spare you. If Sun Wukong could indeed deliver on his promise, Beerus was more than willing to let them go. Thus, Beerus extended his offer. Kakarot, do you truly know the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, clutching his right arm, approached Son Goku and inquired softly, his arm heavily injured from the brief skirmish with Beerus, struggling even to lift it. This was the most terrifying aspect of Beerus. Although he had ceased his actions due to Goku's words, Vegeta found himself inexplicably burdened with numerous injuries. If Goku failed to fulfill his promise to Beerus regarding the discovery of the Super Saiyan God, then their planet would undoubtedly face annihilation. Beerus, the god of destruction, was known for his unwavering follow-through. Vegeta, now filled with trepidation towards Beerus, cautioned Goku, urging him not to entertain any illusions. Meanwhile, Goku remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. I can't hear your conversation, Beerus remarked from a distance, his expression neutral as he stood with his arms crossed. Behind him stood the angel Whis, a serene smile gracing his face as he held his staff, clearly granting Goku and the others some time. Vegeta, suddenly jolted, chose to remain silent. At this juncture, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to place his faith in Goku. Yet another thought crossed Vegeta's mind as he glanced towards the temple. If they could somehow bring Beerus to that individual, perhaps Earth. But he dismissed the notion. It was futile at that moment. Goku spoke up, having anticipated Vegeta's thoughts. He had contemplated that very idea before, but quickly dismissed it. Setting aside whether Guchuan was still training, the uncertainty of whether Guchuan could indeed defeat Beerus loomed large. After all, he had personally experienced the might of both. Weighing the options, it was evident that Beerus, who had never truly taken things seriously, was far more formidable. Should Guchuan falter, Earth would be doomed. Yet Goku suddenly conceived an alternative. They may be unaware, but that did not mean others were as well. They still possessed the omniscient dragon. Initially, they had gathered the Dragon Balls early on to celebrate Bulma's birthday, anticipating this very day. However, this time, for the sake of Earth's safety, they might have to inconvenience Bulma. Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Balls? Goku approached her for her consent, while Vegeta continued to support her. The Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately grasped Goku's intent. He aimed to harness the power of the dragon to locate the Super Saiyan God. Of course, it was feasible. After listening to Vegeta's explanation, Bulma finally comprehended the nature of the beings before her. While she felt a lingering fear, she also felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. It was known that Vegeta had previously been terrified of that entity, yet now he willingly stepped forward for her sake. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Once we summon the dragon with the Dragon Balls, we will ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan, Goku declared as he approached Beerus, acknowledging that this was their last resort. The Dragon Balls? Clearly, Beerus was unfamiliar with the Earth-S dragon. Lord Beerus, The Dragon Balls are artifacts created by Namekians that can grant wishes, Whis promptly explained. After listening to Whis, Beerus nodded and casually gestured for them to proceed, indicating he merely desired results. Very well. Lord Beerus, Goku, and the others quickly retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, on the other hand, felt somewhat reluctant since these were originally meant as her birthday gifts. Yet for the sake of Earth's safety, she had no choice but to part with them. After all, the dragon could grant 3 wishes, so allowing Goku and his friends one seemed reasonable. Is this truly the Earth's Dragon Balls? Beerus inquired, observing the 7 orbs in the basket. Why are they so small? However, his voice was too soft for the others to hear. That moment, Gohan and the others gathered on the cruise ship. But Goku refrained from disclosing Beerus's presence to them, fearing it would affect their morale. Let us begin, Goku said as he stepped forward, the 7 Dragon Balls before him. Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish. With arms wide open, Goku loudly recited the incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thunder rumbling as enormous lightning bolts cascaded down. Simultaneously, a golden colossal figure erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens, circling above in a manner that exuded a sense of superiority over Goku and the others. 2 green dragon whiskers danced freely in the air, and its crimson eyes brimmed with authority. State your wish, the dragon proclaimed, gazing down at Goku with an air of pride and an undeniable sense of majesty. Where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus, arms crossed, spoke with an unyielding tone, his gaze fixed on the dragon, which, despite its lower position, conveyed an unsettling impression of superiority. The dragon was about to reprimand the audacious individual for addressing it in such a tone when it caught sight of the imposing figure in the crowd. Lord Beerus. The dragon's demeanor instantly shifted, lowering its massive head, as if it wished to bury itself in the ground. Although Beerus' was not larger than the dragon's, it felt as though it were confronting the most terrifying being in the universe. It desperately wished to slap itself for its earlier bravado. It could boast before anyone, but this was a grave mistake before the universe's most formidable entity. Even the dragon's body trembled uncontrollably. Fearing Beerus might retaliate for its insolence, Goku and the others witnessed the dragon's pitiable state. Enough banter. Tell me where the Super Saiyan God is. Beerus, now impatient, raised an eyebrow as he regarded the bowed dragon. The Super Saiyan God? The dragon hesitated before continuing. According to the myth on Namek, it is said that if 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans channel all their energy into another warrior, they can create the Super Saiyan God. Is that all? Beerus, hands behind his back, questioned the dragon. The dragon eagerly nodded before tentatively asking, Lord Beerus, do you have any further inquiries? None. Depart, Beerus waved dismissively. Understood. The dragon, hearing this, quickly lifted its head, perhaps the happiest it had ever been. With a resounding boom, it transformed into a beam of light, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls across the globe, awaiting the next worthy seeker. Well, you have all heard that I will grant you 5 minutes. After that, I expect to see the Super Saiyan God, Beerus stated, hands behind his back, observing Goku and the others. While Goku and his companions found the dragon's fearful reaction amusing, they could not afford to waste time at Beerus's insistence. 5 Saiyan warriors? Goku suddenly revealed his shortcoming that Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. Doesn't that work perfectly? With a smile, Goku called everyone over, believing they could promptly summon the Super Saiyan God. Hey! Suddenly, Goku felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Turning around, he saw Vegeta was the culprit. Why did you hit me, Vegeta? I didn't say anything wrong. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta with a face full of grievance. I could see that moment. Even Sun Wufan shook his head at his father's reaction. Fool! If we need the power of 5 Saiyan warriors to be infused into another body, doesn't that mean we require 6 Saiyans? Vegeta shouted at Sun Wukong, utterly conquered by the absurdity of this fellow's reasoning. 6, huh? Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head with a grin, realizing that he had indeed miscalculated. However, including Wufan and Trunks, there were only 5 Saiyans present, which fell short of the 6 warriors required to summon the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. What now? At that moment, Sun Wufan suddenly spoke up, carefully leading his wife. Biddy Lee, due to her pregnancy, was visibly round with child, her hands resting on her belly. Seemingly perplexed by the situation, inside her was the offspring of her and Wu Fan, also possessing scion blood. "Oh, right, Biddy Lee," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, forgetting that Biddy Lee was present. After all, the child yet to be born must surely carry the bloodline of the Scion warriors. "Huh?" Biddy Lee inquired with confusion, but after Wu Fan explained, she spoke again. "Is that really possible?" She too was somewhat skeptical that this could work, considering the child had not yet been born and was still in her womb. "No problem. It will definitely work." Sun Wukong called for Goten and Trunks as well. After briefly explaining to them, they understood what they were about to do. Everyone stood in a circle around Sun Wukong, holding hands. That it starting? Beerus watched from a distance, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He merely hoped that this time, Sun Wukong and his companions would not disappoint him. Otherwise, the earth would lose its significance to him, and he would follow through on his threat to utterly destroy it. The others also observed the scene, their hearts in their throats, eagerly awaiting the birth of the Super Saiyan God. "It's beginning," Sun Wukong said in a low voice, feeling somewhat anxious, uncertain if it would succeed this time. As his words fell, the others began to channel their energy into Sun Wukong, gradually directing it toward him. Only Biddy Lee, not being a Scion warrior, could only hold hands and stand on the ground. However, she was astonished to feel that the child in her belly seemed to respond, as if conveying some form of information to her. "It works," Biddy Lee smiled, realizing that the child was indeed responding, slowly transmitting energy towards Goten and Trunks, who then relayed it to Sun Wukong. The latter felt the continuous influx of energy comprising that from Vegeta, Wu Fan, Goten, and Trunks, along with a surge of energy he had never encountered before. That a smile crept upon his lips. The ritual continued. Suddenly, golden light began to emanate from Biddy Lee, enveloping her entire being, rendering her a radiant golden figure, her hair billowing about her. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, this golden aura radiating from her infected everyone present. Waves of golden energy erupted forth, sweeping through the area. Except for Sun Wukong, all were instantly transformed into Super Saiyans, as if their bodies had been commanded to do so. Rumble. In that moment, a colossal energy expanded outward from them, creating tumultuous waves. Beerus raised an eyebrow. Although Sun Wukong in front of him showed no visible change, he could distinctly sense something new within Sun Wukong's being, an essence exclusive to the gods. Whis, standing behind Beerus, observed Sun Wukong with keen interest. If all went as expected, Sun Wukong and his companions would undoubtedly summon the Super Saiyan God. At that moment, golden clouds began to gather in the sky, a sight said to exist only in legends. That it was said that such auspicious clouds could only be summoned by the birth of a god. The scene was breathtaking. Just as everyone prepared to capture this moment with their phones, it began to rain from the sky. Yet, that was not the end. The rain soon transformed into large snowflakes, prompting everyone to seek shelter and abandon their photographic intentions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's body began to undergo a transformation. The golden radiance shifted to red, illuminating the surroundings, while Sun Wukong's aura surged dramatically in mere moments. He reached an astonishing height. Wu Fan and the others released their hands, having done all they could. The rest depended on Sun Wukong himself. Beerus, observing the crimson figure of Sun Wukong, felt a surge of excitement. Recalling the visions from his dreams, his dream was finally about to materialize. Boom! The auspicious clouds dissipated, and in that moment, Sun Wukong's aura sharply diminished. Not a loss of power, but rather a refinement to a concentrated state. At this moment, Sun Wukong not only had red hair, but also crimson eyes, appearing considerably younger. Unlike the exaggerated form and musculature of Super Saiyan 3, the present Sun Wukong seemed to lack any other glaring differences apart from his hair and eyes. However, Beerus did not share this view, for at that moment, Sun Wukong embodied the very figure he had envisioned in his dreams. The Super Saiyan God, boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the cosmos, akin to two immense forces colliding. The mere residual wave shattered nearby star stones. Immediately, Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged in battle, for Beerus had waited far too long and was now impatient. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong's strength still paled in comparison to Beerus, a fact evident in their clash. Notably, Sun Wukong, despite exerting every ounce of strength and striving to master the power of the Super Saiyan God, still found himself retreating under Beerus's onslaught. Nevertheless, it was clear that Beerus was holding back, as his expression remained unchanged throughout the encounter. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong bellowed, channeling his energy into the Kamehameha wave, which erupted forth at incredible speed. Carrying unimaginable power towards Beerus, bang! Under the force of the Kamehameha wave, Beerus took 3 steps back, revealing a glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Though you may not be the Super Saiyan God I envisioned in my dreams. Your strength is indeed commendable. Beerus let out a hearty laugh, for even during his brief skirmish with Sun Wukong, he sensed something remarkable. Despite Sun Wukong's transformation, he still did not embody the Super Saiyan God of his dreams. However, it had been a long time since he encountered a worthy opponent, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Allow me to demonstrate why the God of Destruction is not merely a title without substance. Raising his right hand, a myriad of purple light coalesced into a radiant sphere. This sphere, imbued with an overwhelming force, sent a tremor through the entire cosmos. Whoosh! The purple sphere shot forth, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Shatter it! Sun Wukong bellowed, his resolve unwavering as he charged forward, positioning himself directly in front of the oncoming sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch toward the purple orb. Boom! The instant their forces collided, a tempest of sound erupted, waves of energy cascading outward into the universe. Sun Wukong's body was thrust backward, retreating several dozen steps before he finally came to a halt. As he absorbed the impact, a tingling numbness surged through his right arm, rendering it nearly lifeless. What immense power! Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, astonishment etched across his features. Your strength is rather lackluster. Beerus shook his head, raising a finger, and instantly a dense purple glow began to gather. This was the essence of Beerus's power, a manifestation of the divine might that far surpassed ordinary strength, though Sun Wukong possessed divine energy as well. Regrettably, it paled in comparison to Beerus's. Now, you must be at a loss for how to respond. As soon as Beerus's words fell, he flicked his finger. Boom! The colossal purple energy surged downwards towards Sun Wukong. The movement was deliberate and slow, clearly intended to taunt him. He could evade it, yet he knew that behind him, Earth would not escape unscathed. Beerus spoke with an unsettling calmness, pressuring Sun Wukong to make a swift decision, as if the annihilation of Earth were merely a trivial matter to him. But Sun Wukong did not share this sentiment. Earth was his homeland. Damn it! Sun Wukong's expression darkened, fully aware of the truth in Beerus's words. While it would be easy to dodge the purple energy, he could not bear the thought of Earth suffering destruction as a consequence of it. With no means of escape, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Boom! Sun Wukong unleashed every ounce of his strength in a blaze of crimson. His energy intensified, resembling a fiery conflagration. This overwhelming force even allowed him to silently absorb a portion of the Super Saiyan God's power. In this moment, Sun Wukong's strength reached unprecedented heights. And no matter the cost, I will not allow you to destroy Earth, even if it means I perish here today. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering determination. As long as he stood, no one could obliterate Earth. Such courage is commendable. But to protect Earth, mere bravery is insufficient. One must possess the strength to back it up. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with an expression that revealed his indifference. That I will not permit you to destroy Earth, Sun Wukong asserted, unwavering in his stance. Channeling his might into the ultimate attack, Sun Wukong's hands swirled with fervent red energy, swiftly transforming into a formidable force. As the final syllable left his lips, he thrust his palms forward, unleashing the colossal Kamehameha wave that collided with Beerus's purple energy. The reverberations echoed endlessly. After the two immense powers clashed, the very cosmos trembled. In the fleeting moment of their collision, the purple energy shattered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha with an unimaginable ferocity, enveloping him in its wake. A cry of despair escaped him as he plummeted toward Earth. With that single strike, Beerus had thoroughly incapacitated him, rendering him unable to continue the fight, and he reverted to his normal state. The onlookers on Earth were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. For with Sun Wukong's defeat, it was an indirect proclamation of Earth's fate. After vanquishing Sun Wukong, Beerus appeared directly in the skies above Earth, his demeanor cold and detached, ignoring Vegeta and the others, as well as Sun Wukong. Him. They were inconsequential. Beerus's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, sensing a formidable presence somewhere on Earth, though he did not know if this was the individual he sought. The aura was undeniably satisfying. Beerus murmured to himself that, in truth, the battle with Sun Wukong had been brief, little more than a warm-up. He had not intended to end the confrontation so swiftly. He had wished to revel in the challenge. However, he had recently sensed an overwhelming energy, one that radiated pure divine essence, unlike the amalgamated form possessed by Sun Wukong. The two were incomparable. It was precisely this sensation that compelled Beerus to conclude his bout with Sun Wukong. Clearly, the newly manifested energy was far more suited to be his adversary. With this thought in mind, Beerus struck decisively, defeating Sun Wukong in one fell swoop. Damn it! Vegeta and the others gazed at Beerus, fear etched in their eyes. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, they resolved not to plead for mercy or beg him to spare Earth. They would rather perish in battle. At the very least, they would take solace in having fought valiantly. Beerus, we will never allow you to destroy Earth. Even if you are a god, an untouchable god of destruction, Vegeta declared, his gaze unwavering. The others, having grasped the stakes during the confrontation between Beerus and Sun Wukong, shared a collective animosity toward their foe. They understood that with Sun Wukong defeated, even united, they stood no chance against Beerus. However, they were rooted in their identities as Earthlings and would not stand idly by as their home faced annihilation. If such a fate was unavoidable, then they would choose to perish before witnessing Earth's destruction. Regarding the words of Vegeta and his companions, Beerus paid them no heed whatsoever. It is understandable. After all, what concern does a god of destruction have for matters that can be easily altered by a mere human? At least from Beerus's perspective, individuals like Vegeta lacked the qualifications and capability to provoke such a change. Typically, the words of Vegeta and the others would incite great anger in Beerus. However, at this moment, he was far too preoccupied to focus on such trivialities. Have you kept me waiting for so long? Since you do not come to me, allow me to seek you out. The powerful aura emanating from you suggests that your strength might indeed excite me further, Beerus remarked, gazing into the distance with a smile, his form shimmering before vanishing in an instant like a streak of light. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing anyone's imagination. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Whis as a witness to his departure. What just happened? Vegeta was taken aback. He had prepared himself for death, yet he was surprised to find that Beerus hadn't even spared him a glance. This realization brought him a sense of relief, for he had been unaware of the cold sweat that had enveloped him. It seems he is heading towards. Son Gohan mused, glancing in the direction Beerus had taken. The temple. Piccolo and Dandy exchanged looks, both aware that Beerus was indeed headed towards the temple. Could it be? A thought crossed Vegeta's mind. Surely, you have guessed it by now. At that moment, Son Goku had regained some of his strength. Although this resurgence was not enough to unleash significant power, it was sufficient for the basics. During the previous battle, I felt an overwhelmingly powerful force suddenly manifest. However, I was swiftly defeated by Lord Beerus and did not have time to ponder it. Now that I think about it, that power must have belonged to Guxuan, that I wonder how much stronger he has become after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation. For once Guxuan emerged, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Did you say Guxuan has exited the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta closed his eyes to sense it. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Guxuan's presence. Why can't I sense him? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. No effort on his part yielded any results. Isn't it simple? Guxuan's power has reached an unimaginable level during his time in seclusion. Son Goku murmured, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Enough of this chatter. We should hurry and make our way there. Otherwise, we might miss an extraordinary battle. As he spoke, Son Goku raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers upon his forehead. I will use instant transmission to take you all there. We should still arrive in time. With that, he activated instant transmission, whisking everyone away. At the temple. In the plaza, as Son Goku and the others appeared, Beerus and Whis simultaneously arrived at the temple plaza. Boom! Upon his arrival, Beerus' gaze immediately fell upon Guxuan, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The power I sensed earlier, it emanates from you. Beerus addressed Guxuan. His level of perception was not on par with that of Son Goku and the others. He could sense a unique energy radiating from Guxuan. Guxuan, it is an honor to meet you. Lord Beerus, Guxuan replied calmly, his demeanor unfazed. He had anticipated Beerus's arrival, hence his composure. In truth, he had known that once he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, Beerus would inevitably detect his presence and come post-haste. Therefore, the unfolding events were entirely within Guxuan's expectations, and he felt no surprise at Beerus's coming. This book is the author's first work, so if there are any shortcomings, please feel free to provide feedback. As for updates, the author is still a student, balancing classes and study sessions, often returning to the dorm after 8:30. Thus, most of the time, chapters are written a day in advance and scheduled for release the following day. With fixed update times at noon and 5 o'clock, occasionally writing an extra chapter at night. The author is not a rapid writer. A single chapter may take over an hour to complete. By the time 2 chapters are finished, it could be 11 o'clock, leaving little time for personal care before bed, as an early rise for morning study is required. Lastly, I encourage everyone to show their support through subscriptions and votes, as they motivate me greatly. Please do not hesitate to share your votes. I would appreciate every bit of encouragement. Additionally, I must clarify, the author is neither short nor lacking in strength. You are impressive. Beerus eventually spoke after a moment. I am but ordinary compared to you, Lord Beerus. I remain quite weak, Guxuan humbly replied. Although he had ascended to godhood, the disparity between gods was absolute, especially when one faced a god of destruction of Beerus's caliber. Guxuan held no illusions about his chances in combat with such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he welcomed the opportunity for battle. Even if defeat was inevitable, the experience would hold immense significance for him. Lord Beerus, this place is unsuitable. Let us find another location, Guxuan suggested, swiftly taking to the skies. Whoosh, his speed was extraordinary, and in an instant he had left Earth, standing amidst the cosmos, in the face of the cosmos's pressure and force. Without having cultivated divine power, one could hardly hope to survive in such an environment. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he would struggle against the cosmic force. However, now was different, as Guxuan possessed divine energy in his normal state. Surviving in the cosmos posed no challenge to him. Intriguing, Beerus's gaze flickered with interest. Whoosh, he soared into the sky, following closely behind Guxuan, both standing in the vastness of space. Although Son Goku and the others wished to observe closely, they were unable to venture into the cosmos as Guxuan and Beerus had, leaving them with no choice but to remain behind. I shall assist you, Whis said, stepping forward and gently waving his angelic staff. Whoosh! A beam of light responded, transforming into a luminous barrier. Within this barrier, the figures of Guxuan and Beerus emerged, now positioned in the starry expanse beyond Earth in the vastness of space. Beerus and Guxuan stood approximately 10 zhang apart. This distance held no significance for them. Yet, at that moment, neither of them made the first move. Instead, they locked eyes, their auras radiating as they honed in on each other's energy. It was remarkable that a mere human could ascend to the realm of gods through their own cultivation. Such occurrences were rare. While Guxuan was not the first to achieve this, the mere fact of his success astonished Beerus. After a brief moment, Beerus addressed Guxuan, "You have attained the divine realm, while I have also reached this state. My power is merely ordinary, a stark contrast to your appointed divinity." Guxuan smiled politely, acknowledging the disparity. "You are a scion. May I then refer to you as the god of super science. Beerus gazed intently at Guxuan and spoke. No. Guxuan shook his head. IT present. I can only be regarded as the god of science, for that is the true essence of my being. A serene smile graced Guxuan's lips, exuding an air of tranquility. As his words faded, he clenched his fists with sudden intensity. In that very moment, a formidable force erupted from within him with a thunderous roar. This power was overwhelmingly potent, transforming into a terrifying tempest that surged outward, wreaking havoc in its wake. Boom! At that instant, Guxuan's aura skyrocketed, multiplying in intensity several times over in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a radiant golden energy exploded forth from his being. Golden, the hue of a super scion. This was the true god of super science. Upon transforming into a super scion, Guxuan's golden gaze fixed squarely on Beerus. The transformation into a super scion, combined with the domain of the gods, undeniably constituted the god of super science, far surpassing the version achieved by Goku, which relied heavily on the strength of others. Beerus nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable, his hands clasped behind his back, in stark contrast to Goku's crimson super scion form. It was evident that Guxuan's transformation resonated more profoundly with the title of god of super science. Let the battle commence. Suddenly, Goku proclaimed among the spectators on Earth, who were observing through Whis' ethereal screen. His sensitivity to energy far exceeded that of anyone present, save Whis, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations in the cosmos unbeknownst to others. Goku's words echoed. Both Guxuan and Beerus sprang into action simultaneously. Their speeds were astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! As they approached, their fists collided with a resounding thud. In that moment of impact, a deafening roar reverberated, sending shockwaves through the cosmos. The mere clash of their fists generated ripples that rippled across the vast expanse of space. And this was merely a tentative exchange between the two. Bang! 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 The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds, causing the entire nebula to swirl in chaos. Nearby, some moderately sized meteors disintegrated into dust under the force of their strikes. Haha, Guxuan, your strength is indeed formidable. To engage in such a battle with me is a rarity. Aside from the other gods of destruction, no one has managed to push me this far. You are the first. Beerus, shedding his earlier calm demeanor, expressed his exhilaration. For him, Guxuan's prowess warranted his attention. While the outcome may remain unchanged, at least it afforded him the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Why, Lord Beerus, this is merely a warm-up. A prelude. I am fully aware that I am no match for you. However, if you believe my strength is limited to this, then you are gravely mistaken, Guxuan replied, taking a step back and retracting his raised arm. Having clashed repeatedly with Beerus, he had begun to grasp the true might of a god of destruction. After several hundred collisions in a brief span, his arms trembled, and even his palms quivered uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Beerus appeared unfazed, as if unaffected by the exchange. Do you possess other transformations? Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback, yet he did not express anger. Rather, he regarded Guxuan with keen interest and anticipation. Noticing Guxuan's sudden pause, he too remained still, hands clasped behind his back, observing him intently. Guxuan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, clearly unwilling to divulge his secrets. In his mind, Guxuan contemplated, my current strength has surged to 500 trillion after transforming into a super scion. A staggering increase of 50 times. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he had surpassed the limitations faced by Goku and others. Thus, his base power could reach a terrifying 10 trillion even without transformation. However, while 500 trillion sounded impressive, it ultimately depended on the opponent. Faced with Beerus, Guxuan was acutely aware that such power would bear little significance. Even with divine strength, he could not hope to rival Beerus. The disparity was simply too vast. Yet, Guxuan differed from Goku. Though both hailed from the Scion lineage, their dispositions diverged significantly. Goku was fervently passionate about battle, dedicating much of his life to honing his combat skills, particularly relishing encounters with those stronger than himself. Conversely, Guxuan, while influenced by his Scion heritage and developing a fondness for combat, lacked the confidence to engage in fights where the outcome was uncertain. He would not willingly embrace a path that led to self-destruction, humiliation, or suffering. However, he had only just begun to tap into the power of a Super Saiyan. For Guxuan, this was merely the commencement of his journey. His potential remained far from fully realized. If he could match Beerus as a Super Saiyan, Guxuan would find such a scenario utterly uninteresting. "Now, allow me to reveal my true strength," Guxuan declared as he clenched his fists once more. The energy within him erupting with fervor, that a golden aura enveloped him, swirling wildly. Boom! As this energy surged forth, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. This the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, akin to Goku, Beerus mused quietly. Recalling Goku's own transformations from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, and then to Super Saiyan 3, it seemed only natural that Guxuan could achieve what Goku had done. Beerus smiled, remaining patient as he observed Guxuan, allowing him to complete his transformation without haste. Boom! The golden energy radiated outward, taking on a mist-like quality, while Guxuan's hair stood more defiantly erect. In that moment, his aura doubled, leaping from 500 trillion to an astonishing 1,000 trillion. Boom! A fearsome energy permeated the surroundings, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble. The sheer potency of his aura alone hinted at the terrifying strength Guxuan now wielded. Quite the enhancement, Beerus remarked, his eyes flashing as he spoke, though dissatisfaction lingered in his tone. "However, I suspect this is not your full power. You should be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3, just as Goku can. So, go ahead and do so. My time is precious." Beerus regarded Guxuan with indifference. Though 1,000 trillion was a formidable figure, to Beerus, it remained rather insignificant, failing to capture his interest. While such power could indeed contend with Beerus, it would not be a fulfilling battle, thus failing to pique his curiosity further. Beerus awaited Guxuan's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, for only then would he find the encounter truly enjoyable. You wish to witness a more powerful transformation? Guxuan chuckled, casting a glance at Beerus. He understood that his current strength of 1,000 trillion was scarcely noteworthy before Beerus. However, since Beerus sought to witness it, he would indulge his curiosity. In Guxian's eyes, a flash of brilliance flickered, revealing a chilling glimmer, while simultaneously an even more formidable and violent force erupted explosively from within him. "Lord Beerus, behold," Guxian stated with a calm gaze directed at Beerus, his voice equally serene. "The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 that you requested is here." As his words fell, an aura of terrifying power immediately emanated from him. This force was so astounding that as soon as it manifested, a tempest suddenly arose in the cosmos. Beneath this storm, Guxian's momentum surged wildly. In an instant, his power escalated more than double, soaring from 1 trillion to 2 trillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the surge of this momentum, the golden aura surrounding Guxian became denser. More lightning crackled about him. His eyebrows gradually vanished, and his visage underwent a transformation. During these changes, Guxian's strength surged once more in a frenzied manner, increasing directly from 2 trillion to 3 trillion. If that were all, it would suffice. But as his momentum continued to swell, Guxian's hair elongated significantly in mere seconds. "Super Saiyan 3. Guxian roared, as if releasing a torrent of emotions. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his battle intent reached unprecedented heights, culminating in the final transformation. Once transformed, Guxian's aura exploded forth, increasing in an unimaginable manner. Though this all seemed to unfold slowly, it happened in the blink of an eye. In just 3 seconds, Guxian had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The eruption of 4 trillion power enveloped him, rendering him akin to a battle god bathed in golden light. This was particularly evident in his gaze, which radiated confidence without the slightest pretense. For now, he possessed the strength to confront Beerus directly. "Lord Beerus, this is my Super Saiyan 3. Are you satisfied?" After his transformation, Guxian looked at Beerus and spoke slowly, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged. Much like Son Goku after his own transformation, his eyes had become piercingly sharp. as if disregarding all else. Indeed, quite formidable, yet it does not exceed my expectations. To be candid, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Despite being locked in by Gu Xian's imposing 4 trillion aura, Beerus maintained an air of nonchalance. This calmness was not feigned, but rather stemmed from his own formidable strength. Gu Xian did not refute Beerus's words, as he had no grounds to do so. Yet he responded, "Is that so?" He smiled. "I can discern that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 should be easier for you than for Son Goku. Clearly, you have yet to exert your full power. So, would you prefer me to compel you to unleash your full strength? Or will you do so voluntarily? I trust you understand that my patience is limited. Although you pique my interest, do not challenge my limits, for the consequences are beyond your endurance." Beerus regarded Gu Xian. His brow slightly arched. He sought a thrilling battle, not one shrouded in restraint, as that would leave him feeling belittled. Hence, he felt a flicker of irritation. "I shall take the initiative, for while I am confident in my strength, I am also aware of my limitations. With my current power, defeating you is utterly impossible. I doubt I even possess 1/10 of your might," Gu Xian said with a smile. He did not exhibit any arrogance due to his newfound strength. Rather, his words reflected a lack of complete assurance. "At least you possess some self-awareness," Beerus nodded. "However, I remain curious. What is your battle power, precisely?" Gu Xian inquired with intrigue, yearning to comprehend the gap between himself and the god of destruction. After all, he regarded his current prowess as formidable. Yet, when juxtaposed with Beerus's unfathomable strength, he felt somewhat lacking. "Do not apply your metrics to me. Battle power is merely a unit of measurement for you, devoid of any significance to me," Beerus retorted dismissively. "Have you reached a point where your battle power is immeasurable?" Gu Xian chuckled wryly, recognizing Beerus's response as a different kind of answer. "I presume you have no stronger transformations left. In that case, elevate your power to its peak and face me in battle," Beerus proposed. "Very well." Gu Xian offered no further explanation to Beerus's words, for none was necessary. Indeed, upon reaching the realm of the divine, Gu Xian had already sensed changes within his body. During the transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, his divine power and Super Saiyan strength had remained separate. In other words, those transformations could only augment his base strength, not enhance his divine power. However, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was different, as it represented the ultimate phase of a typical Saiyans transformation. Thus, during this transformation, his divine power also increased. "Let me witness how much I can elevate my strength when my aura is at its peak." Merged with divine power, Gu Xian felt a surge of anticipation within. Roar! A low growl escaped Gu Xian's lips. With this roar, the power within him surged like boiling lava, erupting explosively. Though he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he continuously enhanced his strength from the foundation of Super Saiyan 3 in the blink of an eye. His power surged once again 0.4 trillion, for 0.5 trillion, 5 trillion, 6 trillion, a typical Saiyan. Even Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, could never achieve such an increase. Yet Gu Xian's Super Saiyan 3 seemed limitless, escalating uncontrollably. This still increasing. Does he truly have no limit? Impossible. What is going on? On Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta, watching through a light screen, could not feel it, yet they could perceive the astonishing spectacle unfolding at this moment. Both Goku and Vegeta were filled with disbelief. Especially Goku, who could also transform into Super Saiyan 3, knew that his own transformation could never yield such a significant power boost. He had yet to achieve Super Saiyan 4, yet his current Super Saiyan 3 was already so formidable. It was unfathomable to imagine the terrifying extent he would reach upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Goku pondered this internally, exchanging a glance with Vegeta, both of them reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Simultaneously, they felt relief that when Beerus had inquired about the Super Saiyan God, they had refrained from revealing Gu Xian's identity. It seemed that this time, Lord Beerus had stumbled upon a worthy adversary. "Perhaps this will bring some satisfaction to Lord Beerus," Whis remarked, observing Gu Xian on the light screen. Unlike the others, though he too was watching the screen, He could distinctly sense Gu Xian's rising aura in the starry expanse. Even Beerus's gaze revealed astonishment. He had not anticipated that after the eruption of power, Gu Xian could still elevate his strength so significantly. A truly unconventional individual. Quite surprising that a smile crept onto Beerus's lips, but bore a hint of genuine delight. It was evident that Gu Xian, after his explosive surge, had reached a level that could satisfy Beerus. Boom! Gu Xian's aura continued to swell. And even he found it somewhat unbelievable. He had not expected that merging the powers of Super Saiyan with divine energy could unleash such terrifying strength. Gu Xian himself was equally astonished. 9 trillion, 10 trillion, 12 trillion. Ultimately, when Gu Xian's momentum reached 12 trillion, he paused, having seemingly reached his limit. From the previous Super Saiyan 3 form, he had astonishingly enhanced his power threefold, a feat that took even him by surprise. Clenching his fists, excitement sparkled in Gu Xian's eyes. He could distinctly feel his newfound strength, an unimaginable force. With his fists clenched, Gu Xian's gaze fell directly upon Beerus. Lord Beerus, are you satisfied with my power now? The look in Gu Xian's eyes reflected his eagerness for battle. He could hardly contain himself, for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xian felt it unnecessary to proceed further. He preferred to conceal some of his strength rather than reveal it entirely. The effectiveness of such a strategy was yet to be seen, but at the very least, it could provide an element of surprise, potentially proving advantageous at a critical moment. That I never expected this. Beerus remarked, clapping his hands in genuine admiration. Under the explosive power of Super Saiyan 3, combined with divine energy, your strength has reached such extraordinary heights. Your performance has greatly pleased me. The upcoming battle should be exhilarating. It has been far too long since I have engaged in such a thrilling contest. Today, I shall finally have the opportunity to stretch my limbs. After a leisurely stretch, Beerus's gaze settled firmly on Gu Xian. Whoosh! In the face of Beerus. Even with Gu Xian's astounding battle power of 12 trillion, he understood that Beerus's true strength had never truly been revealed. Moreover, as his own power grew, he increasingly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Beerus. Originally, Gu Xian's strength was on an entirely different plane from Beerus's, rendering him incapable of perceiving the depths of his opponent's power. It was akin to how Sun Wukong and others stood before Gu Xian, unable to fathom the extent of his current capabilities. This situation was not ideal, as it affected his combat morale. Despite his attempts to suppress such thoughts, once they arose, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss them. However, if he found it impossible to restrain himself, then Gu Xian swiftly darted forward, choosing to take the initiative. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he appeared before Beerus, leaving only an afterimage in his previous location. What incredible speed, Beerus thought, attempting to evade, but Gu Xian's velocity was too great, and he materialized right in front of him, unleashing an overwhelming force. Although he could have avoided the attack, he realized that he was here to engage in battle, not to practice evasion. With this mindset, when Gu Xian's punch approached, Beerus did not choose to dodge. Instead, he raised his right hand and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, and in that instant, a deafening roar erupted, transforming into a tempest that swept outward, immense and awe-inspiring. Following the clash of their fists, visible ripples radiated from the point of contact, expanding outward into the surroundings. The ripples appeared with remarkable speed, immediately dispersing into the cosmos that on Earth. Sun Wukong and the others were observing the light screen when, at that moment, they suddenly witnessed a wave approaching. This ripple passed through them, extending further into the distance. In an instant, the entire Earth was set to undulating. What is happening? Dazai looked around in confusion, utterly unaware of the events unfolding. Being the weakest among them, he could scarcely grasp the magnitude of the situation. He only felt an irresistible force emanating, as if the very heavens were about to collapse, that we're doomed. Our entire universe is on the brink of destruction. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin turned pale as the ripple passed, his face devoid of any color. Despite his naturally pale complexion, the terror and despair in his eyes were unmistakable. In the starry expanse, nearby meteors shattered upon the ripple's passage, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Bang, 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 bang. Haha, exhilarating. Gu Xian and Beerus had exchanged blows dozens of times in mere moments. Each impact sent ripples cascading outward. The entirety of Universe 7, especially the North Galaxy, felt an impending, insurmountable force building. Boom! Beerus clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Xian. As for the surrounding ripples, he was indifferent. After all, such matters were the responsibility of the Kaishin, and Beerus had no interest in them. Moreover, his very role was that of destruction. With this punch, the universe would shatter. The old Kaishin closed his eyes, knowing there was nothing he could do. Disperse! Beerus roared, his fist hurtling toward Gu Xian. Boom! Gu Xian watched the approaching fist, his gaze flickering as he surged forward to collide once more with Beerus. That moment, Gu Xian raised his right hand, channeling his 12 trillion units of power directly into it, concentrating all his strength. He struck Beerus with a mighty punch. Time seemed to slow as their fists met. Bang! Gu Xian's fist collided with Beerus's. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. However, following this punch, the universe did not collapse under their assault. Instead, both Gu Xian and Beerus were sent stumbling back a step. The ripples that had swept across the cosmos abruptly ceased and dissipated, as if they had never existed at all. Lord Beerus, let us refrain from causing collateral damage. After all, this is merely a battle between the two of us, wouldn't you agree? After the punch, Gu Xian addressed Beerus, sensing the overwhelming impact their clash had on the surrounding universe. It seemed that many planets would likely explode after their bout. Interesting, but how did you achieve this? Beerus inquired, his surprise evident, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Quite simple. I merely harnessed the same power as you. Gu Xian replied succinctly. Both Beerus and Gu Xian surged forward simultaneously, their speeds astonishing, their combined forces overwhelmingly potent. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! In a flash, Gu Xian and Beerus exchanged blows hundreds of times. Yet each time, Gu Xian utilized a comparable amount of strength to counter Beerus's punches. Haha, it appears this is no mere coincidence. Beerus laughed heartily, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Gu Xian, your strength is impressive. Given this, I shall take this seriously. Beerus spoke slowly, his expression brimming with exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had the opportunity to exercise his abilities, for no one had ever pushed him to such limits. Gu Xian was the first. At this moment, he is filled with excitement. That I share this sentiment. It is indeed time to adopt a more serious demeanor. Otherwise, the confrontation between us will yield no resolution. Gu Xian nodded in agreement, his expression calm as he spoke. Clearly, in this battle, both sides have reserved considerable tactics, ready to unleash them at this very moment without holding back. Gu Xian felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of battling Beerus. The sensation of engaging in a truly intense fight is immensely gratifying, truly delightful. In a vast expanse of the cosmos, the two stood facing each other. They both instinctively ceased their assaults, exchanging glances. Then, with a resounding bang, Gu Xian and Beerus collided once more, as if they had previously conversed about it. The deafening roar echoed, and under the tremendous sound, Gu Xian's body trembled, causing him to stagger back several steps. His arms, which had just been employed to fend off Beerus's onslaught, quivered uncontrollably, slightly numb. In contrast, Beerus remained steadfast, as if unfazed. How is this possible? Gu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, observing that Beerus had sustained no injuries from his punch. Not even budging an inch. How can you be so surprised? Do not forget, I am the god of destruction. Beerus replied, his demeanor composed, unfazed by Gu Xian's astonishment. Gu Xian, your strength is commendable among the humans I have encountered. You rank within the top 5. However, that is the extent of it. Nothing extraordinary to deal with your level of power. I need not exert myself excessively. Merely utilizing 30% of my strength will suffice to defeat you. Beerus spoke slowly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, Gu Xian himself sensed the truth in this. Despite Beerus's earlier claims, he had not truly unleashed much of his formidable power. Dealing with Gu Xian's attacks seemed as effortless as a child's play. 30% strength can defeat me? Gu Xian's eyes glinted as he regarded Beerus. Indeed, Beerus nodded, exuding confidence that was not blind but rather rooted in his belief in his own god of destruction prowess. Since you assert this, I am eager to see if you can truly overcome me with merely 30% of your strength. Gu Xian roared, and immediately, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, transforming into an unimaginable tempest of terror. Centered around Gu Xian's body, the storm surged forth, rapidly expanding in all directions. Boom! Boom boom! The cacophony of violent explosions reverberated, and nearby debris disintegrated into ash beneath the onslaught of Gu Xian's tempest. Come forth, Lord Beerus. Utilize your 30% strength to defeat me, if you are indeed capable. Gu Xian's voice resonated with determination. He was acutely aware of his own strength, while he acknowledged that he could not compare to Beerus. The notion that Beerus could vanquish him with merely 30% of his strength was not a trivial matter. Even if such a statement came from Beerus, Gu Xian was not one to capitulate easily. At the very least, he aimed to draw more of Beerus's power forth. That a low growl escaped Gu Xian's lips. With this utterance, an immense force erupted from within him. This unleashed power was formidable, coalescing instantly within Gu Xian's hands. Whoosh! Gu Xian brought his hands together, and energy coalesced into a radiant sphere. Although it appeared small, the energy contained within was profoundly exaggerated. With a swift motion, he hurled the sphere towards Beerus at breakneck speed. Accompanied by the sound of air being split, child's play, Beerus scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips, showing no concern. Ultimately, this was all you had to offer. Shaking his head, he lifted his right hand and gently pointed at the approaching sphere. Boom! Just as the sphere neared Beerus's fingertip, it abruptly halted in mid-air. Collapse. As the sphere came to a standstill, Gu Xian clenched his right fist with force. Boom! The sphere before Beerus suddenly erupted in response to Gu Xian's subtle movement. What? Beerus's expression shifted as he found himself unable to evade the explosion, becoming engulfed by the terrifying force within. Gu Xian refrained from launching another attack. He understood that certain tactics could only be employed once, and that one must exercise caution. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire for himself. Especially considering that his opponent was Beerus, Gu Xian had to remain vigilant. Thus, he chose to stand his ground, awaiting the outcome. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Beerus's figure emerged. Albeit somewhat disheveled, it seems I underestimated you. With your strength, if I were careless, it could indeed become quite troublesome. Beerus regarded Gu Xian. Previously, amidst the swirling fog, he had anticipated that Gu Xian would seize the opportunity to press the attack. However, he was disappointed to find that Gu Xian had not taken advantage of the situation. This left Beerus feeling somewhat vexed. Compared to your power, your intellect is even more commendable. After uttering this, Beerus's gaze sharpened, becoming increasingly serious as he regarded Gu Xian. This marked the first time he had begun to regard Gu Xian with genuine seriousness. Do you still assert that 30% strength can defeat me? Gu Xian inquired, locking eyes with Beerus once more. Indeed, to deal with you, I only require 30% strength. Beerus replied as unwavering as ever, nodding affirmatively. Very well. Gu Xian ceased his explanations and turned his focus to Beerus. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not only cultivated divine power, but had also honed some of his own unique techniques. Although he had never utilized them before, the present moment seemed like an opportune time. Lord Beerus, what do you think of this move? Gu Xian raised his right hand, and a golden aura materialized at his fingertips. The aura appeared sparse. Yet the moment it manifested, an immense power emanated from it. What is this? Beerus's gaze sharpened, questioning the energy at Gu Xian's fingertips. This is a technique of my own creation, which I have named the Heavenly Origin Cannon. As Gu Xian's words fell, a golden energy burst forth, swirling in the air. With each rotation, it siphoned power from all directions, integrating it into the luminous sphere, amplifying its potency exponentially in mere moments. The sphere swelled several times in size, its power becoming increasingly formidable. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, as the sphere continued its rotation, vast amounts of energy from the surroundings surged in, gathering at an alarming rate. The forces present in the cosmos were terrifyingly potent. Even a single strand of energy could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Despite the sphere's growth, Beerus remained unperturbed. Although he recognized the sphere's potential, he did not regard it with concern. For, at this juncture, it was still insufficient to warrant his serious attention. To withstand my 30% strength, you would need to absorb 1/10 of the universe's power. But are you certain you can achieve that? Beerus gazed at Gu Xian, not hastening to strike, but instead revealing a look of anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps deep within his heart, he too harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for Gu Xian to achieve something extraordinary and surprise him. Could it truly be that a mere fraction of your power is sufficient to defeat me? A smile graced Gu Xian's lips. If this was all that was required, he had not given it much thought, for what he could accomplish was far beyond such limitations. Lord Beerus, you claim that only 1/10 of your power can inflict harm upon you. However, I wonder, if I were to unleash 1/4 of the strength of the entire universe, specifically the power of the North Galaxy, what magnitude of damage could I inflict upon you then? Gu Xian's voice resonated calmly. As it stood, his Tianyuan cannon had yet to reach its pinnacle. Thus, the moment his words fell, an overwhelming force of absorption emanated from the luminous sphere before him. Boom! In mere moments, within the span of 2 breaths, all the unabsorbed energy from the entire North Galaxy surged towards the glowing orb before Gu Xian. Though this may seem a slow affair, in truth, it transpired in an instant. Following the complete absorption of the North Galaxy's power, the orb transformed into a sphere of light, a black sphere. As soon as it materialized, an unfathomable and terrifying force erupted from it. Anything that dared approach would likely be utterly annihilated. Having fully absorbed the energy of the North Galaxy, the sphere before Gu Xian expanded to several zhang in size. The vastness of the North Galaxy is beyond imagination. Such immense power condensed within this sphere speaks volumes of the terrifying energy it contained. This moment, as the sphere fully formed, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Xian could absorb the entire strength of the North Galaxy. Indeed, he had underestimated him. Lord Beerus, do you still believe you can contend with a mere 30% of your power in this situation? Gu Xian inquired, looking at Beerus with a steady voice. This would be a matter to test in due course. Beerus's gaze flickered as he regarded Gu Xian. Tianyuan cannon, Gu Xian bellowed, and in an instant, the energy within him erupted forth, commanding the immense black energy to surge towards Beerus with great force. Boom! The black energy, now several zhang in size, surged violently toward Beerus. In that very moment of its release, the surrounding cosmos fractured like a web. Waves of annihilating wind swept forth, enveloping both Gu Xian and Beerus. However, Gu Xian remained unfazed by these destructive gales, for his current strength allowed him to completely disregard them. As for Beerus, he too was unconcerned, and the two of them stood amidst the tempest of annihilation. Allow me to obliterate you with this ultimate strike. Excitement danced upon Beerus's face as the Tianyuan cannon bore down upon him. He raised his hands, and purple energy began to coalesce. A low growl escaped him as a purple sphere of energy materialized within his hands. Forged from his destructive, godly power. Though small in size, it harbored a force capable of unsettling even the vacuum of space itself. This is my strongest display at 30% power. I hope your attack can withstand it. Beerus stated, his eyes fixed on Gu Xian, for he did not wish for the Tianyuan cannon to be mere theatrics. Whoosh! The purple energy shot forth, swiftly closing in on Gu Xian's Tianyuan cannon. Without pause, the two energies collided. Each bore unimaginable might, and upon impact, the cosmos trembled with a catastrophic force. What sheer destructive power! Before it, all things could only be obliterated. Yet this was merely the beginning. Neither force had yet revealed its full potential. I trust you shall not be disappointed. A glimmer of determination shone in Gu Xian's eyes. In truth, even he lacked complete confidence. After all, within the Dragon Ball universe, Beerus had never fully unveiled his true capabilities to confront such a mysterious force. Gu Xian was uncertain of the true strength behind that 30%. Nonetheless, one truth remained. He firmly believed that in the face of the Tianyuan cannon's might, this 30% was devoid of deception. It was Beerus's genuine power. Boom. The clash of energies persisted, each force counteracting the other. Although Gu Xian's Tianyuan cannon was crafted through unique means and had absorbed the North Galaxy's power, its might had far surpassed even Gu Xian's own expectations. While his strength was at 12,000 trillion, the power unleashed by the Tianyuan cannon, after assimilating the entirety of the North Galaxy's energy, had exceeded that figure by leaps and bounds. Indeed, the force of the Tianyuan cannon had surged by 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. This was the true strength of the Tianyuan cannon, an amalgamation of all the energies within the universe, converging to unleash the most formidable force. Once Gu Xian's strength reached its zenith, he could even gather the entirety of the universe's power. To such a moment, even Beerus, in his full estate, would find himself compelled to take heed. Thus, Gu Xian had reasoned that Beerus's 30% might not suffice to withstand the current might of his Tianyuan cannon. Boom! Amidst a resounding echo that reverberated across the cosmos, the vast black energy before Gu Xian began to wane under the pressure of Beerus's purple energy. In an instant, it diminished from several zhong to a single zhong, and the potency of the black energy was significantly reduced as well. As I mentioned, you should now believe me, Beerus remarked, observing Gu Xian. Indeed, you are worthy of the title of Destroyer God. It seems I may have underestimated you. Gu Xian replied with a wry smile, acknowledging his prior oversight. Yet what of it? Boom! Just as he spoke, a surge of ultimate power erupted from the purple energy, engulfing the Tianyuan cannon in its chaotic embrace. The ferocious might of the Destroyer God sought to obliterate this energy entirely. Give me, Beerus began, preparing to completely eradicate the Tianyuan cannon. However, just as the final word was about to escape his lips, the Tianyuan cannon, ensconced in purple energy, radiated an eerie dark light. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened. Before he could regain his composure, the Tianyuan cannon, now enveloped by the purple energy, suddenly exploded. This is not good. Beerus's expression shifted as he raised his right hand, conjuring a purple barrier before him. In that moment, the Tianyuan cannon, shrouded in purple energy, erupted violently. Boom! The Tianyuan cannon disintegrated, but not as a result of Beerus's energy. Rather, it was a deliberate act by Gu Xian. While some of the energy within was indeed destroyed by Beerus, the residual power remained terrifyingly potent. In the wake of this destruction, Beerus's purple energy collapsed, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Lord Beerus, I dare say this is something you did not foresee. As the destructive force of the Tianyuan cannon obliterated the purple energy, it surged with unimaginable might straight towards Beerus, while Gu Xian's calm voice resonated. Everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. Boom! Like a terrifying tempest descended upon the purple barrier before Beerus. Although Beerus reacted swiftly, without a hint of hesitation or delay, Gu Xian had awaited this opportunity for an extended period. Boom! Thus, even though Beerus had prepared himself, the urgency of the moment meant that the amassed purple energy was insufficient. While he could deflect a significant portion of the assault, preventing the concentrated power from Gu Xian, which drew from the North Galaxy, was beyond even Beerus, the god of destruction, given the hastiness of the situation. Under the impact of the Tianyuan cannon's annihilating force, Beerus could not afford to be careless. The purple barrier before him, which had merely withstood an instant, crumbled with a resounding crash. Once the barrier shattered, the terrifying might of the Tianyuan cannon descended upon Beerus. Despite his formidable strength, confronted by such overwhelming power, Beerus's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated several paces, momentarily engulfed by this dread force. Lord Beerus, it appears that your 30% power has no effect on me, Gu Xian remarked, his visage somewhat pale, yet his gaze towards Beerus brimming with excitement. You are indeed correct, but your remaining power is rather limited. While that previous strike was potent, I presume you cannot unleash a second of its caliber. He continued. Beerus's breath quickened slightly, but overall, he retained an absolute advantage. Even in the face of Gu Xian's sudden onslaught, he managed to maintain his footing after fending off the attack. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had sustained no significant injury that I understand, Gu Xian acknowledged with a nod, candidly admitting the truth of the matter. The Tianyuan cannon could be wielded, yet with the diminished energy at his disposal, Gu Xian could no longer absorb the full power of the North Galaxy. Without achieving that magnitude, it bore no significance against a being of Beerus's caliber. Lord Beerus, although I cannot replicate the previous strength of the Tianyuan cannon, if you believe that my current display of power represents my full capabilities, then you are gravely mistaken. Gu Xian's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Beerus and spoke slowly. What do you mean? Beerus inquired, momentarily perplexed by Gu Xian's words. What I mean is that my power as a peak Super Saiyan 3, currently at 12,000 trillion battle power, is not my entirety. Rather, it is merely a fraction, or more accurately, less than 1/10 of my full strength. I trust that clarifies matters, Gu Xian replied with a smile. Intriguing, Beerus remarked with a furrowed brow, eyeing Gu Xian. Since you assert such, then unleash your full might for me to witness. I am genuinely curious how formidable your complete power might be, whether it will astonish even me. Beerus spoke calmly. If Gu Xian could not replicate the earlier strike of the Tianyuan cannon, then transforming again would be of no consequence. Whoosh! In an instant, Beerus materialized before Gu Xian, raising his right fist, propelled by a gale, and delivered a crushing blow to Gu Xian's chest. Bang! With that strike, even the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of rupture. Coupled with Beerus's incredible speed, Gu Xian scarcely had time to react before being struck directly. Pooh! Gu Xian's body jolted, a substantial amount of blood spewing forth as he stumbled back several paces. After forcibly stabilizing himself, he clutched his chest, his expression one of utter defeat, appearing exceedingly weakened. It seemed that enduring a blow from Beerus without any preparation proved to be quite challenging. How about it? If you possess greater strength, now is the time to reveal it. Otherwise, in your current state, you shall not withstand my second strike. Beerus regarded Gu Xian, asserting that the previous punch was merely a lesson, not a true test. Very well, I understand. I have resolved to hold nothing back and will unleash my utmost power for this battle. Though the outcome may remain unchanged, at least I shall give it my all. A determined glint shone in Gu Xian's eyes. Let me witness your ultimate strength. Beerus's eyes sparkled with anticipation. For him, the more formidable Gu Xian became, the more exhilarating it was for surpassing himself. That answer was undoubtedly negative. From the outset, Beerus had never entertained concerns about such a possibility, for defeating Gu Xian was an inevitability. Yet prior to that, he aimed to derive enjoyment from the encounter. That was paramount. What follows will be the manifestation of my most potent strength, Lord Beerus. So do keep your eyes peeled. Gu Xian's gaze was unwavering as he regarded Beerus. I eagerly anticipate your performance. It seems your ultimate power may indeed thrill me, Beerus spoke slowly. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. I possess confidence in this regard, Gu Xian declared as his fists clenched. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted from within him at that very moment. The 12,000 trillion power surged significantly, a testament to Gu Xian's escalating might, had he finally resolved to transform into his strongest form. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused on the screen. The strongest Super Saiyan 4, the ancestral power. Upon transformation, what terrifying level of strength would he attain? The long-lost Saiyan transformation from ancient times was about to make its triumphant return today. Vegeta, too, was filled with anticipation, hoping for Gu Xian's further empowerment. After all, compared to Beerus's overwhelming might, Gu Xian's strength was within reach. Though it might take considerable time, they were both Saiyans, and Vegeta believed he could achieve what Gu Xian could. Another transformation? Saiyans are indeed a fascinating race, seemingly with limitless transformations that I wonder how his strength will measure against Lord Beerus's after this transformation. Even Whis was intrigued as he watched the screen. Whis, can we observe from the cosmos? It would provide us with significant insights into this battle, Sun Wukong proposed. Looking eagerly at Whis after voicing his idea, he believed that if Whis was willing, it would certainly be feasible. Of course, Whis replied, nodding in response to Sun Wukong's request. Thank you. With his angelic staff in hand, Whis lightly tapped the ground, and a beam of light appeared, whisking Sun Wukong and the others away from Earth and into the cosmos. Enveloped in the divine power emanating from Whis, Sun Wukong and his companions sustained no harm. Lord Beerus, it seems something extraordinary is about to transpire. Do take care not to embarrass yourself, Whis addressed Beerus upon his arrival. Although it was a word of concern, it sounded somewhat awkward, leaving Beerus feeling rather uncomfortable. Why does that sound as though you look down on me? Do you think I, a god of destruction, could lose to a mere human? Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Weiss. It's not that. I am merely concerned about the immense power that might erupt from his transformation if you remain this careless. You may end up injured, Weiss replied with a slight smile. He was acutely aware of Beerus's strength. Not only was there no one who could defeat him in their universe, but even in other realms. He stood unrivaled. Among the destroyers, Beerus's prowess ranked among the top 3. Lord Beerus, the Scion's most formidable transformation is the final stage I can attain, so do watch closely, came a calm voice from Guxuan. With a resounding force, a frenzied power burst forth from Guxuan. Under this overwhelming aura, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. This was not fear of Guxuan's might. Rather, it was the sheer ferocity of Guxuan's presence that struck him. The energy radiating from Guxuan was now completely different from before. Although he had felt Guxuan's previous strength, it was merely formidable. However, at this moment, Guxuan exuded a wild and fierce aura, akin to a lion awakening from a millennia-long slumber. That was a sensation Beerus experienced. It has begun. Beerus observed Guxuan intently. A powerful force erupted from Guxuan, shaking the very stars. The golden glow enveloping Guxuan began to fade. His hair turned black, and an abundance of red fur emerged. As his stature grew taller, a reddish hue formed around his eyes, and his hair took on a more defined shape, presenting a striking transformation. This was Super Scion 4. Upon transforming, Guxuan's gaze locked onto Beerus. It was not the transformation itself that astonished Beerus, but the sheer magnitude of power Guxuan now possessed. He had surged from the pinnacle of Super Scion 3 at 12 trillion to an astonishing 50-fold increase upon attaining Super Scion 4, nearly reaching the upper limits of this form. In essence, the moment Guxuan transformed into Super Scion 4, his battle power escalated from 12 trillion to a staggering 60 trillion. Such a terrifying augmentation was unprecedented. Each transformation granted immense power, and Beerus found himself increasingly intrigued by the Scions. Beerus regarded Guxuan with a facade of indifference, yet a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze. Though subtle, it revealed that Guxuan's enhancement had begun to weigh on Beerus's mind. Is this your full power? If you possess even greater strength, feel free to unleash it, Beerus urged, his patience thinning. This was merely the initial surge of Super Scion 4's power. It did not represent Guxuan's entirety. Guxuan spoke slowly, and, as his words fell, an even more terrifying force erupted from within him. The so-called limit of Super Scion 4 being 50 times only applied to ordinary Scions. For Guxuan, this was not his full potential. The full power of Super Scion 4 is truly the pinnacle of my strength, Guxuan declared, amplifying his aura, showcasing the utmost power contained within him in a rapid ascent. Guxuan's strength soared beyond the initial 60 trillion, reaching an alarming new height. His might surged uncontrollably, achieving an exceedingly formidable level. Rest assured, I am not in a hurry. You have ample time to exhibit your full strength, Beerus remarked. Observing Guxuan's transformation, Guxuan let out a low growl, his aura escalating further. Mere seconds later, his power multiplied several times over, and a tempest roared into existence, radiating outward from Guxuan's form. The very cosmos trembled under the weight of his unleashed energy. Even the stars appeared unable to withstand such force, particularly given that Guxuan had previously siphoned the entirety of the North Galaxy's energy. Thus, the North Galaxy was now devoid of power, making it unsurprising that it struggled against Guxuan's explosive might. As time passed, Guxuan's aura surged yet again, advancing from 60 trillion to a staggering 600 trillion, an increase of tenfold, reaching the zenith of Super Scion 4's full power, particularly after merging with the divine energy. Guxuan emanated an extraordinary aura. 600 quadrillion. Lord Beerus, this is my complete strength, Guxuan professed earnestly. Having attained such a level, he had exerted himself fully. Yet he understood that even this might fell short of Beerus's capabilities. Still beneath the might of Super Scion Blue, Though this power is still lacking, it suffices. It has indeed exceeded my expectations, Beerus acknowledged, albeit reluctantly. If this was all there was, he remained unperturbed. Come, Lord Beerus. Guxuan's figure flickered, launching directly toward Beerus. In a flash, Guxuan stood before Beerus, his speed nearly imperceptible. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, clenching his fist, and struck at Beerus with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the cosmos, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Bang! With a single punch aimed at Beerus. As the blow approached within mere inches, Beerus effortlessly lifted his right hand and casually swatted the blow aside. Bang! The sound echoed, causing Guxuan's body to shudder as an unimaginable force surged from Beerus's hand, crashing into Guxuan's own. This force not only nullified the power behind Guxuan's punch, but also surged into him, overwhelming him with a strength that surpassed his own. Despite Guxuan's present strength of 600 quadrillion, he staggered backward several steps under the weight of Beerus's might. Such formidable power, truly worthy of a destroyer. Guxuan mused, his expression serious as he absorbed the impact and regarded Beerus with newfound respect. You are impressive. Despite only wielding 600 quadrillion, you could withstand my strike. It seems you possess some skill. Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration, having utilized a fraction of his destroyer power. Yet, I remain far beyond your reach. I might not even be worthy to be your opponent. Am I, Lord Beerus? Guxuan replied with self-deprecating humor. You are but a human, and your training has been brief. The path to surpassing me is long. There is no need for despair at this moment, Beerus advised. You are mistaken. I have not given up. I simply acknowledge that I am not yet your match. However, by the time we meet again, I believe I will have already acquired the qualifications to become your rival. As Guxian's words lingered in the air, the power within him erupted with a thunderous force, coalescing into a colossal orb of light atop his fist, embodying the essence of his self-created technique, which he has named Godslayer Fist. A resolute battle intent gleamed in Guxian's eyes. This was another technique he had comprehended during his seclusion. True to its literal meaning, Guxian hoped that even deities would tremble beneath this mighty blow. The name Godslayer Fist carries an air of dominance, but can it truly deliver? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Beerus's eyes. Despite his words, he felt an overwhelming excitement. After all, Guxian had already provided him with numerous unexpected surprises that day, rekindling the thrill of combat within him. Whether it could achieve its intended effect was not for me to decide, nor for you, but rather to be revealed through the might of this punch. After uttering these words, all of Guxian's remaining strength coalesced in his right fist. Godslayer, he exclaimed, raising his right hand as the power surrounding his fist abruptly merged with the naked eye. There appeared to be no discernible difference. One punch. Guxian bellowed, launching his fist forward with tremendous force. Boom! As the fist was unleashed, the cosmos trembled, and a massive shadow of a fist materialized. This fist shadow was nearly tangible, and the power emanating from it was terrifyingly formidable. Boom! Following its emergence, the fist shadow surged toward Beerus. Just a trivial technique, Beerus remarked dismissively. Though it appeared impressive, he deemed it utterly ineffective against him. Did you not grasp this? A hint of disappointment crept into Beerus's demeanor. He had anticipated witnessing something extraordinary. However, it seemed his expectations of Guxian were overly lofty. That's so. Guxian replied without elaboration, merely offering a faint smile. The true outcome would only be revealed once Beerus confronted this punch. Bang! Beerus raised his right hand and thrust it forward, his fingertip colliding directly with the shadow of the Godslayer Fist. In that instant of contact, the Godslayer Fist trembled violently and collapsed. I told you. Just a trivial technique, Beerus stated nonchalantly. Yet at that moment his expression shifted abruptly, as if sensing something amiss that he cast a sharp gaze around. Even his pupils involuntarily constricting, a colossal fist shadow charged toward Beerus. You wish to play the same trick again. Surrounding Beerus, 99 additional fist shadows appeared. While these shadows were not as grand in scale as the previous one and existed in a state of half-solidity, their formation encircled Beerus entirely. In other words, Regardless of whether Beerus chose to obliterate or ignore the initial Godslayer fist, he had already fallen into the encompassing grasp of its power. This, indeed, was the true finesse of the Godslayer fist. Do not forget, this technique is called a Godslayer fist. If it appeared so ordinary, do you truly believe I would unleash it? Gu Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Collapse! Gu Xian uttered a single word, and in that instant, the 99 fist shadows that had encircled Beerus surged forth at an astonishing speed, striking him directly. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Thick smoke billowed, enveloping Beerus, obscuring the chaos within, while the thunderous roars persisted. Although 99 fist shadows seemed numerous, their descent lasted merely a fleeting moment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a chilling voice emerged from within. The Godslayer fist, what a remarkable technique. Such power is indeed extraordinary. However, akin to the previous Tianshu cannon, even you, with your current strength, can only execute it once, correct? Beerus's voice resonated slowly, as the smoke cleared. It revealed Beerus, slightly disheveled, no longer standing as upright as before, yet the glint in his gaze directed at Gu Xian radiated unprecedented excitement. Regardless, at the very least, this strike has had some effect on you. Gu Xian said with a smile, for he never intended to defeat Beerus with this blow. At least for now, he was content with its power. Indeed, it had an effect. Beerus's form flickered, and he conjured a purple energy sphere in his right hand. Now, it is my turn to strike. With a slight curl of his fingers, the sphere shot towards Gu Xian at remarkable speed. Though I have expended considerable energy, surely such an attack will not be enough to vanquish me. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened, and, as the purple sphere approached, he dashed forward, his right fist poised to strike with unrelenting force. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the purple sphere shattered beneath Gu Xian's fist, its energy dissipating into the cosmos. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Xian appeared before Beerus, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, denying Beerus any opportunity to retaliate, for Gu Xian dared not afford him such an advantage. Just as Beerus had remarked, his trump card had been spent, leaving him no choice but to resort to this relentless strategy. Amidst Gu Xian's unyielding onslaught, Beerus wore a smile, seemingly relishing the experience. Haha, you have revived within me the sensations I felt as a weaker being in my youth. As the two engaged in a frenzied exchange, their speeds escalated, becoming increasingly difficult for even Son Goku and Vegeta to perceive their movements. Fortunately, with Whis' presence, the slow-motion effect allowed them a clearer glimpse of the extraordinary battle unfolding. How incredible! This clash transcends anything we could imagine, Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. The two distinct paths of cultivation. I've begun to form a definitive idea, Vegeta murmured, having previously been uncertain about his own direction. Now, however, he had resolved to pursue a specific path. Like him, Son Goku was likewise prepared. Understanding which direction to channel his training, Gu Xian's strength was indeed formidable. Despite being fellow Saiyans, Son Goku and Vegeta recognized the vast disparity that existed between their powers and his, which glanced at Gu Xian before addressing Goku and Vegeta. Da. Gu Xian continued his relentless barrage, never pausing for a moment, each strike unleashing his full might. Beerus, too, bore an exhilarated expression. Despite the considerable gap in their strengths, this battle allowed him to relish the long-forgotten thrill of an exhilarating fight, an experience he had not felt in ages. Reflecting on this sensation now, he found the excitement indescribable. Bang! Once again, in the midst of their clash, both Gu Xian and Beerus staggered back a few steps, their faces betraying an unmistakable thrill. Gu Xian, your strength has earned my recognition. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of my strongest strike at 30% power. I hope you can withstand it, Beerus declared, clearly favoring Gu Xian at this moment. I will do my utmost. Gu Xian nodded in agreement. Beerus roared, and in an instant his form flickered, appearing directly before Gu Xian, so fast. Gu Xian could barely register the movement before Beerus's fist came crashing down upon him. Even Gu Xian, struck by this blow, felt his body convulse as he coughed up a significant amount of blood, letting out a pained scream. Boom! Gu Xian's body was hurled violently away, his momentum rapidly diminishing. And he found himself unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, reverting instead to his normal state. The red aura around his eyes gradually dissipated, and his previously slightly erect hair fell flat. Is my power truly only at this level? The excruciating pain coursing through his body made Gu Xian furrow his brow involuntarily. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that his battle with Beerus had come to an unequivocal end. He had lost, in a most humiliating manner, akin to being toyed with after having served his purpose. The image of Gu Xian's defeat lingered in the crystal screen. Let us depart. This battle is over. And there is nothing more to witness. With a wave of his angelic staff, was caused the figures in the starry sky to vanish, reappearing in the grand plaza of the Earth's temple. You have lost. Ordinarily, according to my style, the Earth would face annihilation. However, despite your defeat, you have provided me with a moment of excitement. Therefore, out of goodwill, I shall spare you this time, Beerus remarked quietly as he regarded Gu Xian. This visit to Earth had yielded significant rewards for Beerus, particularly in terms of Gu Xian, Son Goku, and Vegeta, whose potential was exceptionally promising. With some training, they could achieve immense growth. After all, as the god of destruction of the seventh universe. While destruction was his primary duty, the seventh universe ranked among the weakest in comparison to others. If these three could be properly cultivated, perhaps the strength of the seventh universe could be elevated. This was the truest sentiment of Beerus, and it was precisely this thought that had prevented him from obliterating Earth. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Gu Xian and Son Goku exchanged glances before addressing Beerus. For them, this was indeed the best outcome. Whis, let us return. Beerus yawned as he spoke to Whis beside him, genuinely feeling a bit fatigued. Although he had often held back during the battle, it did not negate the fact that Beerus felt tired. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, tapping his angelic staff on the ground, transforming it into a beam of light that shot forth from Earth at last. It was over, after witnessing Beerus and Whis depart entirely. Son Goku let out a huge sigh of relief. Gu Xian, your strength is truly formidable. You managed to stand toe-to-toe with Beerus, even though you ultimately lost. Son Goku gazed earnestly at Gu Xian. Although he recognized that Beerus had not exerted his full power, it was still an impressive feat compared to his own capabilities. Vegeta remained silent, watching the direction in which Whis and Beerus had vanished. Lost in thought, I have sustained severe injuries from this battle, so I shall take my leave now, Gu Xian announced, waving his hand as he vanished without a trace. Son Goku, who had intended to engage Gu Xian in further conversation, was left with no choice but to abandon that thought. Vegeta. Son Goku began to speak to Vegeta, but before he could finish, he saw Vegeta's figure flicker and transform into a streak of light as he departed. Watching the two leave, he could only sigh in resignation. Time passed swiftly. 3 months had elapsed since Beerus' arrival. During these 3 months, Earth remained tranquil, devoid of any enemies, of course. Cosmic visitors continued to appear frequently, with Whis being the most regular guest. Each time Whis arrived, he would visit Vegeta and the others. Gradually, it seemed that Vegeta had vanished from Earth, with no one knowing his whereabouts, save for Bulma, who alone held that knowledge. It was only a month prior that Son Goku had found Gu Xian in a secluded valley, and ever since, Gu Xian had not left that place. Yet it was no exaggeration to say that Earth was now basking in peace. In a continuous mountain range approximately 100,000 kilometers from West City, two figures existed. Son Goku, you have been here for a month? What is the matter? Gu Xian, having emerged from 3 months of secluded cultivation, opened his eyes and glanced at Son Goku nearby, furrowing his brow as he spoke slowly. 3 months prior, he had been gravely injured by Beerus and had since dedicated himself to training here. His injuries had long since healed, and most of this time had been devoted to augmenting his strength. The battle with Beerus had imparted immense benefits, necessitating a full 3 months for Gu Xian to fully assimilate the experience. Now, although 3 months had passed, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, one that even Gu Xian found astonishing. This was undoubtedly due to the influence of the system. unlike Son Goku and the others. Gu Xian possessed the potential to grow stronger as long as he continued to train, further accelerated by the unique physiology of the Saiyan race. As for Son Goku, he had arrived a month ago and had not uttered a single word nor disturbed Gu Xian's training. He merely sat patiently, waiting for Gu Xian to awaken. Now, seeing Gu Xian awake and addressing him, Son Goku's spirit lifted, and he promptly stood up. Gu Xian, I want you to teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku stated plainly, his straightforwardness reflecting his character, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xian regarded Son Goku, surprised that he would choose such a path. Indeed, I have opted to follow the same path as you. The ancestral return of the Saiyans. Son Goku looked at Gu Xian. From what I understand, Vegeta has seemingly gone to the God of Destruction realm with Whis. With his guidance, I believe achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan God, or even surpassing it, would not pose a problem. Since Vegeta has chosen this path, why do you insist on pursuing the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xian inquired, eager to grasp Son Goku's reasoning. Because I am confident that your choice is undoubtedly the right one, but although this path may be fraught with challenges, the power gained upon success is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Son Goku replied thoughtfully, revealing that this decision was made after much contemplation. It was rare for Son Goku to display such conviction, especially regarding such a critical step in his training journey. Will you teach me the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku asked, his gaze resolute. Are you truly willing to embark on a path with uncertain outcomes? Gu Xian did not reject the request, but instead posed a counter-question. I have made my decision. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Since that is the case, I shall teach you. Gu Xian did not refuse. In fact, he understood and empathized with Sun Wukong's decision. It is not an issue for me to teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. But your current strength is still too weak. The transformation of a Saiyan primarily relies on the power of their base form. I have mentioned this before. The stronger one is in their base state. The greater the enhancement upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gu Xian spoke slowly. I have already articulated this point, and you should be able to remember it is essential to note that during our previous battles, especially after you gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, you began to rely increasingly on that transformation. Although you did not cease training to enhance your base strength, the dedication you once had has diminished. This is, in fact, a drawback of transformation. The boost in power can lead to a certain numbness. Gu Xian continued. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. He had long since recognized this truth. Therefore, during battles, unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrained from transforming. As for teaching you how to transform into Super Saiyan 4, I will not impart the method to you immediately. However, since you have expressed such a desire, the upcoming training will present a considerable challenge for you. The strength of a Saiyan primarily derives from their tail, and since you have lost yours, it poses a complication. Nevertheless, as a Saiyan, the absence of a tail is not insurmountable. It can grow back. Gu Xian said with a smile. A tail. Sun Wukong paused, glancing at Gu Xian only to realize that he, too, lacked a tail. Is it necessary to have a tail to transform into Super Saiyan 4? But you don't have one either. How can you transform into Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Xian, his expression one of confusion. Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Sun Wukong's query. Let us not dwell on that. We should commence training, as that is of utmost importance. However, there are a few points I must address with you before we begin. I will only train you if you can meet these conditions. If you cannot, then you might as well join Vegeta in destroying the God Realm and pursue the path of Super Saiyan G. Gu Xian spoke slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Rest assured, I will not falter now that I am here. Sun Wukong nodded, brimming with confidence. That is indeed the best approach. Gu Xian agreed, continuing that my requirements are quite simple, consisting of just a few points. First, during my training, you must engage in your base Saiyan form and refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Second, you're not permitted to leave the valley for 1 year. You must reside here. Third, as a condition of exchange, you need to teach me the technique of the Kaikan. Gu Xian enumerated the 3 points. After all, he could not train Sun Wukong for free. He had his demands. Not a problem. Sun Wukong agreed without a moment's hesitation. Let the training commence. As Gu Xian's voice faded, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him. This force was tremendously powerful, enveloping the entire valley in its intensity. What? In his base form, Sun Wukong found himself utterly unable to resist this pressure, his body shaking as he fell to the ground. This Sun Wukong trembled, attempting to rise several times, but his base strength rendered him incapable. This is merely 1/10 of my power in base form, that if you can withstand it, your strength will surely increase significantly. Once you can move freely under this pressure, you will have passed the first test. Gu Xian's voice resonated. Sun Wukong's face turned pale as he exerted all his might to combat this force. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Though brief, these 60 days were filled with torment for Sun Wukong. Even with his tenacity, he had contemplated giving up at times. Yet in the end, defiance compelled him to endure, striving against Gu Xian's pressure with all his might. Gu Xian, too, had adjusted his pressure, increasing it from 10% to a full 100. After 2 months, Sun Wukong finally found himself able to move freely under Gu Xian's full pressure in his base state. Although the process was excruciating, the results were undeniably evident, at the very least. Sun Wukong's strength had seen a remarkable enhancement. Well done. After 2 months, you can now move freely under my pressure. Your strength should have increased significantly. Perhaps you should assess it yourself, Gu Xian remarked. Having clearly sensed the change in Sun Wukong. Boom! Without hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed his maximum strength in base form. Instantly, a tempest erupted, shattering the surrounding debris into dust. This, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could my strength have increased so dramatically? He was astounded to discover that his current base power equaled that of his previous Super Saiyan 2 form, if not surpassing it. Surprised? Your base strength has now reached 15 billion. In just 2 months, even I am somewhat astonished by your progress. 15 billion. Sun Wukong felt the transformation within him. Clenching his fist, he felt as though he could shatter the very fabric of the universe with a single punch. As if nothing could withstand his might. This immense power is exhilarating. Sun Wukong's face radiated excitement. Do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the first stage of training. The most fundamental level. It is no surprise that you managed to endure the first test. But the subsequent challenge may prove to be more arduous. Before Sun Wukong could revel in his triumph, Gu Xian's words resonated in his ears. Rest assured, I will not give up on my pursuit of strength. Sun Wukong declared with unwavering determination. Unlike before, when he was unaware, he now clearly recognized the immense potential for growth before him, making it impossible for him to consider giving up. Let us hope so. Gu Xian replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. Gu Xian, having passed the first challenge, may we now begin the second? Sun Wukong inquired, eager to proceed. Are you so impatient? Very well. Let us move on to the second challenge. Gu Xian answered casually, his demeanor relaxed. He himself was indifferent, but since Sun Wukong was eager, they would begin. What is the second challenge? Boom! The response to Sun Wukong's query was the overwhelming force erupting from Gu Xian. Now, Gu Xian's power had far surpassed its previous limits. What incredible strength! It is far more potent than when I battled Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he observed Gu Xian. Sun Wukong. After my battle with Beerus, my base power has reached 100 trillion. Gu Xian declared, having unleashed his full might. In your terms, that equates to 1 million billion in strength, a level of power beyond your current comprehension. I do not expect you to defeat me without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, if you can withstand 1/10 of my power in base form for 1 hour, you will have passed the second challenge. Gu Xian slowly opened his mouth. Of course, during this process, all methods are permissible except for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Whether it be the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb, any approach you can conceive is fair game. Gu Xian articulated the challenge of the second stage. 1/10. Is it? An hour should suffice. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xian. Whoosh! Sun Wukong surged forward, dashing towards Gu Xian at an astonishing speed. His velocity was so remarkable that even Gu Xian, upon witnessing it, felt a jolt of astonishment. I never anticipated that this fellow's strength would elevate to such heights. It truly takes me by surprise, Gu Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike executed at an incredible speed, maintaining not only swiftness but also formidable power at a consistent level that, if it were merely this, it would not be particularly concerning. However, what truly caught Gu Xian's attention was that Sun Wukong's assaults were growing increasingly potent. Indeed, he was a warrior of the Scion race, and this was in perfect alignment with his nature. Gu Xian felt a deep satisfaction with Sun Wukong's performance. Nevertheless, despite this, Gu Xian's own strength far exceeded that of Sun Wukong. Under these circumstances, no matter how hard Sun Wukong endeavored, it would bear no fruit. His strikes were utterly ineffective against Gu Xian, who would remain unscathed even from full-powered blows. Conversely, even a casual strike from Gu Xian posed a significant challenge for Sun Wukong. Even the slightest contact could leave him severely injured. At last, Gu Xian experienced the thrill reminiscent of his own battle with Beerus. This time, however, he stood in Beerus's position, while Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. Throughout these 3 days, the combat between Sun Wukong and Gu Xian persisted without interruption. Yet, without exception, each encounter concluded with Sun Wukong suffering severe injuries at Gu Xian's hands. This was not merely a daily occurrence, but rather transpired every hour, meaning that within a single day, Sun Wukong faced grievous wounds at least 20 times. Furthermore, after each injury, Gu Xian forbade Sun Wukong from consuming the senzu beans, compelling him to recover on his OWN. It could be said that these 3 days were akin to a nightmare for Sun Wukong. Daily battles with Gu Xian left even this warrior feeling utterly beleaguered. Each moment spent recuperating from his injuries was a torment, pushing him to his limits. However, Sun Wukong was not without progress. At the very least, he had managed to prolong his endurance from the initial few seconds. He could now withstand several minutes, marking a significant growth. Although he was still far from meeting Gu Xian's requirement of 1 hour, it was important to remember that only 3 days had elapsed. While Sun Wukong endured this hellish training in the valley, Vegeta, situated in Beerus's realm, was also experiencing his own hardships. Although Whis' training methods differed, they nonetheless posed a formidable challenge for Vegeta. Time passed unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed in that year. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved remarkable advancements. Meanwhile, Gu Xian, through assisting Sun Wukong in his training, successfully mastered the Kaioken technique. Under his refinement, Gu Xian's Kaioken bore no side effects, nor did it impose any strain on his body. This meant that, under the Kaioken, Gu Xian could enhance his strength without the fear of his body succumbing to the pressure. As for his power, it had reached a harmonious understanding within that year. It could be said that Gu Xian, at present, was at the pinnacle of his strength. Sun Wukong, after a year of training, you now possess the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. However, while transforming into a Super Saiyan may not pose a challenge for you, it still falls within the realm of humanity. You will need the God Key. Only then will you be able to sense divine energy and survive in the cosmos, Gu Xian remarked, observing Sun Wukong. Now, transform into a Super Saiyan for me to witness. As Gu Xian's gaze fell upon the tail that had reappeared behind Sun Wukong, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. No problem. Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. After a year of training, his base combat power had now reached a staggering 80 billion. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify this strength even further. Boom! An overwhelming surge of power erupted from Sun Wukong. His combat strength skyrocketed, multiplying 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold, 300-fold. Sun Wukong's power surged uncontrollably, seemingly without limits. Impressive. Gu Xian nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Sun Wukong's progress. Boom! A massive fur began to sprout from Sun Wukong's body, his hair shifting from gold to black, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. A formidable power exploded forth from him, containing an unimaginably terrifying force. Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong gazed at his own body, feeling the power coursing within him. A look of exhilaration gracing his features. Such incredible strength, Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. A reward. Sun Wukong, I shall impart to you the method of cultivating God Ki. With your exceptional talent, I believe it won't be long before you succeed. At that time, you shall become the god of the Scions, and upon transforming into a Super Scion, you will embody the Super Scion God. Gu Xian addressed Sun Wukong, his tone earnest. Sun Wukong, I hope that when we meet again, you will have successfully mastered the God Ki, achieving the status of Super Saiyan God through your own strength. Ji Yuxian looked at Sun Wukong, and after his words, he waved his hand. Ji Yuxian. Are you leaving? Sun Wukong inquired, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. After all, after so many days of companionship, despite enduring the torment of Gu Xian's training, Sun Wukong had developed a deep bond with him. Farewell. If it weren't for Lord Beerus, I might have departed long ago. After all, I hold no attachments on earth. It is time for me to explore elsewhere. Gu Xian replied with a faint smile. Goodbye, Gu Xian said, and in the next instant his figure vanished from the spot, departing the valley. You are now free to leave the valley. Currently, there is no one on earth who can rival you. Not even Vegeta. Gu Xian's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ears after his disappearance. In the vastness of the cosmos, Gu Xian's silhouette emerged. He glanced back at Earth, the place he had inhabited since his arrival. It had been some time. It was time to take his leave. Ji Yuxian spoke softly, aware that his continued presence here served no further purpose. Moreover, with his current strength, he could traverse the universe with ease. Even should he encounter any unwise individuals, Gu Xian remained unperturbed. With my current strength, although I may not stand a chance against the God of Destruction, I am still confident in facing those below that level. Gu Xian possessed an unwavering confidence in his own strength. After all, during his time on Earth, he had experienced tremendous growth, with his power multiplying exponentially, especially following his battle with Beerus, coupled with a year of introspection. He had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Although he had yet to transcend into the form of Super Saiyan 4, for Gu Xian, his current prowess was more than sufficient that he was not particularly anxious about transforming into Super Saiyan 5, as he understood that such a metamorphosis required a specific catalyst. Standing amidst the starry expanse, Gu Xian gazed into the distance. The cosmos appeared shrouded in darkness, yet he felt no need to rely on his eyes to perceive its vastness. The seventh universe had seemingly fallen into a state of tranquility. Given this, it was time for him to depart. Ji Yuxian spoke softly, contemplating where he should journey after leaving the seventh universe. Perhaps a visit to the sixth universe, his brother universe, would be fitting. He pondered how the most formidable assassin, Hit, would measure up against his current capabilities. That a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. With a swift motion, Gu Xian propelled himself into the distance. The sound of his passage through the air echoed as he vanished from sight. His speed had reached its zenith, yet he knew it was still far from that of the fastest beings in the universe. He had once thought possessing the fastest speed was an impressive feat, but now he realized he had underestimated the angels. Perhaps his current velocity was a mere fraction of even 1% of their true speed. Gu Xian shook his head, unconcerned about such matters. The seventh universe was incredibly vast, and for Gu Xian to traverse it would require several years at his current pace. After racing for quite some time, he decided to utilize instant transmission. Although it was instantaneous, he was aware that it could only cover a limited distance at a time. Fortunately, the energy expenditure for this technique was not overly taxing, allowing him to employ it repeatedly. However, even with instant transmission, he spent an entire day and night executing the technique. After countless attempts, he finally arrived at the edge of the universe. That he recognized this as the universe's boundary due to the prominent barrier nearby, visible from a considerable distance. Passing through this barrier was exceedingly challenging, attainable only by those deemed worthy by the gods, or under the guidance of an angel. Of course, certain rare treasures could also penetrate the fabric of the universe, such as the legendary cube. Gu Xian's instant transmission was indeed impressive, yet he found it impossible to directly transition from the seventh universe into the sixth. Faced with the barrier, Gu Xian realized that he had but one option: to forcibly breach the cosmic protection. This was his chosen course of action, as no alternatives presented themselves. Gazing at the barrier, he calmly articulated his thoughts. He had anticipated this predicament prior to his arrival. Thus, he was not surprised by the barrier's existence. Let me see if my current power can shatter it. A glint of expectation shone in his eyes. He understood that this course of action might alert the gods of destruction in both the 6th and 7th universes. But he felt no concern over being discovered. After all, even if he were unable to defeat a god of destruction, escaping was an endeavor he could easily accomplish. Clenching his right fist, the power within him surged instantaneously. With his gaze fixed upon the barrier, Gu Xian launched a formidable punch directly forward. Boom! He spared no effort in this strike, unleashing his utmost strength in its natural state. The force of his blow collided with the barrier. Boom! The impact caused the barrier to resonate momentarily, but it quickly regained its stability, showing no further signs of damage. Interesting, Gu Xian smirked, realizing that his full-strength punch had failed to rupture the barrier. Having no effect whatsoever, I must ascertain the true strength of this barrier. Can I break through today? The barrier's resilience piqued his interest. I could see that moment. His urgency to enter the 6th universe faded. Breaching the barrier became his primary objective, a T to the very least. He aimed to create an opening for safe passage. A T this juncture. Concerns about being detected faded from Gu Xian's mind. His sole focus was to rely on his own strength to dismantle the protective barrier. If 100 trillion units of power cannot break it, then I shall harness 5,000 trillion. A resolute determination filled his gaze. He was determined to breach the barrier today. Clenching both fists, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power. A tempest of energy radiated from him, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, golden light enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this transformation, Gu Xian's strength skyrocketed from 100 trillion to 5,000 trillion. Yet he did not halt there. He continued to elevate his combat power until it reached an astonishing 9,000 trillion. In the 4th phase of Super Saiyan, my power has attained 9,000 trillion. Gu Xian spoke slowly, reveling in the immense force coursing through him. Boom! The energy of 9,000 trillion radiated outward, and as he raised his hands, an energy sphere materialized. Whoosh! In a flash, the energy sphere hurtled toward the barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled, emanating a force of recoil, yet it remained unscathed, intact, and undamaged. How intriguing! Does 9,000 trillion units of power truly have no effect on you? Gu Xian chuckled. Boom! His power surged once more. The aura surrounding him transforming into a mist, with electric arcs dancing about. Gu Xian's combat power soared to an unprecedented 10,000 trillion. As Gu Xian endeavored to breach the barrier, both Beerus and Kampa, the gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes, were suddenly taken aback, sensing an anomaly. Someone is attempting to breach the barrier. It seems they wish to enter, they both uttered simultaneously. Whis, go investigate. Beerus commanded Whis immediately. Beerus, I am curious to see who dares to disrupt the barrier. Kampa echoed in the 6th universe. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth from the 7th universe's domain of destruction, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Whoosh! In the 6th universe, Bardos and Kampa followed suit, their proximity allowing them to arrive more swiftly than their 7th universe counterparts. Although the angels possessed incredible speed, it would still take them some time to reach the location. Even with the 6th universe being closer, it would require approximately 3 minutes for their arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Xian, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, relentlessly assaulted the barrier. With each blow, the waves of energy emanating from the cosmic protection grew increasingly pronounced. However, no matter how fervently Gu Xian attacked, his efforts bore no fruit against the barrier. The notion of breaching it seemed utterly implausible. Realizing the futility of his current strategy, he resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 3, believing that such a form would facilitate the breach of the barrier. In Gu Xian's eyes, a flash of brilliance sparked. The formidable nature of this protective barrier exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly astonished. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from within Gu Xian, transforming into a tempest that roared through the cosmos. The moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, his strength began to surge exponentially. In an instant, it escalated from a staggering 10,000 trillion to an astonishing 40,000 trillion. This power is insufficient. I crave even greater strength. Gu Xian let out a low growl. Boom! His power continued to rise uncontrollably, solidifying at a staggering height of 90,000 trillion in the blink of an eye. This level of strength should suffice. Gu Xian's gaze flickered as he prepared to unleash a punch. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned sharply toward the distance, his pupils narrowing in alarm that they've arrived. Just as Gu Xian spoke, a brilliant streak shot forth from the sixth universe at breathtaking speed. The trajectory was so swift that it transitioned from a distant point to right before him in the blink of an eye. Figures from the seventh universe emerged as the streak dissipated, revealing a man and a woman. The woman possessed a tall and slender figure, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, her skin tone was somewhat unwelcoming, appearing rather peculiar. Yet if one were to overlook her complexion, she would undoubtedly drive anyone who laid eyes upon her into a frenzy. Even Gu Xian, who had seen Beerus in anime long ago, was momentarily stunned by her breathtaking visage upon seeing her in reality. The man, on the other hand, was rather rotund. Aside from their differing physiques, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Beerus. These two individuals were none other than the god of destruction, Kampa, and the angel, Vados, from the sixth universe. Stop. Noticing Gu Xian's intent to strike the barrier, Kampa immediately interjected, No matter who you are, I shall not allow anyone to breach this protective barrier. Kampa's expression darkened as he regarded Gu Xian. Are you threatening me? A smile crept upon Gu Xian's lips. That was his nature. Perhaps if one spoke to him kindly, it might yield some results. But should they threaten him, the situation would take a different turn. The blood coursing through his veins was that of a scion, a warrior race renowned for their combative spirit, and what scion despises more than anything is a threat. Although I may not be your match, I will not submit to your intimidation. Ji Xian clenched his right fist, lifting it defiantly under Kampa's scrutiny, and unleashed a powerful punch. The colossal fist shadow materialized instantaneously, imbued with terrifying strength, crashing down upon the cosmic barrier. Boom! The sound reverberated. The barrier quaked violently, creating a breach. However, the moment the gap appeared, it swiftly began to mend itself. That Kampa's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated anyone daring to provoke him in his presence. Such an affront was utterly intolerable, especially coming from a formidable being of the seventh universe. This only deepened Kampa's ire. I explicitly commanded you to cease. Did you not hear me? Kampa's voice was frigid as he glared at Gu Xian with a menacing intensity. I heard you. Ji Xian met Kampa's gaze, pausing briefly before responding. Since you've heard me, how dare you act? Kampa's tone was icy, laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. After uttering these words, Kampa took a step forward, disregarding the barrier that Gu Xian had previously deemed impenetrable, and entered the seventh universe. Upon his entry, Kampa wasted no time. His figure flickered as he charged directly toward Gu Xian. His speed was astonishing, vanishing from sight in an instant. You chose to ignore me. Now, I shall make you pay dearly. A glint of cold light shone in Kampa's eyes. His velocity was remarkable, befitting a god of destruction, and he rapidly closed the distance to Gu Xian. Most would likely tremble at the approach of a god of destruction, but Gu Xian felt no fear. He had already dared to confront Beerus, even when he was not as powerful as he was now. With his strength having surged dramatically, how could he possibly fear Kampa? Moreover, among the gods of destruction, Kampa's power was merely average, if not slightly below. Such prowess was not something Gu Xian would fear. Thus, he had no intention of fleeing. There's no avoiding this. Gu Xian abandoned his attack on the cosmic barrier, pivoting sharply to focus his gaze on Kampa. Lord Kampa, I recognize you as the most powerful among the gods of destruction. I have come here not with any ulterior motives, but solely to challenge you to a battle. Ji Xian regarded Kampa earnestly. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to voice his intentions. Boom! Gu Xian's aura erupted with fervor, his eyes locked on Kampa, radiating a fierce combat spirit. If it were Beerus standing before him, he might hesitate, but against Kampa, how audacious! Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Kampa did not react with anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips. T.O. challenged a god of destruction. I wonder what gives you such courage. Kampa shook his head, finding Gu Xian's audacity utterly bewildering. It could even be deemed a display of arrogance. How dare a mere human challenge a god of destruction? I cannot tell if you are truly ignorant or simply seeking your own demise. Kampa remarked. Whoosh. In an instant, Kampa dashed forward, appearing right before Gu Xian. Boom! Just as Kampa prepared to strike Gu Xian, intending to teach this audacious human a lesson, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned sharply to gaze into the distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. How did he arrive? Kampa muttered under his breath. What should we do, Lord Kampa? Vados inquired, casting a glance at Kampa, an angel. She was bound to absolute neutrality, thus only required to heed Kampa's words. Whether the situation was right or wrong was beyond her consideration. It was not her concern. Gu Xian also sensed that powerful aura and turned his gaze toward the distance. There, a brilliant streak was racing toward him. Beerus and Whis were approaching rapidly. Gu Xian, this is the 7th universe. I grant you the freedom to act as you wish. With my presence, you may continue to breach the barrier. As for anything else, you need not worry. Beerus addressed Gu Xian. It was evident he had grasped the situation upon his arrival. Hence his words. As for why he was so protective of Gu Xian, he had also noticed the staggering increase in Gu Xian's power since their last encounter, which was monumental, elevating him to an entirely different level. Such overwhelming strength caused Beerus to regard him with newfound respect. What do you mean by this, Beerus? Kampa's expression darkened as he confronted Beerus. Nothing of significance. He's in my 7th universe now. Therefore, everything he does falls outside your jurisdiction. Beerus cast a casual glance at Kampa and began to speak. You. Kampa pointed at Beerus, his expression decidedly grim. Yet he found himself powerless. Gu Xian was indeed correct. The god of destruction of Universe 6. He had no authority to intervene in matters of other universes. However, what Gu Xian intended to do was to breach the cosmic barrier. Entering Universe 6 from Universe 7, such an endeavor was clearly unacceptable to Kampa. Nonetheless, he understood that with Beerus present, thwarting Gu Xian's attempt to breach the barrier was utterly impossible. All he could do now was hope that Gu Xian would fail to penetrate the defenses. Beyond that, Kampa had no other recourse. Beerus, I will not let this matter rest easily. Though you are in Universe 7 now, should you break through the cosmic defenses and enter Universe 6, I shall unleash my full power. At that point, I doubt you will be able to evade my grasp. Kampa glared fiercely at Beerus, realizing he was no match for him. Otherwise, he would not be resorting to such threats. If one were to name the god of destruction he despised most, it would undoubtedly be Beerus. I am aware, Beerus replied slowly. However, he suddenly shifted the topic, fixing his gaze upon Kampa. Kampa, you have continuously asserted that the strength of Universe 6 surpasses that of Universe 7. Since we gods of destruction are prohibited from engaging in combat, how about we compete in other aspects? What do you think? Beerus proposed. How shall we compete? Kampa asked, taken aback as he looked at Beerus. Let us wager on who possesses the most formidable warriors beneath our respective gods of destruction. The might of Universe 6 truly greater? Or do the humans of Universe 7 prevail? Beerus stated, observing Kampa. He knew that, given Kampa's nature, he would undoubtedly agree to the challenge. After being overshadowed by Beerus for so many years, Kampa would seize any opportunity for reprisal. Regardless, Beerus's proposal held significant advantages for Universe 7. For Gu Xian, this opportunity was even more precious. If you are too timid, then forget it. Consider it as if I never spoke, Beerus said, seeing Kampa hesitate. Timid? Kampa retorted instantly. What a joke! How could I possibly be afraid? I am merely considering your perspective, Kampa explained. Enough with the pleasantries. Simply state whether you dare or not, Beerus asserted directly, leaving Kampa with no choice. To refuse would imply fear. Would Kampa make such a choice? Certainly not. Very well, I accept your challenge. If Gu Xian is the strongest in your universe, I shall not take advantage of you. Baduk, summon our universe's mightiest warrior, no matter the cost. Kampa commanded Baduk. Gu Xian paid no heed to the exchange between Beerus and Kampa. Intent on continuing his endeavor, so long as no one obstructed his effort to breach the cosmic barrier, he would proceed unfettered. After all, he had Beerus backing him, and Kampa would likely not violate their agreement. Gu Xian was not inclined to concern himself with anything else at the moment. Moreover, his purpose for visiting Universe 6 was to engage in battle with a powerful opponent. If Beerus could assist him, it would certainly alleviate many complications. Gu Xian continued. No one will disturb you. Although the cosmic defenses are formidable, with your current strength, breaching them should be quite manageable, Beerus remarked, his eyes gleaming as he assessed Gu Xian's power. At present, Gu Xian had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 and had yet to attain Super Saiyan 4, but nevertheless, the sheer intensity of his energy was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. At least in Beerus's eyes, breaking through the cosmic defenses was indeed achievable. That I refuse to believe he can succeed, even if his strength is considerable, Kampa scoffed, observing Gu Xian with disdain. The barrier was no ordinary construct. It was not something that could be easily breached. Not worry, Lord Beerus. After several encounters, I have gained considerable insight into this cosmic barrier, but I will now proceed to breach it, Gu Xian declared, raising his hands with simplicity. As he did so, a tremendous surge of power coursed through him, channeling into his hands. What is this? Beerus paused, recalling a technique once employed by Son Goku. Yet, could such a technique, which harmonizes one's energy, truly dismantle the barrier? Gu Xian positioned his hands together at his right side, uttering a chilling phrase. The moment the first syllable fell, a point of light manifested between his hands. While his energy surged wildly, drawing in the surrounding energy towards his palms. Though it was merely a point of light, an immense force suddenly emerged around Gu Xian, emanating from the luminous point between his hands. Me. At the instant the third syllable echoed, the power within Gu Xian surged violently. In mere moments, a vast amount of energy coalesced. As this energy flooded into his hands, the point of light gradually expanded, transforming into a sphere of light. With the formation of the light sphere, an unimaginable force erupted forth. Even Beerus and Kampa found themselves momentarily stunned, for the energy in Gu Xian's grasp was astonishing, evoking a sense of surprise in both. How can he be this powerful? Kampa mused internally, astonished by Gu Xian's unexpected strength. Though the barrier was resilient, his power was formidable as well. Perhaps it would indeed be insufficient to withstand him. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Kampa could not help but voice his thoughts after witnessing Gu Xian's overwhelming energy. That my goodness, in just a year's time, he has grown so much stronger. It's truly unimaginable. Beerus observed Gu Xian, noting the stark contrast to the previous year. He had evidently become far more powerful. Even Beerus found himself genuinely impressed. Gu Xian uttered the fourth syllable. That moment, his eyes turned cold and piercing. Me. With the final word spoken, Gu Xian thrust his hands forward. Boom! An enormous Kamehameha wave surged forth, racing toward the barrier with astonishing speed. The velocity of the Kamehameha wave was extraordinary, especially as Gu Xian unleashed it with the full force of a Super Saiyan 3, showcasing its immense power. Boom! The Kamehameha wave collided with the barrier. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated continuously. In mere moments, the energy screen shattered under Gu Xian's assault. However, just as the barrier began to collapse, a peculiar glow emerged, rapidly repairing the breach. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Gu Xian darted forward, bursting through the rapidly contracting barrier. His speed was astonishing as he seamlessly slipped through the fissure and into the sixth universe. Approximately 3 minutes after his entry into the sixth universe, the breach he had created finally began to heal. I have succeeded, standing beneath the vast expanse of stars belonging to the sixth universe. Gu Xian paused. He regarded Beerus and Whis from the seventh universe, as well as Kampa and Vados, with an expression of serene calm, offering no sign of agitation. Indeed, I was right about you, Beerus nodded, stepping forward and passing through the barrier. You truly have opened it. Kampa stared for a moment, then let out a wry smile, astonished that Gu Xian had actually accomplished this. It was merely luck. Nothing of great significance. Gu Xian humbly replied, recognizing the necessity of such modesty. After all, he could not afford to appear overly arrogant. lest he provoke disdain. Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados all proceeded to enter the sixth universe. Kampa, the competition should commence now. Let the mightiest warriors from our respective universes determine the victor. Beerus regarded Gu Xian with a sense of optimism, confident that if Gu Xian took action, there would be no issues. Even against the strongest of the sixth universe. Vados, have you located our universe's strongest warrior? Kampa inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with Vados' efficiency. Lord Kampa, I have found him. I just need to bring him here. Given the distance, the round trip will likely take around 10 minutes, and with convincing him, 15 minutes should suffice. Vados spoke softly. Hurry, do not delay for too long, Kampa urged, nodding in agreement. He needed to regain face elsewhere. In the realm of the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, Gu Xian, and others arrived. Gu Xian, this battle is crucial for the overall strength of our seventh universe. I hope you do not disappoint me. After defeating the sixth universe, you may present your conditions to me that if I can fulfill them, I will certainly not refuse. Beerus addressed Gu Xian, understanding that this battle also bore significance for the reputation of the seventh universe. Despite his confidence in Gu Xian's abilities, he felt it necessary to reiterate his expectations that I desire a traversal cube. That Gu Xian stated without hesitation, articulating his wish directly. A traversal cube? Beerus was taken aback. Gazing intently at Gu Xian, it is worth noting that the traversal cube is a tool exclusive to the gods of destruction. Such an item has never been entrusted to a mere human. Very well. If you can secure it in this battle, I shall grant you the traversal cube. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus ultimately chose to agree. For him, the pleasure derived from embarrassing Kampa outweighed the value of the traversal cube. Then, let this battle demonstrate our power to the sixth universe. Gu Xian spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with a resolute confidence. This confidence stemmed from his absolute belief in his own strength. Convinced he could easily triumph over any opponent the sixth universe might dispatch. Humph. Kampa scoffed dismissively. Vados, hurry up. Internally, Kampa felt anxious. He could not abide Beerus' arrogance, and was eager for Vados to summon the mightiest warrior of the sixth universe to teach Gu Xian a lesson. He was eager to see how Beerus would handle being outdone. As time passed, 15 minutes swiftly elapsed at that moment. A brilliant arc streaked across the sky, descending directly into the realm of the gods of destruction. It halted before Beerus, Kampa, and the others. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged. Vados, you have finally returned. Kampa exclaimed, leaping with excitement towards Vados. Lord Kampa, this is our sixth universe's strongest human, Hit, who also happens to be an assassin. Vados softly introduced. Hit, Vados has already informed you. Defeat this individual, and I shall concede to some of your conditions. Kampa imitated Beerus, adopting a similar tone that my conditions have already been discussed with Vados. Hit looked at Gu Xian before addressing Kampa. Lord Kampa, his condition is the traversal cube. I have agreed to it. Should he win, he shall receive it. Vados smiled as she spoke. Kampa hesitated momentarily. Should you win, what does it matter? Kampa resolved, convinced that if Beerus could offer it, so could he. Now that our guest has arrived, let us not waste any more time. We must proceed. Beerus glanced at Hit, yawning as he spoke. Gu Xian, the next phase is yours. Beerus directed his gaze at Gu Xian. Whoosh! Gu Xian's figure flickered and appeared in an open space. The power of Super Saiyan 3 surged forth from him at that moment. Dealing with Hit should not necessitate my transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xian murmured, observing It's your turn. Hit, Kampa echoed, looking at Hit. Come. Hit's demeanor turned serious. He sensed Gu Xian's formidable strength, which exerted considerable pressure upon him. Your name is Hit, the foremost assassin of the sixth universe. The most powerful individual beneath the gods of destruction. Gu Xian began, fully aware of Hit's reputation. You are Gu Xian, the strongest under the gods of destruction in the seventh universe, who has even breached the cosmic barrier. Your strength is indeed remarkable. Hit acknowledged, though his usual cold demeanor softened slightly in the presence of a worthy opponent, as Gu Xian undoubtedly was. Whoosh! Gu Xian shot forward, racing towards Hit. Impressive speed. Hit's gaze sharpened. Caught off guard by Gu Xian's swiftness, rendering him momentarily unresponsive. Bang! Gu Xian closed the distance in an instant. Without pausing, he lifted his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of a resounding boom echoed. In an instant before Hit could react, he was struck forcefully by Gu Xian's blow. What? Hit's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an unimaginable force surge into his body. Even he staggered back several steps before managing to dissipate Gu Xian's overwhelming power. Truly worthy of the title as the strongest in the seventh universe, this strength is indeed formidable. Hit regarded Gu Xian with newfound gravity and caution. Whoosh! Gu Xian wasted no time, launching another attack. Whoosh! Hit surged forward simultaneously. Bang! 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 Both Gu Xian and Hit moved with astonishing speed. Particularly amidst the fierce battle, their attacks equally relentless. While neither unleashed their full power, Gu Xian's Super Saiyan 3 strength was formidable nonetheless. However, even in the face of Gu Xian's assaults, Hit did not falter. Rather, he engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with him. Although he remained on the defensive, this dynamic prevented Gu Xian from swiftly concluding their confrontation, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Beerus and Kampa observed intently. Though the battle had reached a pinnacle from the outset, for them, it was merely the beginning. With a resounding crash, Gu Xian and Hit instinctively created distance between them, both displaying a palpable excitement in their expressions. "Ha ha! Exhilarating!" Gu Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Quite thrilling," Hit echoed, his face unusually animated. The strength of Gu Xian was something Hit had never encountered during his time in the sixth universe. Engaging with such a powerful adversary was a rare opportunity for Hit, given the lack of worthy opponents in his own universe. "Hit, unleash your true power. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. You should be well aware of this by now." No need for further elaboration, Gu Xian stated, regarding Hit as a commendable opponent. Particularly, Hit's time-skip technique posed a challenge. Although Gu Xian understood how to counter it, he found it somewhat vexing, as he could not suddenly amplify his speed by thousands of times. His only recourse was to anticipate Hit's movements, akin to Goku's approach to dealing with Hit's time skip. "Unleash my full power?" Hit chuckled. Despite being on the defensive, he felt Gu Xian's might was not insurmountable. Thus, Gu Xian's words seemed somewhat boastful to Hit. Moreover, the battle had reignited the growth of Hit's long-stagnant strength, which was the most exhilarating aspect for him. With a swift motion, Hit dashed toward Gu Xian. "Do you intend to use me as a sharpening stone to hone your skills?" Gu Xian frowned, fully aware of Hit's intentions. However, he was unwilling to play the role of a sparring partner. As Hit approached, Gu Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch. In that instant, the winds howled, and a colossal punch shadow materialized. "What?" Hit's expression changed dramatically. The punch shadow exuded an overwhelming force, leaving even him astounded. Without hesitation, he retreated, fully aware that should the punch shadow strike him directly, it would result in severe injury. Though he understood the stakes, evading such an attack was no easy feat, especially given their proximity. With a thunderous crash, the punch shadow descended. In that critical moment, Kampa had no choice as the punch shadow drew near, mere inches away from Hit. It passed through him. Beerus's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized it. "Interesting. I did not expect a mere human to wield such power." Whis also regarded Hit with newfound interest, having recognized the technique he had just employed. "That was close." Kampa sighed in relief, having feared the battle was reaching its conclusion, only to realize it was far from over. "Have you finally revealed your trump card?" Gu Xian remarked, not at all surprised, as he observed Hit. "Of course. If you have any more tricks up your sleeve, now would be the time to unveil them." Hit's expression grew grim, but he was largely unscathed. After all, although Gu Xian's previous punch was powerful, it had not inflicted significant harm. "The real contest begins now," Hit declared, fixing his gaze on Gu Xian. Gu Xian shook his head, finding Hit's perspective rather naive. "Hit, while your strength is commendable, there remains a disparity between us. Under normal circumstances, I might engage you in a fair contest. But not now." Upon hearing this, Hit's eyes narrowed as he studied Gu Xian. You believe your strength is so great that you can easily defeat me?" Hit retorted. if we were to compare after your growth. Perhaps I would be at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, I can certainly hold my ground. Gu Xian nodded. This confrontation represented the clash between the 6th and 7th universes, while he was indifferent to the outcome. Having accepted Beerus's challenge and taken his traversal cube, he felt compelled to put forth his utmost effort. Defeating Hit with utmost speed would be the most fitting demonstration of his capabilities. Your confidence is intriguing. I am curious to see if you can back it up. Hit responded, his eyes flashing with determination, feeling somewhat slighted. With that, Hit raised his right hand, conjuring a multitude of violet light orbs. These orbs erupted with an astonishing force at that moment. The very fabric of reality trembled as a purple sphere, measuring a full yard in diameter, manifested. Following this, it multiplied into 9 orbs. Gu Xian, since you were so confident. Allow me to present you with my technique. From the moment I developed it, all who have witnessed it have perished. That I hope you will be the exception, able to survive my attack. That I call it the 9-star convergence cannon. Hit declared, as the 9 violet orbs flickered with energy. Whoosh, 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 the 9 orbs shot forth, instantaneously encircling Gu Xian. Although separated by a distance, rays of light connected them, creating a breathtaking spectacle. 9 star convergence cannon. Such a delightfully dramatic name. I quite like it. Gu Xian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Hit's unexpected technique. That it was only natural he was unaware, as Hit had never employed such a lethal move in the Dragon Ball universe. As the 9-star convergence cannon approached, carrying immense power, Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity. Your strength surpasses my expectations. It seems defeating you will not be as straightforward as I had imagined. I may need to invest a bit more time. Gu Xian acknowledged that without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he would indeed struggle to defeat Hit in one swift blow. Naive. A cold smile crept upon Zeit's lips as a 9-star convergence cannon drew near. Its distance from Gu Xian dwindling to less than 10 zhong. In the face of this impending threat, Gu Xian raised his right hand, and an abundance of golden radiance instantly materialized between his palms. I should take this seriously. Otherwise, in my current state, an unforeseen change might very well occur. A flicker of intense light flashed in Gu Xian's eyes as he gazed at Zeit and spoke slowly. Despite his words, it was evident that Zeit's prowess did not instill fear in Gu Xian. Rather, it was only after Zeit revealed his lethal move that Gu Xian became intrigued, for this technique was one he had never encountered before. As for the ultimate outcome, this battle must be his victory, and it must be splendidly achieved. The 9-star convergence cannon. What significance could it hold here today? Gu Xian's voice was frigid. Now let me obliterate your 9-star convergence cannon. With a swift motion of his right hand, a tempest erupted. As the storm surged forth, it radiated outward from Gu Xian, wildly expanding in all directions. That Zeit's gaze sharpened, his expression growing considerably graver. In that moment, Gu Xian's power surged dramatically, reaching a level that left Zeit utterly astounded. 9-star convergence cannon. Annihilate him! Zeit bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. With a thunderous roar, the 9-star convergence cannon surged into action, swiftly encircling Gu Xian. At that instant, the 9 violet orbs of light from the cannon began to violently collide with Gu Xian's form, each orb containing an overwhelmingly potent and terrifying force. As the first violet orb approached, it collided with Gu Xian's body mere inches away. Yet, it did not truly touch him. Instead, it erupted in a colossal explosion before it could make contact, following the destruction of the first orb. The second swiftly followed suit, mirroring the first's fate, shattering upon nearing Gu Xian. The first 2 violet orbs disintegrated without ever touching Gu Xian. That I wish to waste no more time. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. As the 3rd violet orb approached, a calm voice emanated from Gu Xian just as it drew near, but he clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch toward the incoming orb. With a resounding impact, Gu Xian's fist collided with the 3rd violet orb, which subsequently shattered upon contact. In rapid succession, the 4th, 5th, and 6th orbs met the same fate, crumbling before him. In one determined effort, Gu Xian obliterated the remaining 2 orbs, leaving only the 9th and final violet orb intact, which harbored the most formidable power of the 9-star convergence cannon. This is the culmination of my 9-star convergence cannon's might. Gu Xian, unleash your full power. Zite growled as the ninth orb surged toward him. Haim. Ha! As the ninth orb approached, Gu Xian pressed his hands together, his voice icy and detached. In that moment, a golden energy sphere coalesced between his hands. Wave! Just as the ninth orb was 7 inches away, Gu Xian thrust his hands forward, unleashing the formidable Kamehameha wave. The moment the Kamehameha wave erupted, it transformed into a colossal force, colliding with the ninth violet orb. A series of violent explosions echoed, creating a vast crater in the ground as the tempest swept outward. Break for me! Gu Xian shouted, channeling an even greater force into the Kamehameha wave, elevating its power to its zenith. With that, the ninth violet orb shattered. As the orb disintegrated, the Kamehameha wave struck Zite, engulfing him in a torrent of immense energy. A cry of anguish escaped Zite's lips. It's impossible. Under the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave, Zite spat a mouthful of blood and was forcefully pushed back several dozen zhang before finally halting. Though he remained standing, he was gravely wounded and devoid of any fighting spirit. You have lost, Gu Xian stated, gazing at Zite with a calm demeanor. I never expected your strength to be so formidable. Zite replied, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. After a long pause, he continued, You encountered me. Had it been someone else, the outcome may have been different. However, this experience is invaluable for you. Losing to me is no surprise, but if another were to face you, none would emerge victorious. Gu Xian chuckled softly. Though he had defeated Zite, he understood that in the 7th universe, no one aside from himself could rival Zite. This battle had granted Zite a profound understanding of his own strength, and thus, during the upcoming tournament, he would unleash even greater power. Thank you, Zite suddenly exclaimed. You are the first to make me experience defeat. While this sensation is far from pleasant, it is immensely precious to me. For failure compels me to question my own strength, which in turn fuels my motivation to cultivate further. I am aware that you did not exert your full power this time, but I do not hold it against you. I can only blame my own weakness. I hope that when we meet again, I can witness your true strength. Zite regarded Gu Xian earnestly. I have lost. Your strength surpasses mine by a wide margin. But next time, I shall defeat you, Zite declared resolutely, preparing to depart. After losing, do you still have the audacity to leave? Or do you believe I will simply allow you to go? Just then, Xiang Pa's chilling voice resonated. Reaching Zite's ears simultaneously, an overwhelming force descended upon him. With a thunderous impact, even Zite trembled under the pressure, his complexion paling as he gazed at Xiang Pa. It was crucial to note that Zite was already gravely injured. And now, under Xiang Pa's oppressive aura, he felt an imminent sense of life and death. Xiang Pa. However, Zite's injuries bore no significance. They were all the same. Xiang Pa's expression darkened, that I care not whether you are an assassin or what abilities you possess. In my eyes, once you have lost, there is but one fate that awaits you, death. Xiang Pa slowly rose, his face brooding as he fixed his gaze on Zite, who sought to flee. Lord Xiang Pa. Bardas glanced at Xiang Pa, astonished that Zite had lost and incredulous at Xiang Pa's furious reaction. Had Zite merely lost, Xiang Pa would likely have remained indifferent. However, the stakes had now escalated to a matter between two universes. Bardas, there is no need for you to speak. Today he must die, and no one can change that. In this moment, Xiang Pa's voice resonated with unwavering determination. You wish to kill me. A flicker of intensity crossed its gaze. Although death is the inevitable fate of an assassin, even if you are a god of destruction, I shall not yield easily. Hide's complexion was ashen, yet under Xiang Pa's overwhelming presence, he forced himself to stand. His eyes coldly fixed on Xiang Pa. Such resolve is commendable, but it does not guarantee your survival today. With a mere lift of his right hand, Xiang Pa summoned a multitude of violet lights that began to coalesce. Gu Xuan, I had hoped for another chance to face you again, but it seems that opportunity has eluded you. As an assassin, I possess my ultimate technique, and today, I shall unveil it for your observation. After all, you are the only one who has ever made me feel at ease, and also my sole rival. Hit chose to disregard Xiang Pa's impending attack. directing his attention toward Guxuan, for he understood that no matter how powerful he was, he could never stand against the god of destruction. Ha! You dare to ignore me. It seems I have no significance in your eyes. The murderous intent in Xiangpa's gaze intensified. The ultimate technique, you say? Is it not a bit premature to unveil it now? For as of yet, I have not exerted my full strength. If you reveal it now, it merely grants me the time to devise a countermeasure. Guxuan chuckled before responding. What do you mean? Hit was taken aback, glancing at Guxuan. What are you implying? Though Hit had an inkling of Guxuan's thoughts, he found it difficult to believe. Guxuan dismissed Hit's skepticism with a slight smile. Stepping forward before speaking slowly. Have you not longed to witness my full power? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Guxuan positioned himself before Hit. Guxuan, this is not our affair. Do not interfere. Let them resolve it themselves. Just as Guxuan prepared to act, Beerus's voice echoed through the air. However, Guxuan turned his head. Lord Beerus, a spar is built upon camaraderie, not on life and death. Moreover, if one were to kill out of rage. If I were not present, perhaps it would be permissible, but since I am here, I cannot allow such an occurrence. Perhaps my power does not rival that of a god of destruction, but nonetheless, I must exert myself to the fullest. Even knowing that the outcome may be failure, I remain unfazed. Guxuan spoke with resolute conviction. As words fell, the power within him erupted like thunder, clashing against Xiangpa's oppressive force. You seek death. Seeing Guxuan dare to openly challenge him, a glint of cold light flashed in Xiangpa's eyes. That I know your nature. Since you have chosen this path, I shall allow you to be audacious once. Unleash your full strength. If you are to strive, do it to the utmost, and I shall ensure your safety. Beerus, known for his protective nature, harbored great faith in Guxuan and would not permit anyone to harm him, let alone in his presence. Xiangpa, you may choose to blame me, but one day you will be grateful, for soon enough you shall understand that my actions are crucial for your sixth universe. Guxuan spoke slowly. Hit, you should leave. I will handle this. Once I have resolved this matter, I shall seek you out, and then we shall engage in a decisive battle. Guxuan addressed Hit. I will not leave. Hit's gaze remained steadfast as he looked at Guxuan. Very well, today we shall confront the god of destruction together, allowing him to witness our power. Guxuan laughed heartily. Agreed. Hit too was all in. Boom. An immense force exploded forth from within him, no longer holding back, prepared to join Guxuan in the fight against the god of destruction. Very well, merely two humans. Although your strength is at the pinnacle among your kind, in my eyes, it is but trivial. Since you have chosen to seek death, I shall oblige you. Xiangpa stepped forward, appearing in midair. His gaze icy as he regarded Guxuan and Hit. Boom! An unimaginable power emanated from him, causing the very heavens to shift and the stars to dim, as though no force could rival this energy. Now, Guxuan and Hit exchanged glances before almost simultaneously declaring. The two rushed towards Xiangpa from opposite directions, their speed so extraordinary that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. They raised their right hands. Fists clenched and struck fiercely at Xiangpa. Presumptuous. Humans are merely humans, ultimately possessing only this level of power. In the face of Guxuan and Hit's assault, Xiangpa effortlessly caught both of their fists with his hands. Bang! In that instant, upon seizing their punches, Xiangpa forcefully flung Guxuan and Hit away. Incredible! Is this the power of a god of destruction? Hit's eyes widened in astonishment. Such formidable strength, yet it pales in comparison to Beerus. Guxuan murmured after sensing the power. Though both were gods of destruction, there remained a discernible gap in strength between them. Beerus's might was among the apex of the gods, while Xiangpa's power was merely average, if not slightly below. This understanding emboldened Guxuan to engage in battle even under Xiangpa's wrath. It was not only due to Xiangpa's inferiority to Beerus, but also because Guxuan's strength had surged dramatically after his confrontation with Beerus. With Beerus present, he felt assured of his safety, allowing him to unleash his full power against Xiangpa without trepidation, especially since he was not alone, but alongside Hit. The three figures engaged in a frenzied battle high above in the realm of the gods of destruction. Their speed was astonishing, rendering their movements nearly invisible. Only the sound of fierce winds could be heard as they swept past. Any object they brushed against was utterly obliterated. However, even with the combined might of Guxuan and Hit, they posed no threat to Xiangpa. Amidst this chaotic clash, mere moments passed, yet Guxuan and Hit's relentless assault scarcely matched Xiangpa, failing to pose any real danger. If that were not enough, it was evident from the battle that Xiangpa had yet to unleash his true power. He seemed to be taking it all in stride, not exerting himself significantly to him. Guxuan and Hit's strength was merely a diversion, unworthy of his serious attention. Even their combined efforts fell short. I expected your collaboration to yield some remarkable outcome. Yet it appears to be nothing of the sort. After yet another exchange of blows, the three of them distanced themselves. I was merely warming up. Now, the true battle begins. Guxuan glanced at Hit to confirm he was unharmed before addressing Xiangpa. Warming up? If that was merely a warm-up, then it is time to commence the genuine fight. Xiangpa retorted mockingly, displaying no concern, dismissing Guxuan's words as mere desperation. Very well, even if you do not speak. I was already prepared to unleash my true power against you. Guxuan gazed at Xiangpa, his voice steadied. Yes, that's so. Although I harbor minimal expectations for you, I am still willing to entertain a glimmer of hope. Perhaps you might surprise me after all. Xiangpa gazed at Guxuan. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from within Guxuan, fully unleashing the power of Super Saiyan 3 without reservation, reaching its zenith. Under this explosive surge, Guxuan's strength soared to an astonishing 90,000 trillion. Yet upon reaching this formidable milestone, there was no pause. Instead, it surged forth in an even more ferocious manner. 100,000. In the wake of this eruption, Guxuan's power ultimately crystallized at the staggering level of 100,000 trillion. This is the essence of Super Saiyan 3. He has astonishingly attained such heights, leaving one utterly astounded. Observing Guxuan's transformation and the power surging within him, even Beerus found himself momentarily taken aback. Slowly speaking, compared to his initial encounter with you on Earth, he has grown immensely. Was also softly remarked. It was evident that Guxuan's progress was astonishing even to Whis. Let me take the lead. Just as Guxuan prepared to confront Xiangpa with his 100,000 trillion force, Hit's voice resonated, filtering into his ears. Hit. Guxuan paused and cast a glance at Hit. This was originally my battle, and through our previous skirmishes, I have discovered a method to enhance my strength. While I cannot elevate my power like you Scions through transformation, fate is indeed equitable. Hit stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Guxuan. What? You don't intend to tell me you wish to face me alone, do you? Xiangpa inquired, gazing at Hit. Though I know this may displease you, I must assert that this is the reality, Hit replied slowly. Presumptuous, a cold glint flashed in Xiangpa's eyes. A low growl erupted from Hit's mouth. Boom! In response to this growl, an incredibly violent force erupted from Hit's being. The roar reverberated as a dense purple energy surged forth from Hit. It seemed that matters were about to become intriguing. Beerus furrowed his brow, glancing at Hit, his voice calm. It indeed appears so. Whis chuckled softly. Lord Xiangpa, it seems unexpected developments may arise. Bardos smiled slightly, watching Hit intently. I am curious to see what you can do. Although Xiangpa sensed something amiss, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own power and remained unconcerned. Moments later, Hit ceased his low growling, the purple energy swiftly retracting into his body as if nothing had transpired. What just happened? Beerus's gaze sharpened as the anticipated scenario failed to unfold. Hit clenched his fist, fully aware of what had transpired within him. Lord Xiangpa, I am coming. In a flash, Hit surged forward. Whoosh! In an instant, Hit appeared right before Xiangpa. So fast. Xiangpa was momentarily stunned, realizing that Hit's speed had dramatically increased in that fleeting moment. Bang! Hit unleashed a fist, aimed directly at Xiangpa's body, seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Xiangpa's eyes as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! However, when Xiangpa's punch was thrown, it did not land on Hit's body as he had envisioned. Xiangpa's gaze sharpened. Yet at that moment, Hit's fist suddenly emerged, striking the left side of Xiangpa's body. The force behind this punch was extraordinary, making contact with Xiangpa and delivering unparalleled power. Even someone as formidable as Xiangpa, caught unprepared by Hit's strike, found himself staggering back 3 steps. While it did not inflict any significant harm, the mere fact that he was forced to retreat was already remarkable. How is this possible? Xiangpa stared at Hit in shock, disbelief evident in his eyes, that he could not fathom how Hit's attack had managed to land upon him. Given his speed, he should have been able to overwhelm Hit effortlessly. Is it time skip? Xiangpa muttered. As it seemed there were no other possibilities, that he understood that time skip only allowed for a leap of 0.1 seconds. Under such circumstances, Hit should not have been able to touch him. Your time skip can only leap 0.1 seconds. You could not possibly have touched me with that. Do you possess some other means that you have yet to reveal? Although Xiangpa was perplexed and contemplated other possibilities, he could not quite grasp it, thus turning his attention to hit point 0.1 seconds. Hit regarded Xiangpa, then continued. Indeed, my time skip previously only allowed for a leap of 0.1 seconds. However, I never claimed that time skip was the sole ability I possessed. That 0.1 seconds was merely the past. Through my battles with Guxuan and now with you, I have discovered a path to enhancement. Under your pressure, both my strength and time skip have evolved. My time skip now allows for a leap of not 0.1 seconds, but rather 0.3 seconds. This signifies that my time skip has doubled, and my strength has similarly increased nearly 3-fold. Hit spoke slowly. Providing an explanation, he harbored no fears that revealing the truth to Xiangpa would present him with a flaw. Growth, you say? Xiangpa chuckled. Yes, that's so. Quite intriguing. I previously thought that eliminating you would merely provide amusement for other gods of destruction. Yet now, you possess the capacity to warrant my annihilation, at the very least. After killing you, no one will mock me for it, Xiangpa said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You may find that attempting to kill me is not as straightforward as you imagine. It may consume a bit of your time. Xiangpa remained unconcerned. Having reached this juncture, there was no point in sugarcoating his words. I am eager to see just how troublesome it will be to kill you. Xiangpa laughed. Hit, is that acceptable? Guxuan inquired, somewhat worried as he looked at Hit. Rest assured, I do not favor collaborative combat, as it hinders my performance that I prefer to fight alone, as it allows me to maximize my own power. Moreover, I am keen to discover just how much I can grow under the pressure of a god of destruction, and what heights I can reach. Hit responded slowly that, in that case, I respect your choice. Guxuan nodded. Lord Xiangpa, prepare yourself. I have my strongest strike, one I have never unleashed before. You'll be the first. After Hit finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Whoosh! Hit reappeared right in front of Xiangpa. Do you intend to use time skip again? Xiangpa frowned, raising his right hand to wave. With that motion, a dense purple storm erupted. Boom! The purple aura manifested 3 inches from Xiangpa's body, preventing Hit from approaching him from any direction. Now your time skip is rendered ineffective, Xiangpa confidently declared. Yes, that's so. If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. A smile played at the corners of Hit's mouth, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming power emanating from Kampa, which sent shivers through him. Instead, he surged forward with even greater speed towards Kampa. Whoosh! Hit's velocity was extraordinary. What was he intending? At that moment, Beerus, Whis, Bados, and Guxuan all turned their gazes, bewildered by Hit's intentions, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Hit instantly appeared before Kampa as for the 3 inches of purple energy. Hit appeared to disregard it entirely, entering the proximity without any harm befalling him. Raising his right hand, Hit suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards Kampa as he reached that critical distance. Boom! An invisible ripple erupted, enveloping Kampa in an instant. What is this? Kampa's eyes narrowed, sensing an unusual force descend upon him. Though it inflicted no direct harm, it instilled in him a sense of foreboding, as if something monumental had transpired, yet he was oblivious to its nature. This, Whis and Bados immediately stood, their expressions revealing shock. Time had been wielded to such an extent by Hit. Who exactly was he? It was exceedingly rare for even angels to be astounded. However, Hit's actions at that moment left them in awe. The rules of time and space, three supreme powers, when united, heralded the birth of beings akin to angels. While the power of space was manageable by humans, it was not surprising. After all, among the three forces, space was the weakest. However, the powers of time and rules were equivalent, far beyond human capability. Not to mention, even deities found it arduous to master, with destroyer deities lacking such abilities. The power of rules belonged exclusively to the highest echelon, accessible only to angels and high priests. Bados murmured, clearly taken aback by Hit's prowess. Hit's time-skipping technique was merely a basic application of time manipulation. While rare, it was remarkable for anyone to have even a glimpse of its potential. Yet they had not anticipated that Hit could wield time to such an extent, truly astonishing them. Lord Kampa, this is the most potent attack I have just comprehended, a culmination of all my strength, executed in a desperate bid to defeat you. Hit spoke slowly, his demeanor unremarkable. He showed no signs of fear, even in the face of a destroyer deity. With those words, he uttered four profound syllables. Time prison, boom. An invisible force of time materialized, ensnaring Kampa within its grasp. Though Kampa was present, he found himself trapped in a peculiar manner, confined within the essence of time. Success. Hit exhaled a sigh of relief. This was his newly acquired attack, and while he had little confidence in its success, he had thrown caution to the wind. Unexpectedly, it had worked, ensnaring Kampa within. Crack. Crack. Cracks began to form as the time prison started to collapse. Kampa, at that moment, forcefully broke free. You shall perish. As he emerged from the time prison, fury etched across his face. His right hand lifted, aiming to deliver a devastating slap to Hit, intent on annihilating him. Kampa was furious. He never imagined he would suffer a setback at the hands of a mere human. Such a humiliation was an affront to his identity as a destroyer deity. Purple energy surged from Kampa's hand. Boom! A terrifying energy coalesced into a fully purple hand in an instant. That I will see you dead. As the hand manifested, it radiated powerful waves. That Hit's complexion paled as he beheld the colossal purple hand above him. Despite the unfathomable power it contained, Hit remained composed, devoid of fear. For him, having managed to momentarily confine Kampa, even if for a fleeting second, was a significant achievement. As he gazed upon the colossal hand, descending with cataclysmic force, capable of instilling dread in any living being, a smile crept upon Hit's lips. In this life, I have no regrets. I am content. Hit spoke softly, having accepted the impending fate of his demise. After all, he had lived for a millennium, having taken countless lives, and was weary of such an existence. Even now, facing the threat of death under Kampa's power, Hit confronted it with tranquility. Just as the hand was about to strike, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Wave. At that very moment, a colossal Kamehameha wave surged forth, racing towards Kampa's enormous hand with blinding speed, colliding without hesitation. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the realm of destroyers as the Kamehameha wave met the hand in a titanic clash. Guxuan! Hit turned abruptly to Guxuan. Hit, if you perish here, wouldn't I lose a worthy opponent? You have only just begun to discover your path to strength. Your future is limitless. Though your current power is still lacking, given time, I am certain you will achieve unimaginable heights. Death is indeed not to be feared, but I believe it would be unwise for you to meet your end here. Guxuan's voice was calm as he continued. Leave the rest to me. You need not worry. While Kampa's strength is formidable, it is not so easily wielded against me. Besides, with Lord Beerus present, I will be fine. Thank you. With a newfound glimmer of hope, Hit was determined not to squander this opportunity. He understood Guxuan's intent. I shall remember this favor and repay it in kind. After speaking, Hit vanished in a flash, realizing that remaining would only complicate matters for Guxuan. Guxuan! Kampa glared at Guxuan, his expression darkening. My Lord Kampa, do you not fear being ridiculed for striking down a human so fiercely? Guxuan replied with a smile. Ta-da! As his words fell, Guxuan unleashed his full power. Boom! The Kamehameha wave erupted with its utmost force, clashing against the gigantic hand, producing an even more intense cacophony. Boom! Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed as the Kamehameha wave disintegrated. The colossal hand crashed down, Yet just as it neared Guxuan, he smiled slightly and instantly teleported away. The massive hand struck the ground, sending tremors throughout the realm of destroyers, leaving behind an enormous handprint. The sheer force was so overwhelming that the entire realm was pierced through upon its descent. Beerus, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let this incident rest easily. Xiangpa refrained from visiting Guxuan, as no matter how much Guxuan flailed about. In his eyes, he was merely an insignificant insect that could be crushed at any moment. He observed Beerus speaking, his anger palpable. Thus, his words erupted in a near roar. Lord Beerus, this is my own affair. Regardless of the consequences, I, Guxuan, shall bear them alone today. Guxuan too gazed at Beerus. After a moment of silence, Beerus regarded Guxuan, and upon witnessing the fighting spirit in Guxuan's eyes, he grasped Guxuan's intent. Guxuan, I've already stated that today you are permitted to act recklessly. As long as I am here, no one can prevent me from taking you away. Beerus's words were calm, yet they exuded an undeniable resolve. It was well known that Beerus was a being of his word. In that case, I thank you, Lord Beerus, Guxuan replied with a smile. Unleash your full power. Do not bring shame to the seventh universe. Rest assured, even if you had not said so, I was already prepared to do so. Guxuan slowly uttered, turning to face Xiangpa that moment. Xiangpa's expression was quite remarkable. Lord Xiangpa, prepare yourself, for I shall now unleash all my strength. Guxuan cautioned. Upon finishing his words, Guxuan clenched his fists, letting out a low growl. With that growl, an immense aura erupted from within him. Originally, Guxuan's power had reached 100 trillion, but now it surged wildly. 200 trillion, 300 trillion, 500 trillion. In the blink of an eye, Guxuan's power had escalated to an astounding 500 trillion. The ultimate transformation, Super Saiyan 4, Guxuan bellowed, and an abundance of fur appeared across his body. Simultaneously, his hair turned black, a result of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. In that instant of transformation, Guxuan's power skyrocketed to 1 million trillion. Can you still transform? Xiangpa's gaze sharpened as he studied Guxuan intently. This is Super Saiyan 4, but this is not my full strength. My true power lies in the full capacity of Super Saiyan 4. The moment Guxuan's words fell, his aura surged yet again, ultimately stabilizing at 1.5 million trillion. The full power of Super Saiyan 4. This is my ultimate strength. After unleashing his most formidable power, Guxuan looked at Xiangpa and spoke slowly. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out your strength is indeed formidable. It seems I underestimated you earlier. Xiangpa regarded Guxuan. Although this power was not particularly strong in his eyes, the extent of the increase left him greatly astonished. Guxuan, do not hesitate. Unleash your full strength. It would be best if you could injure that fellow, Xiangpa, Beerus exclaimed with excitement. Although battles among gods of destruction are forbidden, it does not mean he cannot allow others to fight. Fear not. I shall hold nothing back in this battle. Guxuan nodded in response to Beerus. In truth, Guxuan was deeply invested in this fight, for his opponent was not particularly formidable among the gods of destruction. While he knew he could not defeat a god of destruction, his current state, coupled with some hidden cards, made it feasible to injure one that you seem very confident in yourself. If that's the case, allow me to see who has instilled this confidence in you. Xiangpa's eyes flickered, revealing a fierce, killing intent as he fixed his gaze upon Guxuan. Whoosh! Guxuan darted forward, instantly closing the distance to Xiangpa. Seeking death, Xiangpa snorted coldly. Previously, while dealing with Hit, Xiangpa had murderous intent, but it was more about honing his skills. However, this method of training was rather cruel. After all, Hit was still from his sixth universe. If he could withstand it, then all would be well, but if he could not, it would be unfortunate. Death was merely death. Yet now, facing Guxuan, the strongest of the seventh universe, the best solution, in Xiangpa's view, was to eliminate him. Boom! Just as Guxuan was a mere inch away from Xiangpa, a burst of purple light suddenly radiated outward. The purple light moved with incredible speed, closing in on Guxuan in an instant. Under this purple glow, Guxuan's gaze sharpened as he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. God, Killer Fist! In the face of this peril, Gu Xuan acted without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch towards Xiangpa. Boom! The surrounding energy surged violently, coalescing into a massive fist before him. The God-Killer fist emerged, hurtling towards Xiangpa. Bang! With a tremendous sound, the God-Killer fist collided with Xiangpa's body. At the moment of contact, a surge of purple energy erupted 2 inches away from Xiangpa, directly clashing with Gu Xuan's God-Killer fist. The ensuing cacophony of violent booms reverberated, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity, causing the very space to tremble. I thought you were strong, but it seems you are merely this level. You truly disappoint me. Xiangpa's voice rang out. After his words fell, he raised his right hand and pointed fiercely at Gu Xuan. Boom! With that single gesture, chaos ensued as it collided with Gu Xuan's God-Killer fist. Despite the formidable strength of the God-Killer fist, it could not withstand the force of Xiangpa's fingertip. In the next moment, it collapsed as the God-Killer fist shattered. Gu Xuan's body jolted violently, feeling the overwhelming power of Xiangpa's fingertips surge into him. The sheer force was so great that Gu Xuan staggered back a step. However, he only retreated a single step. After regaining his footing, Gu Xuan clenched his fists, letting out a low growl as he endured the searing pain within him. Converting that pain into strength, he thrust his fist forward with ferocity. Bang! Even Xiangpa did not foresee this outcome. He had not expected Gu Xuan to withstand the force of a strike, only to take a simple step back. Truth be told, while Gu Xuan was undeniably strong, Xiangpa had not taken this battle particularly seriously. For him, killing a human required no significant effort. It could be done with little more than a casual approach. Yet Gu Xuan's power exceeded Xiangpa's expectations, although Gu Xuan had the protection of an energy barrier surrounding him. In this moment of rage, his punch unleashed an unimaginable force. Under this power, even the defense surrounding Xiangpa faltered. Failing to hold firm, boom! The protective barrier around Xiangpa shattered. Following its collapse, Gu Xuan's fist landed squarely upon Xiangpa. Bang! However, despite this, an insurmountable gap in power remained between the two, although Gu Xuan's fist had struck Xiangpa. The impact was significantly diminished by the energy barrier, failing to rattle Xiangpa in the slightest, let alone inflict any harm. Thus, after the punch landed, Xiangpa remained unfazed. Whoosh! The assault launched by Gu Xian not only failed to inflict any damage upon Xiangpa, but rather, after the blow struck, it left an opening that Xiangpa seized with remarkable speed. With his right hand, Xiangpa unleashed a swift and powerful punch aimed directly at Gu Xian. Yet, just as Xiangpa's fist was on the verge of making contact, Gu Xian's figure inexplicably vanished in an instant. He had once again employed his instantaneous movement to evade Xiangpa's attack. Is your only tactic to flee? Xiangpa cast a glance at Gu Xian. My strength pales in comparison to yours. If I do not escape, would it not be akin to waiting for death? Gu Xian chuckled softly. Despite his precarious position, even feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, he remained unconcerned. After all, he possessed a myriad of strategies yet to be unleashed, so there was no need for haste. An opportunity to engage with a god of destruction was indeed a rare gift. Furthermore, while Xiangpa had not exerted his full power, he had at least employed half of his strength. A fact that diminished his prowess considerably when compared to Beerus. Least Beerus had not displayed the disdainful expression that marred Xiangpa's countenance at this moment, which was tinged with frustration, undoubtedly due to Gu Xian's continuous evasion of his attacks. However, if Xiangpa believed he could vanquish Gu Xian with merely this level of power, he was sorely mistaken. Gu Xian was convinced of this. Meanwhile, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos observed the battle in silence, all sharing the sentiment that if Xiangpa did not adopt a serious approach, he would only suffer further losses at Gu Xian's hands. Beerus maintained a facade of amusement throughout, eagerly anticipating Xiangpa's missteps against Gu Xian. Nevertheless, Beerus was also attentive to Gu Xian's growth. His power had increased significantly. Beerus directed his gaze towards Gu Xian, noting the contrast between his previous naive demeanor during their last encounter and the composure he exhibited in this battle against Xiangpa. Gu Xian now demonstrated a remarkable calmness and adaptability to unexpected circumstances, a transformation that did not go unnoticed by Beerus. Such mastery could not be achieved overnight, although Beerus was unaware of the specifics. He surmised that Gu Xian had devoted considerable effort to his training over the past year. This individual had indeed reached an impressive level within the realm of humanity. Bardos regarded Gu Xian and, after a brief pause, spoke to Whis and Beerus. However, his prowess remained confined to the human tier, and a gap still existed when compared to the god of destruction. Bardos assessed Gu Xian once more, remarking that, from an Angela perspective, his strength was rather unremarkable, merely average, lacking the surprise that had accompanied Hitter's explosive power at a critical moment. Yet the fact that a human could achieve such a level solely through personal effort still surprised Bardos. Moreover, since Gu Xian was the strongest human Bardos had encountered, she felt a slight increase in her interest, or perhaps curiosity, towards him. Xiang Pa raised his right hand, and in an instant, purple light began to coalesce. This luminescence emerged from all directions, slowly gathering at his fingertips to form a light sphere. Though the sphere had yet to take a definitive shape, its irregular form harbored an unimaginable and terrifying power. I acknowledge your strength. However, I wonder how you will respond to this energy of mine. Upon the emergence of the irregular light sphere, Xiang Pa's voice resonated with calmness, with a subtle motion of his fingers. The sphere detached and sped forth. Whoosh! The sphere raced towards Gu Xian with astonishing velocity. At this again. Gu Xian mused, somewhat exasperated. It seemed that many gods of destruction favored this particular tactic. Yet, despite his frustration, Gu Xian could not afford to underestimate the power contained within the sphere. After all, this was energy wielded by a god of destruction. Any negligence could lead to dire consequences, far beyond what he could easily endure. Since you are so concerned about me, I cannot neglect to reciprocate. As the saying goes, one should not be ungrateful when receiving kindness. With that, Gu Xian propelled himself forward. Boom! Without employing any special technique, Gu Xian's body charged directly into the oncoming irregular light sphere. Beerus was taken aback by this scene, unable to comprehend Gu Xian's reasoning behind such an action. Whis was equally stunned, staring blankly at Gu Xian, unable to fathom his response. What was he attempting to achieve? Was it possible? Xiang Pa stood frozen, bewildered by Gu Xian's unconventional fighting style. Could it be that he was a fool, unable to recognize that this was energy unique to the gods of destruction, capable of annihilating all existence? How intriguing this seemed. Bardos, too, was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced her lips. Her gaze towards Gu Xian growing more invested. Boom! At that very moment, as all eyes were fixated on the unfolding spectacle, Gu Xian's form collided with the irregular light sphere. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a tempest of chaos, as thick smoke billowed forth, obscuring all sight. What will become of him? A question arose in Beerus's mind. Could it be that he perished? Xiang Pa, observing the rolling smoke, couldn't help but voice his doubts that if Gu Xian truly met his end in such a manner, he would indeed deserve it, having acted recklessly. However, he was unscathed. Whis glanced at the smoke, intrigued by Gu Xian's method of evasion. What a peculiar individual, though undoubtedly fascinating. Bardos echoed this sentiment internally. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gu Xian's figure emerged, revealing that he had sustained not a single injury from the collision with Xiang Pa's irregular light sphere. Remarkably unharmed. Lord Xiang Pa, I hope you do not hold back. Gu Xian smiled at Xiang Pa noisy. Xiang Pa snorted coldly. Although it was true that he had not exerted his full strength, he was still a god of destruction. If it required his full power to subdue a mere human, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Moreover, Xiang Pa was acutely aware of Beerus's presence. Should Beerus be determined to protect Gu Xian, he would find it impossible to do him any real harm. After all, what kind of disgrace would it be for a god of destruction to unleash their full might against a human and still fail to eliminate them? Such news would undoubtedly provoke laughter from other gods of destruction. However, if he refrained from using his full power, the narrative would shift entirely. He could claim he was merely training another. Ultimately, it was a matter of preserving his own dignity. After all, there were few things that could capture the attention of a god of destruction, and his pride was of utmost importance. If you do not employ your full strength, you may very well find it impossible to defeat me. Gu Xian continued, his smile unwavering. Thus far, Xiangpa's reactions had not aligned with Gu Xian's expectations. What he sought was a Xiangpa who would unleash his full power, not one overly concerned, hesitant to deliver a true lethal strike. Rest assured, today you shall have neither the opportunity to leave nor escape this place. Though Xiangpa was acutely aware that today he would likely be unable to contend with Gu Xuan, he felt compelled to maintain the fa of intimidation. Of course, Xiangpa understood that Gu Xuan would remain indifferent to such threats. Yet, whether one cares or not is a personal matter. At the very least, I require an outlet for my emotions. Lord Xiangpa, allow me to demonstrate my strength, he declared. Though this is my first exhibition, I trust it will not disappoint you. Perhaps it may even leave you astounded. Gu Xuan gazed at Xiangpa, his expression resolute. Boom! As the words left his lips, Gu Xuan unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. Let me see what you can do. I hope to be impressed. Xiangpa's interest in Gu Xuan was piqued. Observing him intently, this fellow's array of techniques is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps this time, he will truly surprise us. Beerus looked on with anticipation. Watching others battle is enjoyable, yet after a while, especially for someone like Beerus, his hands began to itch with the desire to join in. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Deep down, Beerus had already resolved that once he returned from the sixth universe, he would challenge Gu Xuan again. Your Super Saiyan 4 must possess more than just this level of power. Show me your true strength, Xiangpa urged Gu Xuan. Rest assured, I shall reveal to you the full might of Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xuan replied, confidence radiating from him. Let us not waste any more time. It would be quite shameful to linger with a mere human. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Xuan unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 4. An overwhelming force emanating from him, that he raised his right hand, and, with a single motion, 9 Guxuans materialized around him. 8 clones, alongside his original self, constituted Gu Xuan's ultimate technique. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiangpa was well aware of this, and upon witnessing Gu Xuan's 8 clones, he did not appear overly concerned. After all, clones are often deemed rather superfluous by gods of destruction, as they do not enhance one's strength but rather dilute it, a strategy that could be seen as counterproductive. However, while Xiangpa understood this, he also believed that Gu Xuan would not be ignorant of such limitations. Could it be that his clones possess some unique quality? Lord Xiangpa, my strongest attack is coming, the 9 Guxuans announced in unison. Their gazes fixed on Xiangpa. Gu Xuan's clones were unlike typical ones. Although each clone possessed less power than the original, they still retained over 70% of his strength. Moreover, the most distinctive feature of these clones was their ability to channel Gu Xuan's attacks at full potency. In essence, rather than being mere duplicates, they represented 8 opportunities to unleash Gu Xuan's most formidable strike, tenfold. The 9 Guxuans spoke in perfect synchrony, their movements mirroring one another as they uttered the same incantation. Came, Haim, Ha! The harmonious chant resonated from the lips of the 9 Guxuans, and instantly, a sphere of energy materialized in each of their hands. Though these orbs were modest in size, they contained an unfathomable reservoir of power. With all 9 Guxuans channeling their energy simultaneously, the surrounding atmosphere fell into disarray. Quite intriguing, Xiangpa remarked, his interest piqued at this display. Though they were clones, the power they wielded was not significantly inferior to that of the original. It seems you possess some skill after all, he mused with a smile. Raising his right hand, Xiangpa summoned a dense purple radiance that coalesced in an instant. This vibrant luminescence, overwhelmingly potent, erupted from his form, expanding outward into a colossal sphere of energy 3 zhang in diameter. Gu Xuan, this is my full strength. If you can withstand this blow, then today's affair shall be forgotten. For Beerus's sake, I may allow you to leave the 6th universe alive. However, should you fail, there will be no future for you, for beneath this power, you will surely perish. Xiangpa's voice resonated ominously. His words were not meant for Gu Xuan, whose thoughts he scarcely regarded. Rather, he aimed to convey a message to Beerus. The implication was unmistakable. If you doubt Gu Xuan's capabilities, then step in yourself. Beerus, understanding Xiangpa's intent, hesitated briefly, but chose to remain seated, observing Gu Xuan intently. Gu Xuan, I am aware of your formidable strength, and that you have yet to unveil other techniques. Regardless of your approach, do not bring disgrace upon the seventh universe, Beerus cautioned. Guxuan remained silent, casting a glance at Beerus before nodding in acknowledgement. Perish, Xiangpa bellowed, unleashing a massive purple energy sphere that surged towards Guxuan's 8 clones and his original self. As the purple sphere approached, a smile crept upon Guxuan's lips. At last, the moment I've awaited, he mused inwardly, wave. The 9 Guxuans cried out in unison, and as the final syllable escaped their lips, they thrust their hands forward with great force. Boom! 9 colossal Kamehameha waves surged forth, propelled by unimaginable power, racing towards Xiangpa's energy sphere. Among them, 1 wave stood out as the most formidable, while the other 8 were comparatively weaker. Upon colliding with Xiangpa's energy sphere, the 9 Kamehameha waves began to weaken instantaneously. Particularly, the 8 waves conjured by the clones appeared insignificant against the might of Xiangpa's 3 zhang energy. Roar! The 8 clones let out a simultaneous growl. And in that moment, they dissipated, merging their essence with the Kamehameha waves, amplifying the power of the tenfold Kamehameha. Once the 8 clones had fully vanished, the resulting strength of the tenfold Kamehameha waves was nearly equal to that of Guxuan's original attack. Shatter! Guxuan shouted, as the 9 tenfold Kamehameha waves erupted with unparalleled force, striving to obliterate Xiangpa's energy sphere. The air was filled with resounding explosions that reverberated continuously. In mere moments, 3 of the tenfold Kamehameha waves collapsed. While Xiangpa's energy sphere dimmed slightly, yet its terrifying power remained formidable and unyielding. Has the power of a god of destruction truly reached such terrifying heights? Guxuan pondered, astonished. I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter this mere energy. He growled, determination igniting in his eyes as he summoned all his strength to dismantle Xiangpa's energy sphere. In this moment, Guxuan's heart was tumultuous, for only by confronting this energy sphere could he grasp the true extent of its terrifying power. The force capable of annihilating all would not be something he could easily contend with. This truly my limit. Deep within Gu Xian's heart lingered a profound sense of regret. This outcome was not what he had envisioned. Defeat in itself was not fearsome, but the inability to achieve the desired result was a truth Gu Xian was reluctant to accept. In his mind, he believed he should have been capable of obliterating the 3 zhang light sphere of Xiangpa. Little did he anticipate that the seemingly insignificant orb concealed such terrifying power. Particularly under the 3 zhang purple energy, 7 of his 9 tenfold Kamehameha waves had already collapsed, leaving only 2 remaining. Meanwhile, Xiangpa's 3 zhang purple energy still emanated an unimaginable level of dread. Jiu Xian was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, once his tenfold Kamehameha waves were entirely shattered, he would be utterly incapable of vanquishing Xiangpa's 3 zhang purple sphere. Although he had a trump card, Gu Xian was disinclined to resort to it unless absolutely necessary, for revealing all his tactics was not in his nature. Break for me. He relinquished the idea of employing the Kaioken and resolved to confront the challenge with his current strength. With a roar, Gu Xian channeled all his power into his hands, fiercely condensing his energy as he charged towards the 3 zhang purple force. I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter this magnitude of power with my strength. Even if it is wielded by a god of destruction, I shall annihilate it. Determination gleamed in Gu Xian's eyes. Soon, the energy between his hands surged, as nearly all his might was summoned forth, aimed solely at obliterating Xiangpa's purple energy. With a resounding explosion, his power erupted completely, clashing against the 3 zhang energy. In mere moments, Gu Xian felt his strength waning. Although the 3 zhang purple energy had yet to descend, the terrifying force it radiated pressed heavily upon him. It was an existence he found impossible to counter, no matter how hard he tried. Roar! A fierce bellow erupted from Gu Xian's mouth. Boom! The heavens trembled as his power surged once more into the tenfold Kamehameha wave. Propelled by his frustration. Futile. In the end, he was merely human. Even having cultivated to the realm of the gods, he remained outclassed. Xiangpa slowly spoke, though his expression remained remarkably placid. Be candid. Gu Xian's strength astonished Xiangpa. Nevertheless, his words dripped with disdain. for he sought to thoroughly crush Gu Xian's spirit, to make him aware of the fate that befell those who opposed a god of destruction. Gu Xian's eyes burned crimson. At that moment, he could not heed Xiang Pa's words, pouring all his strength into the struggle. Boom! Despite Gu Xian's exertions, despite his unleashing of every ounce of power, the ultimate result remained unchanged. Under the might of Xiang Pa's three-zhong purple energy, the tenfold Kamehameha wave ultimately crumbled, all energy annihilated. Yet, in the instant of collapse, as Beerus's gaze sharpened, preparing to intervene and rescue Gu Xian, an overwhelming force erupted from Gu Xian. Beerus was momentarily halted. A furious roar rang out. In that moment, darkness enveloped the world, and bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, as if to vent Gu Xian's unyielding emotions. The shift in the scene momentarily stunned both Beerus and Xiang Pa. The roar persisted. Intertwined with the thunderous claps from the horizon, Gu Xian's howl grew increasingly frenzied. The extraordinary phenomena intensified. What transpired? Xiang Pa's expression shifted, instinctively glancing skyward. Even with his formidable strength, he felt a tingling unease, sensing something ominous. How is this possible? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, his expression abruptly changing. Boom! Gu Xian's aura surged uncontrollably at that moment, escalating from 1.5 million ki to an astounding 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xian's strength skyrocketed from 1.5 million to 90 billion, restoring tranquility to the universe. That Ji Xian stood resolute, an ethereal aura shimmering around him. What has transpired? Xiang Pa and Beerus gazed at Gu Xian, who, despite his unchanged appearance, still in the form of Super Saiyan 4 at full power, exuded an aura that was now entirely different. If Gu Xian had previously been merely powerful enough to elicit Xiang Pa's attention, now he radiated an unfathomable depth. That it was not just humans who sensed this. Even gods of destruction like Xiang Pa and Beerus felt its weight. With his eyes closed, Gu Xian stood there, emanating an immense pressure. His aura was imbued with an enigmatic quality. The three-zhong purple energy that Xiang Pa had previously unleashed crumbled under the force of Gu Xian's newly augmented power. Are you Gu Xian? Beerus scrutinized him, his gaze narrowing as he spoke. Even Beerus found it hard to believe. A piercing glare erupted from Gu Xian's eyes as they opened. The sudden flashes of lightning in the sky gradually dissipated. As if nothing had ever occurred. That I am Gu Xian. A calm voice resonated from him. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a sensation that sent shivers through even the god of destruction. Though it was merely a feeling, it was palpably real. Particularly for Beerus and Xiang Pa, their expressions turned grave at that moment, as they were acutely aware of this aura. And no matter what has transpired within you, our battle is far from over. Xiang Pa declared coldly, unwilling to relent. Even though Gu Xian's aura had surged drastically, it did not instill fear in him. As he spoke, Xiang Pa lunged forward, barreling toward Gu Xian. Upon arrival, he raised his right hand and pointed. Whoosh! A beam of purple light shot forth, racing toward Gu Xian at an unfathomable speed. Had this been in the past, faced with such a rapid attack, Gu Xian would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade, even with all his might. After all, this was an attack from a god of destruction, one that left no room for error. However, that was a previous version of Gu Xian, one who had not yet undergone that extraordinary transformation. Thus, his strength had merely reached the limits of humanity, falling short of the pinnacle of human potential. Back then, while Gu Xian could barely hold his ground against the god of destruction, he could not claim the upper hand. And at times he would even be toyed with. Though he could occasionally inflict wounds upon a slightly weaker god of destruction like Xiang Pa, such occurrences were rare and largely accidental. It would not be an exaggeration to say that throughout their previous confrontations, Gu Xian had largely been at the mercy of Xiang Pa's whims. For the god of destruction, battling Gu Xian was likely just a means of amusement. Ji Xian was acutely aware of this reality. While he longed for change, he understood his limitations, realizing he lacked the strength to effect such transformation. Yet now, as Xiang Pa's attack approached, the transformed Gu Xian exhibited no sign of concern, despite the rapid speed of the purple energy. He remained unperturbed. However, for the moment, the speed exhibited by Xiangpa was not entirely unacceptable to Gusheng. In fact, to Gu Xuan, Xiangpa's assault did not seem as exaggerated as it had previously. It was rather mundane. He observed the impending attack with a tranquil expression. Although this sequence of events may appear slow when recounted, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. A smile graced Xiangpa's face as he noted that his energy was now less than 7 inches away from Gu Xuan. At such a proximity, it seemed impossible for Gu Xuan to evade. Yet in that fleeting moment when the smile had just begun to form, it abruptly vanished. Gu Xuan lifted his right foot and took a step to the left, simultaneously turning his body slightly. This exceedingly simple maneuver resulted in Xiangpa's energy swirling past Gu Xuan's side. Boom! A tempest erupted. The energy struck the distant ground, causing it to collapse incessantly. The energy exploded violently, obliterating the earth inch by inch, leaving a massive crater in its wake. This was achieved even as Xiangpa had just managed to rein in his power. Amidst the resounding blast, Gu Xuan's previous actions appeared astonishing to him. Could it be? In a reflexive thought, Beerus contemplated a possibility. However, before he could delve deeper into his musings, he shook his head. It was impossible. It must merely be a coincidence. Although he sensed the improbability, Beerus clung to this belief, for in his view, only sheer coincidence could elucidate Gu Xuan's prior mimicry of the motion. Coincidence? Surely it was just that. Otherwise, there was no way he could evade my attack. Xiangpa too was momentarily taken aback that Gu Xuan's movements had been so straightforward that there was not even a hint of unnecessary action. In such an offhand manner, he had avoided Xiangpa's strike. Was it mere coincidence? If you believe it to be coincidence, then you may try once more. Gu Xuan spoke calmly to Xiangpa. To be frank, Gu Xuan was not entirely familiar with his newfound strength. The previous peculiar enhancement had left him somewhat bewildered, and even now he had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Nevertheless, as time passed, he gradually began to piece together the reasons behind his earlier surge in power. Even without prompting, I shall certainly attempt again. If you can once more evade unscathed, then we can confront the notion that it was not mere happenstance. Xiangpa's gaze turned icy as he regarded Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan returned his stare silently, waiting for Xiangpa's second strike. As for the terrifying power of the destroyer god that had once instilled fear in him, Gu Xuan now perceived it as merely this level. Boom! Xiangpa raised a finger. Instantly, an abundance of purple energy manifested in the heavens. 1, 2... Before long, hundreds of purple orbs filled the sky. Although these orbs appeared small, their sheer quantity was staggering. There were a total of 999 energy spheres. If you could evade them all, it would demonstrate that the earlier occurrence was not a coincidence. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan, his eyes glinting with frost. This attack was of an entirely different nature than the previous one. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 999 energy spheres surged toward Gu Xuan simultaneously, imbued with incredible power. The sheer number was overwhelming, especially as they descended upon him all at once, leaving no room for escape. The difficulty of evading such an onslaught was evident. However, this was merely a challenge for an ordinary individual. For Gu Xuan in his current state, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. Gu Xuan gazed up at the dense array of energy spheres. Formed from the destroyer god's power, their destructive potential terrifying, he made no attempt to dodge, disregarding Xiangpa's advice, for there are countless paths to resolution. One need not adhere strictly to Xiangpa's demands. Moreover, Xiangpa lacked the authority to dictate Gu Xuan's actions. Evade, Gu Xuan murmured as he observed the energy spheres, then shook his head. I have no interest in that. However, I can opt for an alternative approach. Gu Xuan spoke softly, yet his words were clearly audible to Xiangpa. What method? Xiangpa was taken aback. My name is Gu Xuan, as you should know, but I possess another name, one I've only just acquired. This name is Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan's voice was not loud, yet reached the ears of all present. What? Upon hearing that name, Beerus's gaze sharpened, and he regarded Gu Xuan with a look of profound significance. Gradually, Gu Xuan's figure began to overlap with the silhouette he had dreamed of. Super Saiyan God? You must have given yourself that title. Xiangpa scoffed dismissively, clearly treating Gu Xuan's name as a jest. A Super Saiyan God. How dare a mere human presume to call himself a god before me? Xiangpa showed no mercy, laughing heartily as though to mock Guxuan directly. In response to Xiangpa's merciless derision, Guxuan felt no need to offer explanations, as even he found the notion somewhat ludicrous, let alone others. You may think as you wish. Guxuan narrowed his eyes, surveying the approaching 999 purple energies. His expression unperturbed, showing no sign of concern, he slowly raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, boom! With that single gesture, a terrifying tempest erupted. Initially, it was unremarkable, but within mere moments, it transformed into a violent gale. The storm surged forth, enveloping all the energy in its wake. Boom! Boom, boom! Beneath the might of the tempest, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated. In an instant, the 999 purple energy spheres unleashed by Xiangpa were utterly annihilated. As these energies disintegrated, the surrounding atmosphere became chaotically tumultuous due to the remnants of the Destroyer God's power. The might of the Destroyer God was nothing extraordinary. It was not as formidable as it had been made out to be. Once the energies had been completely obliterated, Guxuan's calm voice resonated in the as the storm subsided. Guxuan remained standing unscathed. Xiangpa was left in a state of shock. Had an ordinary person uttered such words, they would undoubtedly have been met with a strike from Xiangpa. Yet at this moment, Guxuan clearly possessed the confidence to back them. Xiangpa was thoroughly stunned, his gaze at Guxuan filled with incredulity, as he could scarcely believe that a human could so effortlessly shatter his energy. Such an occurrence had previously seemed nearly impossible. Yet, this improbable event was unfolding right before his eyes, and it was his own power that had been destroyed, leaving Xiangpa with a surreal feeling. As though he were dreaming that, in a way, could it truly be so simple to obliterate Xiangpa's 999 spheres of energy? Beerus, too, wore a look of astonishment, and after a long moment, he finally reacted, gazing at Guxuan as if he were a monster, filled with disbelief. Although Xiangpa was significantly weaker than Beerus, it did not imply that anyone could so easily dismantle an attack infused with the power of a Destroyer God. How intriguing! He succeeded so effortlessly. What level of growth has he achieved? Weiss stroked his chin and spoke, captivated by Gu Xian's sudden growth. The ease with which he shattered Lord Kampa's power suggested that he was indeed extraordinary. Barda smiled at Gu Xian, her interest in him deepening. Gu Xian's expression remained remarkably calm, as if his previous actions were merely casual and insignificant to him. How did you accomplish that? Kampa inquired, his curiosity piqued by the matter that concerned him most. Without clarification, he feared he might be restless. How did you do it? Gu Xian echoed, shaking his head as if he had little desire to address the question. This hardly requires my explanation. You should already be quite aware, he replied nonchalantly to Kampa. Kampa was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. In an instant, he appeared before Gu Xian without hesitation, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The forceful blow collided with Gu Xian's body, yet he only staggered back 3 steps. After the 3rd step, he stood firm, casually brushing off his clothes, as if to imply that the power of a god of destruction was rather unimpressive. Would you agree, Lord Kampa? Gu Xian asked, lowering his hand. The more he acted this way, the more it incensed Kampa. You seek death. The might of a god of destruction is beyond your imagination. Despite your inexplicable surge in power, it remains exceedingly easy for a god of destruction to eliminate you. Though I harbor disdain for Beerus, he is still a god of destruction, and thus deserves some measure of respect. For this reason, I haven't employed my full strength until now. However, if you continue to underestimate your position and seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Kampa spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with malice, as for his earlier claim of not using his full power in the previous battle. Whether it held truth or not was known only to him. Beerus, I trust you have no objections to my decision. Kampa directed his gaze toward Beerus. Rest assured, my lord, I will not lose. Moreover, I am eager to witness the true power of a god of destruction. Gu Xian interjected, locking eyes with Beerus. Settle your own affairs. Do not involve me, Beerus replied after a moment's hesitation, effectively allowing a genuine duel between Kampa and Gu Xian, regardless of the outcome. Thank you. Lord Beerus, Gu Xian expressed his gratitude. Should Beerus insist on intervening, Gu Xian knew he would stand no chance against two gods of destruction. However, with only Compa to contend with, he felt more than capable. The power of 9,000 quintillion posed little threat to Compa. Yet, Gu Xian was not limited to that strength. Within him lay the domain of the gods, which had recently been enhanced, allowing for further growth in his power. Gu Xian, prior to our official battle, I have a question I hope you can answer truthfully, Compa stated, holding back his attack for the moment. What question? If I know, I will certainly tell you, Gu Xian nodded. Willing to be transparent, I wish to understand why your strength has suddenly increased so significantly. With your current power, I should not feel the trepidation that I do. Why is it that you evoke such a sense of alarm in me? Compa posed his most pressing inquiry. You wish to know? Gu Xian fell silent for a moment before responding. Of course. Compa nodded, finding the situation exceedingly strange and seemingly impossible, yet was unfolding before him. Curiosity was only natural. If you are so eager to know, I do not mind sharing, Gu Xian began, having swiftly found an answer to the mystery of his sudden increase in strength, though it left him perplexed. The only answer I can provide is two words: divine blessing. Divine blessing. Compa was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Indeed, the blessing from the Scions, or more precisely, those ancient Scions who have long since perished yet possessed immense power. It is their blessing that I received. The Scions were immensely powerful in ancient times, though the reasons for their downfall remain unknown. While the Scions may have died, their fighting spirit has endured. The reason for my sudden surge in strength is the blessing of the ancient Scions. They imparted to me the truth that the strongest beings in this world are not the gods, but rather the Scions. Even when faced with a god of destruction, one must strive to conquer. This embodies the spirit of the Scions and the essence of their blessing, Gu Xian explained, his voice steady. Though he himself found it hard to believe. Whether your words hold truth or falsehood, at least it offers some semblance of an explanation, Compa remarked, choosing not to probe further, as he stated, whether Gu Xian's claims were genuine or fabricated. Compa opted to believe him, for no other plausible explanation existed. As their exchange concluded, Compa's gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of coldness. Let us begin that I cannot maintain this level of power for long. Let us resolve this swiftly. Gu Xian matched Compa's intensity, their eyes fierce, in unison. Gu Xian and Compa surged forward, as if they had silently agreed. Bang! The moment their figures collided, a resounding roar echoed through the air, relentless and overwhelming. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Gu Xian and Compa flashed across the battlefield, traversing distances that defied comprehension, their speed reaching its zenith. They fought as if they were crossing from one end to the other, leaving devastation in their wake, as even the residual shock waves shattered everything in their path. A resounding roar echoed through the air, with each thunderous boom serving as the reverberation of the intense clashes between Gu Xian and Xiang Pa. Such a caliber of combat could only be deemed as the essence of true warfare. In stark contrast to their previous, almost playful skirmishes, the current battle between Gu Xian and Xiang Pa could only be described as fierce and unrelenting. In the briefest of moments, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Their powers were immensely formidable, one wielding the strength of a god of destruction, the other blessed by ancient science, significantly enhanced, and even a super scion god. At this moment, it could be said that their strengths were closely matched, standing on equal footing. That Gu Xian truly felt the magnitude of genuine power, unlike his earlier encounter with the god of destruction, where even at full strength he could not compel his opponent to exert greater force. The situation had now transformed. He could genuinely elicit unreserved efforts from his adversary. He never expected that within such a short span of time, his prowess would experience such a monumental enhancement. If this trend continued, perhaps he could indeed surpass the god of destruction with his human strength. Are there individuals of such caliber in other universes? Could it be that today, such a being might also emerge from our seventh universe? Beerus gazed at Gu Xian, murmuring to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though Gu Xian's strength astonished him, the rapidity of his ascent was somewhat exaggerated. Logically, he should feel elated to have such a powerful being in his universe. Yet at this moment, Beerus felt anything but joyous, even experiencing a tinge of melancholy. His growth was indeed rapid, but he questioned whether the blessings of the ancient scions would persist. If so, Whis spoke slowly, as if in deep contemplation, an angel. There were not many things that could surprise him. However, he had to admit that Gu Xian possessed something even he could not fathom. Bardas, too, gazed at Gu Xian with a peculiar glint in her eyes. Like Whis, her interest in Gu Xian had intensified. Perhaps even Bardas herself was unaware of the profound fascination she felt toward a mere human. "Haha, what a thrill!" Xiangpa bellowed, his right hand striking forth, causing the very heavens to tremble that a colossal fish shadow materialized instantaneously, hurtling towards Gu Xian with incredible speed and tremendous force. "Roar!" Gu Xian responded with a mighty shout, raising his right hand as a sphere of light manifested, brimming with terrifying energy. Upon its emergence, a cataclysmic force erupted forth, colliding with Xiangpa's massive fist shadow. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated as the two forces clashed, ultimately collapsing simultaneously. A fierce storm of residual energy swept through the surroundings, expanding endlessly after the two attacks disintegrated. At this moment, even the entire realm of the gods of destruction reverberated, teetering on the brink of collapse. The collision was astonishingly fierce. Boom! The terrifying storm rapidly spread in all directions, nearly engulfing the entire realm of the gods of destruction. Beneath the roar of the tempest, the ground of the realm was marred with deep fissures, and the very fabric of the cosmos bore the scars of their relentless clashes. Yet, remarkably, Gu Xian and Xiangpa remained suspended in midair, seemingly unfazed by the earlier storm. Neither bore even the slightest injury, having chosen to disregard the chaos entirely. It has been far too long since I felt such exhilaration. Your strength is undoubtedly among the elite of humanity, but alas, you hail from the 7th universe. If only you were in my 6th universe, I would ensure you became the successor to the god of destruction. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xian, his tone earnest. Have you ever considered leaving the 7th universe for my 6th universe? Should you choose to come, your status would be beneath mine, yet you would stand as my equal. Even the Kaishin would treat you with utmost respect. Ji Yuxian shook his head, resolutely rejecting Xiangpa's insidious offer. He understood all too well that accepting such a proposition would only provoke Beerus's ire, and he had no intention of pursuing such a path. "TSK, how dull," Xiangpa muttered. If Gu Xian had accepted, it would have been beneficial for him, though merely for his own gain. "Since you are so ungrateful, I shall now show you the true power of a god of destruction." The reason a god of destruction reigns supreme in their respective universe is not solely due to their strength, but rather a unique ability. You are the first to compel me to utilize this ability, and for that, you can take pride. However, beneath its might, you will experience a sense of despair unlike any before. Xiangpa's voice resonated with an undeniable determination. "That I eagerly anticipate this, that I hope to withstand it," Gu Xian replied, unflinching, his excitement palpable. For him, this was a challenge he had long awaited, the true extent of a god of destruction's power. Previously, during his clash with Beerus, he had not been worthy of such strength. Now, he would finally have the opportunity to face it through Xiangpa destruction. Xiangpa growled, and a deep purple energy materialized. "This is destruction wrought from 50% of my power, strong enough to obliterate all. Your might, while formidable, will undoubtedly falter against this force." Xiangpa spoke with unwavering confidence, envisioning Gu Xian's inevitable defeat. Would he succeed? As Xiangpa unleashed his destructive power, Beerus, Whis, and Bardas all turned their gaze towards Gu Xian. Though their collective strength surpassed his, they harbored no certainty regarding Gu Xian's ability to withstand the onslaught of destruction. After all, this was a power unique to the gods of destruction. The force of destruction surged towards Gu Xian, its speed instantaneous as it neared his form. Amidst this force, a tremor of dread coursed through Gu Xian. Despite the blessings of the ancient scions, he felt an impending sense of life and death peril. "Grant me more blessings. I shall ensure the glory of the scions resonates throughout the universe," Gu Xian murmured inwardly. In that moment, an ethereal presence, imperceptible to all but Gu Xian, manifested within the realm of the gods of destruction. It was but a shadow, a figment of existence. The glory lost to the scions since ancient times would surely be revived through Gu Xian's hands, propelling them to unprecedented heights. Glancing at the apparition, Gu Xian emitted a low growl. Roar! With a fierce determination, Gu Xian clenched his fists, and in that instant, the enormous shadow, visible only to him, mirrored his actions. Raising a colossal fist in unison. This punch shall shatter everything. This punch shall obliterate all. This punch shall restore the glory of the scions. With this very punch, I shall crush your destruction and see who prevails. Gu Xian fixed his gaze upon the encroaching force of destruction, feeling the power it harbored. Boom! With a powerful thrust, Gu Xian propelled himself towards the destructive energy. Whoosh! He surged forward, akin to a moth drawn to the flame, hurtling toward the violet energy that blazed like fire. Was he truly courting death? Perhaps not. As Gu Xian charged forth, the colossal shadow dissipated in that moment. However, this dissipation is not a true disappearance. Rather, it has merged into Gu Xian's very being. To be more precise, it has integrated into the clenched fist that Gu Xian has raised. Break for me! Gu Xian roared, launching a powerful punch forward when he was merely a yard away from the destructive energy. Boom! The heavens and earth shifted and hewed at a colossal black fist manifested, bearing unimaginable force, and struck fiercely towards the destructive energy. Boom! Although the events unfolded slowly, they occurred in the blink of an eye. The speed was nothing short of instantaneous. As the two energies collided, Gu Xian concentrated all his might, empowered by the strength of the ancient scion, and upon contact with the destructive energy, it began to dissipate at an alarming rate. The power contained within was gradually melting away, being undone by the unique force of the god of destruction. After all, in the face of destructive energy, all assaults are merely futile. Even Gu Xian's most formidable punch is no exception. This is destruction in its truest sense. Your resistance is, in my eyes, nothing more than a fruitless endeavor, utterly ineffective. To obliterate my destructive energy is an impossibility. Not even you, nor any other god of destruction, could achieve such a feat. Destructive energy cannot be annihilated. It can only be countered. You should still be unaware of this fact, correct? Xiang Pa gazed at Gu Xian, then slowly spoke, his expression tinged with pity. Gu Xian is powerful, yet he has not yet reached a level that instills fear in Xiang Pa. Can destructive energy truly not be destroyed? Although I have heard whispers of such claims, I find myself unable to wholly agree. All energy can be extinguished. Your assertion of indestructibility merely suggests that the level of destructive energy is extraordinarily high, beyond the reach of ordinary energy to obliterate. However, I believe that while destructive energy may be of a high tier, it is by no means the highest. This implies that while common forces may fail to destroy destructive energy, other methods surely exist. Gu Xian spoke with remarkable calmness. Are you implying that you have discovered another method? Xiang Pa regarded Gu Xian's words, his demeanor betraying a lack of concern to know, but I am aware of an alternative, to employ a power far greater to achieve destruction. Gu Xian's words radiated with immense confidence. Overreaching, Xiang Pa scoffed, clearly accustomed to Gu Xian's arrogance. Though such an attitude is not commendable, Xiang Pa does not find it repugnant. On the contrary, at times, he finds Gu Xian's demeanor rather amusing. Boom! The sound of thunderous roars echoed incessantly, and amidst this cacophony, the aftershocks clashed and canceled each other out. You claim that a greater force can annihilate my destructive energy. Since you assert this, I cannot deny you the opportunity. Let me witness the formidable power you speak of that can obliterate destructive energy. Xiang Pa regarded Gu Xian as he spoke. Rest assured, this is the final strike. After this blow, our battle will draw to a close. Gu Xian replied with a serene tone. Boom! As his words fell, an unimaginable force erupted from Gu Xian's being. This power was so immense that upon its explosion, it fused with the colossal black fist. It is worth noting that this black fist already possessed a terrifying strength, albeit partially crumbled under the destructive energy. Nevertheless, even so, The power contained within the Black Fist remained exceedingly formidable. At the very least, Xiangpa's 30% of destructive force could not dismantle it in a short span of time. This means that Gu Xian's own strength, combined with the blessings of the ancient Scion and the power of becoming a Super Scion god, had merged to create a force that could rival destructive energy. While it may not be an exact match, it could certainly withstand it. There existed a gap, but it was not insurmountable, with Gu Xian's power now infused. The Black Fist erupted with even greater strength. Under this surge of power, the fist engaged in a fierce clash with the destructive force. Boom! Approximately 3 breaths later, the collision of these two forces reached its zenith. Upon reaching this pinnacle, both energies simultaneously collapsed in a grand explosion. As they shattered, a tempest arose. Even Beerus, Whis, and Bardos felt their expressions shift in the face of this approaching storm. Raising his right hand, Beerus summoned a violet barrier to stave off the tempest. Yet, due to Xiangpa's proximity, even with his strength, he felt a slight tremor as he involuntarily stepped back, as the storm surged into his body. Xiangpa experienced a sweet sensation in his throat. Unable to suppress himself, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Similarly, Gu Xian found himself in a precarious situation, standing at the heart of the storm. He too staggered several steps back under the residual force. Despite the blessing of the ancient Scion, the storm was overwhelmingly ferocious. Thus, even with the blessing, it was of little consequence. Puffed. Likewise, Gu Xian expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes did not wane due to his wounds. On the contrary, the sight of Xiangpa being injured ignited his fighting spirit even further. The roaring tempest gradually subsided with the passage of time. Once it had fully dissipated, Gu Xian descended from the air, aware that his injuries were severe. Xiangpa, on the other hand, remained hovering, his gaze cold and penetrating as he regarded Gu Xian with a hint of astonishment. His strong sense of pride as a god of destruction compelled him to avoid appearing more disheveled than Gu Xian. After all, he himself had not anticipated being wounded by Gu Xian's assault. I cannot believe you have reached such a level. Yet ultimately, I still emerge victorious, Xiangpa declared, fixing his gaze upon Gu Xian. No, you have not yet triumphed. Under my offensive, even you, a god of destruction, have sustained injuries, have you not? To me, it seems that the god of destruction is not so exalted after all. If you do not believe me, shall we continue this battle, despite his pallor and significant injuries? Gu Xian's gaze toward Xiangpa bore no trace of fear. He believed he still had the strength to fight, the blood of a warrior surging within him. I concede that point. Xiangpa nodded, uncharacteristically acknowledging this fact. But what of it? Do you truly believe that with your own power you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god of destruction? It is true that I was injured at your hands, but that does not imply I am powerless against you. Enough. Just as the tension between the two escalated, threatening to erupt in a further conflict, Beerus interjected, breaking their exchange. Gu Xian's words hold merit, yet Xiangpa's statements are equally truthful. Continuing this confrontation yields no benefit for either party. Enough, Gu Xian. You both have fought enough for today. Let us depart. Beerus glanced at Xiangpa and Gu Xian, his form flashing as he approached. You intend to leave just like that? Xiangpa's brow furrowed. What? Do you have some delectable treats prepared? Beerus cast a chilling gaze at Xiangpa. Xiangpa quickly grasped Beerus' intent. He was providing him an exit. Thus, he feigned aloofness, placing his hands behind his back. Very well, I end today's battle. I may have had the upper hand, but next time, I shall wield a power that will leave you in despair and utterly crush you. Observing Xiangpa's demeanor, Gu Xian chose not to press the issue. However, he firmly believed that in their next encounter, he would not appear as disheveled as he did today. Let us go. With a final glance at Kampa, Beerus felt the gentle touch of Whis' angelic staff, which instantly transported him and Gu Xian away from the god of destruction realm of Universe 6, hurtling towards Universe 7 at an unparalleled speed. Lord Beerus, your urgency in returning me to Universe 7 seems to stem not merely from a desire to prevent further conflict with Kampa, does it? Gu Xian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus. This notion was easily deduced by Gu Xian. Is it truly necessary for me to articulate the reason for your return? Beerus replied, fixing his gaze on Gu Xian. Is it concerning the matter of the Super Saiyan God? Gu Xian chuckled. Indeed, during our previous encounter, the aura you emitted post-transformation into Super Saiyan 4 felt somewhat familiar. However, at that time, since you had cultivated to become a Super Saiyan God on your own, the aura differed slightly from that of the person in my dreams. Beerus regarded Gu Xian with a glint of intensity in his eyes. On our journey back to Universe 7, you must hasten your recovery and enhance your strength. Upon our return, I shall challenge you once more, he declared, his expression grave, leaving no room for Gu Xian's dissent. Gu Xian sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of exhaustion from battling a being of such immense power as a god of destruction. Yet, it seemed inevitable that upon returning to Universe 7, he would again confront the god of destruction. What is this? Your tone suggests a reluctance. Beerus shot a glance at Gu Xian. Very well, since you, Lord Beerus, have issued a command, I shall engage in battle with you once more upon our return, Gu Xian replied, albeit with a tone heavy with resignation. There was no alternative. Beerus, however, remained indifferent to Gu Xian's attitude, resolute that their conflict would transpire regardless. Whoosh! Was moved with remarkable swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, they had entered Universe 7. Upon arrival, Whis' velocity showed no signs of waning. Rather, he accelerated towards the god of destruction realm of Universe 7. Whoosh! A radiant arc sliced through the sky. Moments later, Whis returned with Beerus and Gu Xian to the god of destruction realm of Universe 7. As they arrived, they immediately spotted a figure not far away. Clad in battle attire, with hair standing on end, an unmistakable Saiyan aura radiated from him. It was none other than Prince Vegeta. Since the events involving Beerus on Earth, Vegeta had been training in the god of destruction realm under Whis' tutelage. Over the course of a year, with his innate talent and relentless effort, Vegeta's power had significantly increased. Vegeta, look who has arrived, was called out, interrupting Vegeta's training. Upon hearing Whis' voice, Vegeta halted, turning his gaze, only to be momentarily taken aback. Gu Xian. The unexpected appearance of Gu Xian, especially accompanied by Beerus and Whis, was indeed surprising to Vegeta. It's been a while, Vegeta. Gu Xian smiled, unfazed by the encounter. He could sense that Vegeta had grown considerably stronger. Though such an enhancement was of little consequence to Gu Xian. Gu Xian, I heard that Kakarot has been training with you. I wonder how much stronger he has become in this past year. Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued, and his words laden with a hint of provocation. Gu Xian was well acquainted with Vegeta's nature, knowing that this individual relished competition, much like the Black Goku from the Zamasu era, who had aptly dubbed Vegeta as the appetizer. His progress has been decent, but not excessively so, Gu Xian replied with a chuckle, opting not to linger on the topic. Gu Xian, I see your strength has also increased significantly. I remember our first battle, where I was utterly overwhelmed and had no chance to retaliate. I wonder, if we were to fight again now, would the outcome differ? Vegeta asked earnestly, his gaze locked onto Gu Xian. Among the trio, Whis was beyond his reach, and he could not contend with Beerus. Thus, the gap between himself and Gu Xian seemed the narrowest. As for Son Goku, Vegeta felt he had long since surpassed him during their time in the God of Destruction realm. Hence, Goku no longer held any significance in Vegeta's eyes. Sighing, Gu Xian shook his head at the intense fighting spirit emanating from Vegeta, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Really now, Gu Xian had no intention of engaging Vegeta in combat, as he had yet to fully recover from his injuries and preferred to avoid conflict if possible. Moreover, he had a more pressing matter at hand, his imminent battle with Beerus. Besides, given Vegeta's current prowess, how many exchanges could they truly have? What is the matter? Are you afraid to fight me? Vegeta retorted, taken aback by Gu Xian's refusal, feeling slighted. In his view, Gu Xian was not one to shy away from challenges and should not decline a duel with him. Vegeta, while your strength has indeed improved, I have no desire to engage you in battle, as it would serve no purpose, Gu Xian stated softly. Vegeta scoffed. However, since you were so eager for a duel, if I were to refuse, you would accuse me of fearing you. In that case, I shall summon someone else to battle you. Gu Xian spoke slowly, Summon someone else? Kakarot, perhaps? Vegeta questioned, eyeing Gu Xian incredulously. Indeed, Gu Xian nodded, glancing at Beerus and Whis that I shall return shortly. With those words, Gu Xian vanished from sight. On Earth, Son Goku slowly opened his eyes. I could see that moment. Gu Xian's figure materialized right before him. You're back, Goku exclaimed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed, Gu Xian replied, his gaze fixated on Goku, immediately discerning the growth in his strength. During Gu Xian's absence, Goku had evidently been diligent in his training in such a short span. You have truly mastered the godly ki. It appears you've been working hard. Gu Xian remarked. As promised, I would return upon mastering the godly ki, Goku said, scratching the back of his head. In truth, he had achieved mastery of the godly ki a day prior and, after a day of acclimatization, was now capable of blending it with his Saiyan energy. Yet it seems your power has also surged significantly, Goku observed, feeling a formidable pressure emanating from Gu Xian. That is only natural, Gu Xian nodded. Your progress has been remarkable. Now, I wish to take you to a certain place. Gu Xian looked intently at Goku. Where? Goku inquired. The god of destruction realm. To face Vegeta in combat, allowing him to witness that your choice was indeed the right one, Gu Xian explained, directing his gaze towards Goku. The god of destruction realm. Vegeta, Son Wukong nodded, having also considered this point. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on him, and he was unaware of how much his strength had escalated in the realm of destruction. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Son Wukong's eyes. After all, he could distinctly perceive his own enhancement. However, with Whis' guidance, Vegeta's progress must have been substantial as well. As for the current comparison of strength between himself and Vegeta, should a battle ensue, it was difficult to ascertain who would emerge as the stronger fighter. Let us proceed. Ancient Xian placed a hand upon Son Wukong's shoulder, and an aura of divine energy enveloped them, causing Son Wukong to vanish from sight in the realm of destruction. 3 minutes after Ancient Xian's departure, he reappeared in the same location, accompanied by none other than Son Wukong himself. Son Wukong. Upon seeing him, Beerus slowly spoke. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, it has been a while. Son Wukong greeted with a smile. Indeed, it had been a considerable span of time, and your strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. There's a saying on Earth, one should regard a warrior with new eyes after 3 days apart, and that seems to apply to you. Whis remained silent, merely observing Son Wukong with a constant smile. Kakarot, it has been over a year since we last met. I wonder how much your strength has grown. Today, allow me to gauge your prowess. Let me witness whether your advancements surpass mine. A fierce determination glinted in Vegeta's eyes as his aura erupted with tremendous force, locking his gaze on his son Wukong. Kakarot, come forth. Vegeta immediately assumed a fighting stance. Unleash your power, and let him witness it without restraint. Ancient Xian expressed unwavering confidence in Son Wukong. I understand, Son Wukong replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as he had longed to engage in a trial of strength with Vegeta. Vegeta, I am coming. With a flash of his gaze, Son Wukong's aura erupted violently, transforming into a tempest that enveloped his entire being, as he too prepared for battle. Come on, Kakarot, Vegeta bellowed, launching himself forward at incredible speed. Whoosh, his velocity was astonishing. Vegeta, Son Wukong responded in kind, racing toward Vegeta with equal fervor. Both of them moved swiftly, their right fists clenched tightly. Bang! As they drew near, both raised their right hands, channeling immense power into a devastating punch aimed at one another. In an instant, their fists collided. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy. Following the impact, both Vegeta and Son Wukong staggered backward. However, while Vegeta retreated 10 steps, Son Wukong merely took 1 step back. Boom! The force of their clash produced a resounding explosion. The disparity in power between Vegeta and Son Wukong became glaringly evident. How is this possible? Vegeta gazed at Son Wukong, astonished and incredulous. How could your strength have increased so dramatically? To reach such a level, Vegeta had believed he had made considerable progress himself, which indeed he had, Yet the battle with Sun Wukong had only just commenced, revealing the stark difference in their abilities. This realization was difficult for Vegeta to accept. Vegeta, your baseline strength has improved, but not to a remarkable extent, Sun Wukong chuckled, having discerned the gap between himself and Vegeta from the very beginning. Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong vanished once more. Whoosh! He moved with astonishing speed, reappearing before Vegeta. Bang! Another punch struck, landing squarely on Vegeta's form. Despite Vegeta's quick reflexes, raising both hands to defend, the power behind Sun Wukong's blow was overwhelming. Under this force, Vegeta staggered back several steps, his expression darkening. How could this be? What has he experienced over this past year? Why has his baseline power increased so significantly? Vegeta was genuinely taken aback by Sun Wukong's strength in his normal state. Previously, while there had been a gap between them, it had never been as pronounced as it was now. Ada-da-da-da. Sun Wukong pressed on relentlessly, launching a barrage of unforgiving strikes, each one infused with his full might. In the face of such an unyielding assault, Vegeta found himself at a distinct disadvantage, unable to mount a credible defense. Well, Vegeta's strength must be more than this. Why is he not transformed? Beerus observed, feeling somewhat bored, as this level of combat was hardly more engaging than a child's play fight. Vegeta! Sun Wukong cried out once more. Following this shout, a glowing sphere of energy materialized in his hands. As his energy surged forth, Kamehameha! As the final word departed his lips, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward with great force. What? A white Kamehameha wave erupted from Sun Wukong's hands, racing towards Vegeta at an unfathomable speed. Boom! The Kamehameha wave struck Vegeta directly. Following a series of attacks, Sun Wukong finally came to a halt, observing the billowing black smoke with a calm demeanor. As the dense smoke began to dissipate, a powerful force suddenly surged forth from within. At last, have you revealed your true strength? Sun Wukong pondered as the smoke cleared, revealing Vegeta, aglow with a golden radiance. Vegeta, we have both experienced significant growth over the past year. Therefore, let us not hold back. Let us unleash our full powers in this battle. Sun Wukong proposed to Vegeta. Kakarot, are you instructing me? Do not presume that your enhanced baseline strength means you surpass me. During this past year, I have diligently trained in the realm of destruction, determined to defeat you and leave you far behind. Now, without further ado, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my labor over this year. Vegeta roared in response. In truth, Vegeta was acutely aware that, despite not knowing the specifics of Sun Wukong's journey, his opponent's normal combat strength had clearly surpassed his own. Transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 held no relevance. What he needed to do was unleash his latest transformation, for only then could he hope to vanquish Sun Wukong. This was Vegeta's true trump card, as only he knew the extent of his power following that transformation. Kakarot, bring forth your utmost strength for this decisive battle. This is our destined confrontation. Vegeta gazed intently at Son Goku, and as his words fell, his hands clenched in a tight fist, in that fleeting moment of tension. A surge of frenzied power erupted violently from within Vegeta. His roar reverberated, echoing incessantly, but a tempest began to emanate from Vegeta, swirling wildly around him. The surrounding debris crumbled under the force of this storm, rendered utterly inconsequential. The ground beneath him fractured, fissures appearing in response to the escalating might radiating from Vegeta. The sound of cracking filled the air as these crevices spread. Son Goku's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively retreating a few steps, his eyes reflecting astonishment at Vegeta's transformation, he could hardly believe that Vegeta's power had surged to such heights. How could this be possible? Goku, in utter disbelief, realized that Vegeta's ascension far surpassed his expectations, leaving him profoundly shocked. Yet, almost immediately, excitement flickered on Goku's face. This was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find motivation. Now, it seemed, he had sufficient challenge ahead. Goku tightened his grip, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit as he regarded Vegeta. Boom! In an instant, Vegeta's power reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, but he did not cease there. Instead, he aimed for an even loftier realm. His roar continued to resonate. Vegeta's body trembled subtly as an overwhelming force threatened to overwhelm him, giving him the sensation of imminent explosion. Kakarot, this is the latest form I have cultivated during my year in the realm of the gods of destruction, Vegeta declared, fixing his gaze upon Son Goku. Boom! At that moment, Vegeta's power seemed to breach some dimensional boundary, ascending to unprecedented levels. A brilliant blue light manifested, enveloping him entirely, bestowing upon Vegeta an aura of solemnity. Even his presence began to wane, nearly imperceptible to Goku. This is the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan God. I call it Super Saiyan Blue. Upon achieving this transformation, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Son Goku, his expression calm, imbued with an air of superiority. Super Saiyan Blue, Son Goku stared at Vegeta, his expression one of shock. Goku was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Vegeta could reach such a level of transformation. This was a feat even the ancient Xian had never accomplished. The formidable aura emanating from Vegeta was overwhelming, nearly impossible to resist. Kakarot, this is my strongest transformation, attained through a year of arduous training. Now it is your turn. Unleash your full power. This time, I shall defeat you fair and square. Confidence radiated from Vegeta. Super Saiyan Blue. It appears quite impressive, Xian remarked, casting a leisurely glance at Vegeta. Enough of your prattle, Beerus interjected, furrowing his brow. Faced with the Super Saiyan Blue, what could Son Goku possibly do? Or perhaps he too could reach an even higher echelon. Whis observed Son Goku, curiosity piqued. Although Whis sensed the immense hidden power within Goku, confronting Super Saiyan Blue would still pose a significant challenge. Since you have unveiled a transformation I have never witnessed before, I too shall summon forth my utmost strength to engage you in battle. Despite the pressure radiating from Vegeta, Son Goku did not falter. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. The strongest power, you say? I am indeed eager to witness it. Let me behold the fruits of your year-long endeavor. Vegeta found himself impatiently anticipating the clash. He believed that no matter how much Son Goku had improved, he would never surpass him, destined to be left in his wake. Hurry up. Do not waste any more time. Just then, Beerus's voice echoed out. While he enjoyed watching the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, he was far more interested in a confrontation with Xian. Beerus was aware that during Xian's previous battle with Kampa, there were likely hidden trump cards yet to be revealed if Xian were to unleash his full potential. Kampa would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage swiftly. Very well, Lord Beerus, Son Goku replied with a smile after glancing at Beerus. Boom! A formidable aura erupted, golden light flashing instantaneously. Without hesitation, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in the blink of an eye. Following his transformation, a terrifying force exploded forth from him. Very strong, yet I know this power is still far from your limits. You possess even greater strength, do you not? If this is all you have, it would greatly disappoint me. You are unworthy of being my opponent, Vegeta asserted, brimming with confidence that, of course, if this were all I had, I wouldn't have even shown up. After achieving the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku turned to Vegeta. Now, allow me to showcase my new transformation. A smirk graced the corners of Son Goku's mouth. A transformation? Vegeta blinked, suddenly feeling a jolt of apprehension. Could it be, as Vegeta's gaze fell upon Son Goku's tail? His expression shifted, sensing an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. No, it can't be. Boom! Son Goku's aura surged dramatically, escalating in an unimaginable manner. In an instant, his power multiplied several times over, and his appearance began to change. First, his hair transformed, then his visage, culminating in his eyes. This transformation was none other than Super Saiyan 4. You truly have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's heart raced upon witnessing Son Goku's new form. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Super Saiyan 4 is merely a fragment, Son Goku remarked, his gaze steady on Vegeta. As he spoke, Son Goku slowly closed his eyes, and the moment his eyes shut, a peculiar energy erupted from within him. This aura was not overwhelmingly strong, but contained an essence of an extraordinarily high caliber. Godly Ki. Vegeta was utterly astounded. Boom! Upon the emergence of Godly Ki, Son Goku's power surged once more. Vegeta, come now. This is my full strength. After unleashing his maximum power, Son Goku regarded Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. Now this is intriguing. Beerus observed, his interest peaked at this moment. Both Son Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full potential, one as Super Saiyan 4 and the other as Super Saiyan Blue. These two represented entirely different paths. Although a disparity remained, they were now evenly matched compared to their usual states. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Son Goku would emerge victorious. Ultimately, Son Goku's base strength far surpassed Vegeta's, making his superiority entirely justified. Even Vegeta himself understood that in the face of Son Goku's full power, he stood no chance. Yet, having reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Moreover, Vegeta's pride would not allow such a withdrawal. Thus, he had only one path ahead. Aware of his disadvantage, he must engage in battle with every ounce of his strength. Whoosh! With a fierce determination, Sun Wukong charged forth, embodying the unparalleled strength of Super Saiyan 4, directly hurtling towards Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta's expression darkened, yet he found himself with no path of retreat at this juncture. As Sun Wukong barreled towards him, he too propelled himself forward to meet the oncoming force. Bang! In an instant, they were upon one another, unleashing a powerful punch that collided with tremendous force. Boom! The air reverberated with the sound of their clash. Sun Wukong's face illuminated with intense exhilaration, while Vegeta staggered back a step. Such formidable power! How could he have advanced so significantly? In that moment, Vegeta, as heart raced with shock, he had believed that after a year of relentless training, he could leave Kakarot far behind. Yet, it appeared that rather than distancing himself from Kakarot, he was only growing more distant. I refuse to accept this, Vegeta roared, pouring every ounce of his strength into a frenzied charge towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta, it is futile. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in response to Vegeta's desperate onslaught. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows dozens of times within mere moments. Vegeta surged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Bang! The strike landed squarely, yet before Vegeta could revel in his success, Sun Wukong lifted his right leg, launching a devastating kick aimed at Vegeta's head. Boom! Vegeta's body was sent hurtling backward by the tremendous impact. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong grimaced, clutching his abdomen in pain. Vegeta had been defeated. Beerus observed the scene, noting that while Vegeta bore a grave demeanor, Sun Wukong appeared markedly more relaxed. Crucially, Vegeta was still unfamiliar with the powers of Super Saiyan Blue, struggling to master this form, which led to greater energy expenditure. In contrast, Sun Wukong maintained his Super Saiyan 4 form with relative ease. This nuance may escape others, but as a god of destruction, Beerus could discern it effortlessly. Kakarot, this will be my final strike. Let us see how you respond. Vegeta clasped his hands together, channeling his energy into a powerful surge. Final flash, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that surged towards Sun Wukong. Haim. As the final flash approached, Sun Wukong remained composed, his hands positioned at his side. With each word, a luminous sphere began to coalesce between his hands, radiating an immense power that took shape in an instant. The final flash rushed forth, representing Vegeta's might at Super Saiyan Blue, a force of unimaginable strength. It could be said that this was Vegeta's most formidable strike in his current state, intended to decisively determine the outcome of their clash. Wave. As the final flash neared, merely a yard away, Sun Wukong uttered his final word. Following this, he thrust his hands forward with great force. In an instant, a massive Kamehameha wave erupted from his palms. Boom! The moment the Kamehameha appeared, it barreled toward the final flash, each force equally formidable, capable of effortlessly annihilating hundreds of planets. However, as the two energies converged, their combined might erupted explosively, Boom! The Kamehameha collided fiercely with the final flash, the sound echoing ominously. At the moment of impact, both energies unleashed their utmost destructive potential. Vegeta's voice erupted in a low growl. "Breakthrough!" Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing the full force of the Kamehameha. As the two most potent forces collided, the devastation they wrought manifested in a vast crater, obliterating everything within a 100-foot radius. Boom! In mere moments. The final flash crumbled under the assault of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. As the final flash disintegrated, the remaining energy of the Kamehameha surged towards Vegeta. Yet, with the collapse of the final flash, the Kamehameha also expended a considerable amount of energy. The Kamehameha dissipated just inches from Vegeta, vanishing entirely. Though it shattered, Vegeta's complexion turned pale. He could not sustain Super Saiyan Blue for long. He had initially hoped to conclude the battle swiftly, but never anticipated that Sun Wukong's power would be so overwhelming. Following the collapse of the Kamehameha, Vegeta's breath quickened, beads of sweat streaming down his face. His condition was dire. "Vegeta, you have lost." Sun Wukong refrained from further attacks, instead regarding Vegeta with understanding, recognizing that Vegeta could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form. Indeed, Vegeta forced a bitter smile, reluctant to concede, but aware that reality left him no choice. His aura rapidly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted from Super Saiyan Blue back to his normal state. "Kakarot, your strength is indeed remarkable. I cannot deny that. However, I am merely struggling to control Super Saiyan Blue. Given sufficient time, I will surely catch up to you," Vegeta declared, eyeing Sun Wukong with resolve. Though he had been defeated, he would not relent. "That I know you will not easily concede, but I shall not let you catch up so readily," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Guxuan, I have not disappointed you." Sun Wukong turned to Guxuan, a smile gracing his lips. "You have mastered the powers of Super Saiyan 4 quite adeptly. However, do not become overly complacent. You are merely at the initial stage of Super Saiyan 4. If we categorize the transformations of a Saiyan into 4 phases, you are currently at the first phase of Super Saiyan 4, but the gap between you and the full power of Super Saiyan 4, the 4th phase, remains substantial." Guxuan spoke slowly, though his admiration for Sun Wukong was evident. Sun Wukong's performance had left him thoroughly impressed. After all, he had triumphed over Super Saiyan Blue using Super Saiyan 4. What an exhilarating battle. It has left me quite eager. Beerus clapped his hands and spoke slowly. "Lord Beerus," Sun Wukong turned to him, his eyes shining with the spirit of combat. "What is it? You are not my opponent, and I hold little interest in you. My focus lies with him." Beerus cast a glance at Guxuan, disregarding the fiery determination evident in Sun Wukong's gaze. "Lord Beerus, I believe my strength is sufficient to challenge you. Though I may not match your prowess, I am undoubtedly stronger than I was last time." Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, the intensity of his fighting spirit growing ever more pronounced. "It seems that if I do not engage you in battle, you shall not relent, will you?" Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor. "Indeed," came Sun Wukong's unequivocal response, "that in that case, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the extent of your power's enhancement over this past year." Beerus observed Sun Wukong, his voice unhurried. "You shall find me satisfactory." Sun Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. With a thunderous eruption, a formidable storm of energy surged forth from Sun Wukong's being. In that instant, his aura reached its zenith, imbuing him with an overwhelming presence and unimaginable strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong transformed into the Super Saiyan 4, and upon merging with divine energy, his power ascended to unfathomable heights. "Beerus, here I come," Sun Wukong declared, launching himself towards Beerus with unbridled fervor. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Beerus in an instant. However, as he approached, Beerus displayed no sign of concern, merely raising his right hand with a casual flourish. In an instant, a violet tempest erupted forth. Boom! The violet storm surged towards Sun Wukong, its terrifying power erupting as it descended upon him. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his body momentarily halting in that fleeting moment. Beerus appeared before him, His right hand transformed into a blade-like strike aimed at Sun Wukong's shoulder. Too weak. Just as the palm strike was about to connect, Sun Wukong's form vanished, reappearing beside Beerus in an instant. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong executed a sweeping kick, landing a powerful blow upon Beerus. The force was so immense that even Beerus momentarily staggered. "I underestimated you." Beerus regarded Sun Wukong, a newfound seriousness dawning in his eyes. "Even when battling a rabbit, one must exert full effort. I am no mere rabbit," Sun Wukong stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Beerus. As Beerus and Sun Wukong clashed once more, Gu Xian involuntarily took a step back. "My injuries have nearly healed, though their battle may not endure for long. In this interval, I can fully recover," Gu Xian murmured to himself, diverting his gaze from the confrontation. The outcome was all too apparent to him. His current objective was to find tranquility amidst the turmoil of Sun Wukong and Beerus's battle. Seated cross-legged nearby, the cacophony of thunderous clashes gradually faded from his ears. He'll be able to cultivate in such a state is indeed peculiar. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xian, a wry smile escaping him. Ignoring Gu Xian, Vegeta redirected his focus to the skirmish between Sun Wukong and Beerus. For him, witnessing such a formidable clash up close was immensely beneficial. Impressive. Maintain focus and cultivate without external distraction. It appears his temperament is exceptional. Whis observed Gu Xian, musing quietly. Individuals like Gu Xian, capable of meditative cultivation in such moments, are exceedingly rare, especially in the face of a battle between Sun Wukong and a god of destruction, which requires considerable willpower to resist. Boom! Sun Wukong and Beerus collided once more, a violent storm roaring as it radiated outward. "Haha, I never expected your strength to have increased so significantly. This truly surprises me." Beerus laughed heartily. "I too did not anticipate such growth in my power," Sun Wukong replied, meeting Beerus's gaze. "Yet, even with your newfound strength, what does it matter? Before me, you remain the same. Last time, you were no match for me. And this time, the outcome shall be no different." Beerus shook his head, acknowledging Sun Wukong's improvement but deeming it inconsequential. Moreover, he was eager to engage Gu Xian in combat, rendering him disinterested in Sun Wukong's fight. In fact, the battle began to bore Beerus, akin to an adult indulging a child in play. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong's power had undeniably escalated. In light of this, if Beerus wished to swiftly conclude their engagement, it would not be an easy feat yet. Sun Wukong was not afforded the privilege of demanding Beerus's full strength. Additionally, with Gu Xian still recovering from his previous encounter with Xiang Pa, Beerus felt no urgency to defeat Sun Wukong. At the very least, he could utilize this match to warm up before facing Gu Xian, which was a commendable option. Whoosh! Beerus lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong hesitated not for an instant. Retaliating with fervent strikes, the battle surged to new heights, their forms flickering in midair. While the speed may not have been extraordinary, Sun Wukong exerted himself to the utmost. In doing so, the explosive force he unleashed began to capture Beerus's attention. Meanwhile, Gu Xian remained composed, digesting the blessings of the ancient science as he absorbed the residual energy within him. The system he had previously encountered upon entering the Dragon Ball world, only to vanish without a trace, began to show signs of reemergence. The blessings of the ancient science were immensely potent. Gradually, Gu Xian seemed to enter a peculiar state, a state of transcendence that, in his blurred vision, he glimpsed a multitude of scions, each one exuding formidable strength, even the children among them. Yet, the details remained obscured, leaving only a vague impression. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Sun Wukong was sent reeling from Beerus's assault, spewing forth a torrent of blood while his complexion paled. Remarkable! To withstand my strike without sustaining severe injury, and to still possess the strength to stand. How intriguing! Beerus chuckled, noting that Sun Wukong had not succumbed as he had anticipated. Yet I wonder, even if you remain standing, how do you intend to continue this fight with your injured body? Understand that even at your peak, you are not my equal. What can you possibly wield against me now? Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong, his tone revealing that he believed the battle was effectively concluded. Sun Wukong raised his head, his eyes glistening with determination. I was attempting a new technique, but it has yet to succeed. Should I unleash it now? The chances of success would be less than 20%. Originally, I intended to wait until I perfected it before confronting you. Yet, it seems I have underestimated the situation. Sun Wukong spoke, casting a glance at Beerus. What? Beerus paused, looking at Sun Wukong with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A secret technique aimed at me. Beerus pondered. Indeed, this is a technique I learned from the King Kai before I transformed into a Super Saiyan. It has been ages since I utilized it, and now I shall let you witness its power. If I succeed, my strength will surge dramatically. However, failure could lead to my demise. Even so, I still wish to attempt it. Sun Wukong regarded Beerus, his expression grave. Then let us proceed. Beerus's interest was piqued further. What could the King Kai's secret technique entail? Even Weiss was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Sun Wukong with a look of bewilderment. Could it possibly be? Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong, suddenly recalling the technique he had witnessed during his first visit to Earth. Boom! The power within Sun Wukong erupted instantaneously. A resounding roar echoing from within, igniting the very cells of his body. Kaioken. The two words escaped Sun Wukong's lips. The moment those words were uttered, his strength surged wildly. Punch! Sun Wukong's body trembled. Beads of sweat cascading down as excruciating pain coursed through him, revealing a look of agony on his face. Boom! A crimson aura suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong's form. Beerus's gaze sharpened as he looked at Sun Wukong. Astonishment flickering in his eyes. I did it. Sun Wukong clenched his fist. This technique he had been studying since transforming into a Super Saiyan was finally realized on this day. Kaioken, Beerus murmured, directing his attention towards Sun Wukong. Indeed, the Kaioken amplifies one's potential by stimulating the body cells and bones, unleashing its maximum capacity. Lord Beerus, your power is formidable. This is my first time executing the Kaioken under the transformation of a Super Saiyan. I do not know how long I can sustain it, but I am aware that to defeat you, or even to engage you in combat, I must at least, as Sun Wukong's words trailed off. He fiercely clenched his fists, a roar erupting from his mouth. Kaioken, times 10. With that cry, Sun Wukong's aura intensified dramatically. Boom! His power surged uncontrollably. Within mere moments, it escalated to a terrifying degree. The Kaioken, undoubtedly a game-changing ability in the Dragon Ball universe, became even more formidable when combined with the Super Saiyan transformation. Especially now, under the enhancement of Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong had invoked the Kaioken. Intriguing, the Kaioken that I never anticipated that old Kai would possess such a technique. It's genuinely surprising. Beerus spoke slowly. He was somewhat taken aback by Sun Wukong's enhancement. Although Beerus understood that such an increase would not last long, perhaps even a fleeting moment, for beings of their caliber. Even a brief exchange could yield hundreds of clashes. Sun Wukong's tenfold increase in strength under the Kaioken exceeded Beerus's expectations. Quite interesting, Weiss remarked with a smile, glancing at Sun Wukong. Could it be that he truly succeeded? Vegeta observed Sun Wukong. His strength had already surpassed Vegeta's, and now, augmented by the tenfold Kaioken, it reached unfathomable heights. Damn it, just how powerful has Kakarot become? Vegeta tightened his fists, even as his nails pierced his skin. He paid it no mind. Lord Beerus, this is my full power. I wonder if you find it satisfactory? Sun Wukong regarded Beerus, his eyes ablaze with determination. Satisfied? Of course. Initially, I thought our battle would merely be a way to pass the time. But I did not expect you to reach such a level. It seems I cannot afford to underestimate you. Otherwise, I may find myself in a rather precarious situation, Beerus replied, his expression gradually growing serious. With a swift motion, Beerus dashed towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and his speed escalated dramatically. Yet while this increase surprised Beerus, it did not warrant excessive concern. After all, Beerus's strength was well established. Sun Wukong's rapid enhancement was still negligible in comparison. Bang! In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth. unleashing a powerful storm that swept forth. Yet, amidst all this chaos, no one took notice. All eyes were fixed on the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus. "Lord Beerus, this should give you a headache," Weiss commented, observing the battle. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Gu Xian slowly opened his eyes at that moment. Upon doing so, Gu Xian's injuries were completely healed, and his power surged significantly. "It seems the time has come for the system to take effect." He gazed at the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus, slowly speaking. Bang! At that instant, a resounding crash echoed as Sun Wukong's colossal tenfold Kamehameha wave crumbled under Beerus's energy. Following its collapse, a surge of purple energy rushed towards Sun Wukong, striking him in an instant. "Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed impressive. Without Gu Xian, perhaps I could have enjoyed a proper match with you. However, at present, I have little interest in you. Despite your considerable enhancement, you still have quite a distance to traverse to surpass me. First, you must catch up to Gu Xian." Boom! With a thunderous sound, Sun Wukong's body plummeted from the air. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong, his expression calm as he spoke. With the combination of Super Saiyan 4 and the tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong was initially capable of engaging Beerus in combat. However, the strain of the Kaioken was incredibly taxing, especially since it was Sun Wukong's first time utilizing it under the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Most importantly, he had elevated the Kaioken to 10 times its original power. 1. Must remember that the enhancement from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 is merely a tenfold increase. Under such circumstances, Sun Wukong's body could hardly endure for long, which is why his defeat came swiftly. "Though I've lost, Lord Beerus, the strength you employed this time was significantly greater than during our last encounter. Am I correct in assuming that under my Super Saiyan 4 combined with the tenfold Kaioken, I posed a greater threat than before?" Sun Wukong inquired, despite his defeat, as he looked at Beerus. "Indeed, I acknowledge that your current strength surpasses that of before. Among the humans I have battled, your prowess ranks second, only behind Gu Xian," Beerus admitted, though he typically disliked unnecessary chatter. However, he could not deny the truth before him. "To receive such high praise from you is quite fulfilling," Sun Wukong replied, collapsing onto the ground. "Gu Xian, your injuries have healed. It seems the time has come for our battle. Your decision to return to the 7th universe with me should not stem from fear of Kampa, but rather from your desire to engage me in combat." Beerus's gaze locked onto Gu Xian. "Indeed, otherwise why would I return? After all, leaving once is no trivial matter," Gu Xian replied with a smile. Despite standing before the god of destruction, Beerus, he felt no fear. "Since you share this sentiment, let us commence. Show me your true power." Beerus's eyes gleamed with excitement. For him, battling Sun Wukong held little meaning, yet the prospect of clashing with Gu Xian intrigued him greatly. "I am aware that even without your prompting, I will unleash my full strength against you." Gu Xian smiled, and in an instant he was at Sun Wukong's side. "You have done remarkably well. Your training has been commendable. However, confronting a god of destruction at this level is beyond your current capabilities. Now, witness my power. This battle will prove invaluable for you. I cannot make promises, but I assure you, this fight will be enlightening and beneficial." Gu Xian gazed upon Sun Wukong. After his words fell, he extended his right hand and gently patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Although it was but a single tap, a surge of energy emanated from Gu Xian's hand, directly merging into Sun Wukong's being. Gu Xian, a formidable force surged within Sun Wukong, instantaneously healing all his injuries. After accomplishing this, Gu Xian turned to Beerus and offered a slight smile. "Lord Beerus, I have arrived," Gu Xian proclaimed. "I have awaited this day for so long. Let us begin." The Super Saiyan god of my dreams, excitement and anticipation sparkled in Beerus's eyes. Boom! A tremendous force erupted explosively from Gu Xian's body. This power was overwhelming, and as it erupted, violent gusts swept through the surroundings, conjuring 9 colossal tornadoes in an instant. These 9 tornadoes enveloped Gu Xian's form. What an intriguing individual. He has ascended yet again. There are not many things I cannot comprehend, yet this phenomenon occurs repeatedly with him. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. After all, Gu Xian's current strength still falls short of the Super Saiyan god of my dreams. Perhaps following this enhancement, he may draw closer. Otherwise, I would still be unable to fully relish this battle. Observing Gu Xian, Beerus remained utterly unconcerned. Boom. In a mere moment, Gu Xian's power reached its zenith that I never anticipated my strength to have grown so formidable. Gu Xian mused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing his eyes as he felt the power coursing within him. Even he was astonished by the magnitude of this force. Ding. Just as Gu Xian unleashed his ordinary power, a sudden synthetic electronic voice resonated in his mind. This voice was quite jarring. Even Gu Xian hesitated for a brief moment upon hearing it. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the blessing of the ancient science, retaining a portion of it. The system's voice announced. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian felt somewhat speechless. It had taken the system quite some time to respond. No way. This reaction is simply too sluggish, he muttered to himself. It was worth noting that the system had only appeared once when he first arrived and had otherwise remained conspicuously absent. That Ji Yuxian had thought his system was rather ordinary. Yet unexpectedly, it had suddenly re-emerged. After vanishing for so long, why did it suddenly resurface? With this question lingering, Gu Xian pondered internally. He held no expectations for the system to provide an answer, but the existence of this query compelled him to speak up. Ding! The system had been undergoing maintenance, and now that it was complete, it sensed that the host had attained the blessing of the ancient science, prompting its reappearance. The electronic synthetic voice echoed once more. Maintaining its cold and unfeeling tone, system has detected that the host power has reached the psion limit. Please select one of the following options that you desire most. The synthetic voice continued. Option 1, Power of the Ancient Science. Option 2, Ultimate Technique of the Ancient Science. Option 3, Heart of the Ancient Science. As the words fell, the system presented its choices, though there were only 3 options. Each sounded remarkably appealing. The power of the ancient science did not particularly intrigue Gu Xian, as the strength he currently possessed was not significantly inferior to that of the ancient science. As for the ultimate technique of the ancient science, Gu Xian had never witnessed it, which made him quite curious. Yet, the third option, the heart of the ancient science, posed a dilemma for Gu Xian. He was unaware of its nature, but the name alone suggested it was something extraordinary. Should he choose the second option, the ultimate technique of the ancient science, or the third, the heart of the ancient science? These 2 options left Gu Xian uncertain, unsure of which would be the most prudent choice. I choose 3, the heart of the ancient science. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Xian resolved to act. Lingering indecision was not a viable course. That he felt an instinctive impulse that should he forego the heart of the ancient science, he might forfeit much. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a successful selection. The system will soon dispense the reward, the heart of the ancient science. The electronic synthetic voice announced at that moment. Gu Xian's body trembled, enveloped by a peculiar force that was indescribable, an enigmatic sensation that was strangely dreamlike. However, this feeling was fleeting, remarkably brief, yet it felt profoundly real to Gu Xian. Ding! Congratulations, host, for merging with the heart of the ancient science. The electronic synthetic voice resonated in Gu Xian's mind. Has the fusion succeeded? What benefits will it confer? Gu Xian pondered, perplexed, as he felt no significant change. The heart of the ancient science seemed rather ordinary, offering him no apparent advantages. The heart of the ancient science embodies the purest essence of science heart, facilitating the host's superior fusion with the power of the super scion god. The electronic synthetic voice elucidated, answering Gu Xian's unspoken query. Facilitating a better fusion with the power of the super scion god? Gu Xian murmured. After delivering this statement, the system fell silent once more, vanishing as if it had never existed. Though this entire exchange seemed to unfold slowly, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Had he not transformed into his strongest state? Beerus observed Gu Xian as he unleashed his ordinary peak power and fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the battle has yet to commence. I do not intend to reveal my utmost strength at the outset, Gu Xian replied with a smile. Intriguing. Beerus regarded Gu Xian with a keen eye, aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Are you attempting to train your strength for my benefit? If it were anyone else, I would certainly find it tiresome. However, for you, I shall indulge you just this once. Beerus mused inwardly. Let me see how the fusion of the heart of the ancient scions will influence your ability to merge with the power of the Super Scion God. The Gu Xian also reflected internally. For this was his true intention. After all, Gu Xian's power of the Super Scion God had never overlapped with his inherent strength. In other words, the power of the Super Scion God remained distinct from that of the Super Scion. Although both powers belonged to Gu Xian, wielding them simultaneously was no easy feat previously. During his battle with Kampa, this had been a significant drawback. Yet, after receiving the blessing of the ancient scions during that confrontation, he had experienced a tremendous surge in power, enabling him to control the strength of the Super Scion God. Thus, he is able to contend with Kampa without faltering. However, even that is but a fleeting moment, not enduring for long. As the blessings of the ancient scions wane, Gu Xian's strength will inevitably decline once more. Although he too has absorbed some of the ancient scions' blessings, their effect is minimal. Uncertain of the truth of the system's claims, Gu Xian, having acquired the heart of the ancient scion and heard the system's assertion, believes that transforming into Super Scion 4 to battle Beerus at this juncture is not the wisest choice. The truly prudent course of action would be to fuse with the divine energy, allowing him to become a genuine Super Scion God, just as when he previously received the blessings of the ancient scions. At that point, transforming into Super Scion 4 would render him the god of Super Scion 4. Gu Xian's mind was set on this, and he intended to proceed accordingly. Lord Beerus, while I have not transformed into Super Scion 4, I have conceived an alternative method that I cannot ascertain how much my power will increase, but I am confident that you will find this method exceedingly pleasing. Gu Xian spoke slowly, exuding confidence as his words fell. The divine energy within him surged dramatically. Divine energy? What does he intend to do? Could it be? Upon Gu Xian's outburst of divine energy, the expressions of those present shifted, revealing confusion and bewilderment. There was also a sense of astonishment among them. Lord Beerus, my method is to merge with divine energy, enabling me to undergo a complete transformation from a mere human to a true deity, a Super Scion God. Gu Xian's voice resonated calmly. As his words concluded, the divine energy erupted forth in full force. While it was difficult to quantify the magnitude of this power, it undeniably transcended ordinary strength. As the divine energy radiated, Gu Xian immediately began the process of absorption. Could he truly be attempting to merge with divine energy? Beerus gazed at Gu Xian, struggling to comprehend. What is he doing? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each revealing their own confusion regarding Gu Xian's actions. To absorb divine energy is indeed an act of madness. Perhaps his strength could increase dramatically in a short time, but it is evident that luck alone is not the sole factor. His audacity plays a crucial role. Mastering divine energy is no small feat. Any race can cultivate it after reaching a certain threshold. However, merely cultivating divine energy does not equate to wielding its true power. At best, it grants one some divine abilities, but there remains a vast chasm between such beings and true gods. The Scions are a peculiar existence. Whether it be Gu Xian, Goku, or Vegeta, they have all cultivated divine energy. Under certain circumstances, they can utilize it, albeit sparingly. During the 6th Universe Saga, Gu Xian gained the ability to use divine energy, albeit briefly, which significantly enhanced his strength, allowing him to contend with Kampa. Whis murmured, seemingly to himself, yet also addressing the bewildered Vegeta and Goku beside him. In essence, he had conveyed all that needed to be said. Merging with divine energy to transform from a human into a god. Though I have heard of such feats, they are exceedingly rare, at least within our 7th universe. No such individual has emerged in my memory. Whis spoke softly. Can he succeed? Beerus observed Gu Xian, refraining from intervening, instead waiting in silence, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Yet more than that, it was laced with anticipation that I am uncertain. Perhaps he truly can succeed. Whis smiled, offering no definitive answer. Let us hope, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Time flowed slowly as the divine energy fused with his body. Gu Xian's aura skyrocketed at that moment, as if boundless. Upon merging the divine energy with his form, Gu Xian experienced an unprecedented surge of power. The sensation of strength coursing through him brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. Particularly beneath the fusion of divine energy in his body, Gu Xian felt as though he were undergoing a profound transcendence. The essence of merging with divine energy. It is indeed formidable. As he savored the transformation, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Gu Xian's eyes. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, an hour had elapsed. After a full hour of fusion, Gu Xian finally harmonized the divine energy with his body completely. Throughout this process, he encountered no discomfort. Everything progressed smoothly. I have succeeded. Gu Xian opened his eyes, glancing at Beerus. What? Beerus was utterly stunned, gazing at Gu Xian in disbelief. How could such a feat be accomplished so effortlessly? This was inconceivable. Beerus was astonished, looking at Gu Xian as if he were a monstrosity. If he were unaware of the difficulty involved, it would be one thing. However, Beerus was acutely aware. It was precisely this understanding that rendered him so shocked upon witnessing Gu Xian's successful fusion of divine energy, marking his transformation from human to god. For this was an event that seemed utterly impossible. Upon successfully merging with divine energy and completing the transition from human to god, Gu Xian's body erupted with unimaginable strength. Boom! His aura surged violently, increasing exponentially in an instant. It was impossible to calculate the precise magnitude, nor was it necessary to. In any case, Gu Xian's power had undergone a dramatic transformation. Prior to this, he felt no confidence in his ability to battle Beerus, fully aware of his own limitations. However, with the successful fusion of divine energy and the resultant power surge, Gu Xian felt a newfound confidence in his potential to contend with Beerus. Now, having harnessed my full power, I believe I can face Beerus in combat. Even if I ultimately prove inferior, I should at least be able to inflict some damage. Gu Xian addressed Beerus. The increase in strength had endowed him with considerable confidence. Your power has grown immensely, which I did not anticipate. However, what astonishes me even more is how effortlessly you transition from human to deity. That aspect eludes my comprehension. Yet, since you have succeeded, I shall not pry into your methods. Now that you have achieved this, it is time for our battle to commence. I have awaited this confrontation for quite some time. Should your strength fail to satisfy me, I need not elaborate on the consequences. You are well aware of them. Beerus looked at Gu Xian, speaking with gravity. Rest assured, I am confident in my current abilities. At the very least, I should be capable of handling you, Gu Xian replied. Unreservedly, this moment, he indeed possessed the audacity to make such a claim. Lord Beerus, this shall be a battle between gods. Though I have not received formal appointment, I am now a god, the Scion God. And next, I shall become a super Scion God. Gu Xian clenched his fist. In that instant, a tremendous force erupted from within him. Boom! A terrifying storm surged forth as Gu Xian's strength escalated at an alarming rate. Golden light enveloped him, amplifying his power more than 50-fold. This is the essence of the Super Scion God. Upon transforming into a Super Scion, Gu Xian's power surged dramatically from 500 quintillion after merging with divine energy, ultimately reaching an astonishing 25,000 quintillion. If that were all, it would be remarkable enough. However, even more astonishing was the fact that, after achieving such a magnitude, Gu Xian's strength continued to ascend, eventually stabilizing at 35,000 quintillion. Lord Beerus, a full-powered Super Scion, should not be considered excessive, right? Gu Xian inquired, his gaze fixed upon Beerus. Not at all. That if you feel that is insufficient, you may continue to transform, ideally reaching your strongest state. Which would be your Super Scion 4, for that is what I truly desire to witness, Beerus replied, his voice remarkably calm. And no need for that. Let's take our time, that I am in no rush. Gu Xian chuckled, dismissing the suggestion that this moment, the notion of combat prowess held little significance for him. If divine power were categorized into 10 tiers, with the Destroyer God at level 8, Gu Xian's current strength would approximate level 5. As for Beerus, his power was formidable even among the Destroyer Gods, likely placing him at level 9. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. It appears you harbor considerable confidence in your current strength. Beerus remarked with a smile, not disliking Gu Xian's self-assuredness, even finding a degree of admiration in it. Confidence? Rather, it is a matter of certainty, Gu Xian responded with a grin. After saying this, he wished to refrain from further wasting time with Beerus. Lord Beerus, I am here. His gaze sharpened instantaneously, fixating on Beerus, revealing a serious demeanor. Beerus's strength was exceedingly formidable, surpassing that of Kampa, making him one of the most powerful among the destroyer gods against such an opponent. Revealing all of one's trump cards would undermine the element of surprise. Gu Xian murmured, fully aware of this fact. Yet, this world operates under a universal truth. What one knows, others are likely aware of as well. Hence, there lies little significance in it. This battle remains a fierce struggle for me, with scant assurance of victory over him. Gu Xian contemplated as he gazed at Beerus. Come, let me witness your prowess. Beerus looked at Gu Xian with eager anticipation. Whoosh! Gu Xian propelled himself forward. In that instant, his figure materialized directly before Beerus. How swift! Even Beerus, in his might, was taken aback, having not anticipated Gu Xian's speed to have escalated to such heights. Gu Xian raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch toward Beerus. At the moment of impact, Beerus' body shifted slightly, evading Gu Xian's punch imbued with immense force. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened. If Beerus had merely blocked his punch, it would not have been particularly shocking. However, Beerus had evaded it with only 3 inches to spare. This altered the situation entirely. Bang! The punch missed, and Gu Xian swiftly redirected his right hand to strike again at Beerus. Bang! 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 In a flurry, Gu Xian unleashed dozens of punches, yet each one failed to connect with Beerus, who effortlessly dodged them all. The fact that Beerus evaded consecutive strikes without even being grazed surprised Gu Xian. Lord Beerus, you consistently choose to evade. If this continues, our battle will yield no resolution. Gu Xian paused, addressing Beerus. Although he lacked such abilities himself, he was not particularly concerned that to counter such skills, while challenging, was not insurmountable. After all, Beerus was merely employing the most fundamental techniques, hardly even scratching the surface. I share your sentiment. I had hoped to prolong our engagement. However, since you have voiced your thoughts, let us commence our true battle. Beerus replied, slowly. As he spoke, Beerus clenched his fists, and in that instant, a terrifying power erupted from within him. This force was so potent that it instantly weighted the atmosphere around them. Gu Xian. This is my power. I am aware of your significant increase in strength. Today, I shall engage you with 70% of my power. I hope you can either overcome this version of me or compel me to unleash my full strength. Beerus declared, fixing his gaze upon Gu Xian. Rest assured, I shall give it my all. Gu Xian responded, his eyes reflecting seriousness. While he was uncertain of the extent of Beerus's 70% power, he understood one thing: to defeat Beerus, he must employ every technique at his disposal. Yet at this moment, Gu Xian was not prepared to reveal his utmost strength. Lord Beerus, this battle represents a clash between the Super Saiyan God and the Destroyer God, a confrontation of deities. I cannot predict the outcome, but it is certainly an encounter worthy of anticipation, Gu Xian stated, looking at Beerus. Boom! A formidable force emanated from Gu Xian, manifesting as a violent storm that surged outward from his being. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gu Xian and Beerus nearly simultaneously darted forward. Their speed was astonishing. They closed the distance in an instant. Upon nearing each other, neither hesitated nor faltered. Raising their right hands, they unleashed their most potent forces, striking each other with tremendous fists. Bang! The moment their fists met, a tremendous roar resonated as unimaginable power erupted from their collision. Boom! A fierce tempest of sound and fury erupted, radiating outward from the point of contact. The sheer force contained within their blow was staggering, creating fissures in the surrounding space, a testament to the destructive power of Beerus. Despite the simplicity of the attack, it effectively showcased the might of both Gu Xian and Beerus. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! The cacophony of their fierce battle reverberated across the skies of the Destroyer God realm, echoing with each clash. without a moment's pause. Almost every second, they engaged in a relentless exchange, with no sign of slowing down, especially with the aftershocks of their strikes. Had not the angel Whis contained the residual energy within the Destroyer God realm, the entire seventh universe would likely have been left in ruins from their conflict. Lord Beerus and Gu Xian are quite absorbed in their battle, showing little regard for my feelings. Whis sighed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, although he held no interest in such a fierce confrontation. A casual observation proved entertaining. Son Goku, Vegeta, this battle is likewise a rare opportunity for you. Observe with confidence, as it will greatly benefit you in the future. Was cast a glance at Vegeta and Goku before speaking. Meanwhile, a clandestine conspiracy from the cosmos was quietly unfolding on Earth. Once, Frisia's minions infiltrated the planet and successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. After resurrecting Frisia, they swiftly departed. Almost no one on Earth was aware of their arrival. "Haha, delightful," Beerus bellowed, as his purple energy coalesced instantaneously into a sphere of light, hurtling towards Gu Xian. "Come again." Gu Xian laughed heartily, his right fist clenched, and, as the purple energy approached, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, a tempest erupted, wildly spreading in all directions. Gu Xian, your strength has reached a level that astounds me. Unleash your utmost power, for only then can you be deemed my strongest opponent," Beerus remarked, hovering in mid-air, visibly exhilarated. "Ha. Since you, Lord Beerus, have stated it so, I shall humbly comply," Gu Xian replied with a hearty laugh. As his words fell, a frenetic energy erupted explosively from within him. Roar! A low growl emanated from Gu Xian's mouth. That moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. An unimaginable force surged forth from him. "Lord Beerus, this is my strongest form, the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. After the transformation, Gu Xian's gaze sharpened dramatically. "The full energy of Super Saiyan 4 appears formidable," Beerus observed, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he regarded Gu Xian. With a swift step, Beerus advanced merely one stride, yet he stood before Gu Xian without hesitation. Raising his right hand with his index finger extended, that a dense violet light emanated from his fingertip, transforming instantaneously into a lethal arrow aimed directly at Gu Xian. "Lord Beerus, such power is insufficient." Gu Xian's calm voice resonated as the purple arrow approached him. Upon speaking, he raised his right hand, not to strike, but to grasp the arrow firmly. "What do you intend to do?" Beerus was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xian's action. "What do I intend to do?" "Naturally, to obliterate it," Gu Xian declared as he seized the violet arrow. As he grasped the arrow, a tremendous force erupted from within Gu Xian, channeling through his hands and concentrating upon the arrow. Boom! Despite the purple arrow being forged by Beerus, infused with unfathomable power, it was ultimately just an arrow. For Gu Xian, the strength that could be concentrated within such an arrow held little significance. "Be destroyed!" Gu Xian's low roar echoed as he exerted his might, sending waves of powerful energy coursing into the purple arrow. Although the arrow's power was formidable, it was evident that the strength Gu Xian wielded was even more terrifying. After approximately 3 breaths, the purple arrow lost its momentum, gradually settling into stillness under Gu Xian's relentless force. Did it truly succeed? As the arrow calmed, Beerus's gaze flickered, and he regarded Gu Xian, speaking slowly. "Be annihilated." A smile crept across Gu Xian's face as he exerted tremendous force. Instantly, the purple arrow shattered, dissipating before him. Beerus was astonished that Gu Xian had obliterated Lord Beerus's power in such a manner. He was indeed formidable. The power of the Super Saiyan God had awakened within him, capable of unleashing a portion of its might. Whis observed Gu Xian, providing an assessment. Although Gu Xian's ability to shatter the purple arrow purely through strength was somewhat unusual, Whis did not exhibit excessive astonishment. In his view, it was not an unattainable feat, given Gu Xian's prowess. "Lord Beerus, it seems the power of the God of Destruction is not as extraordinary as it appears." After destroying the purple arrow, Gu Xian glanced at Beerus with a slight smile. "Not extraordinary? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, underestimating the power of the god of destruction is a grave misconception on your part. To confront you, I need not utilize the full extent of that power, Beerus replied, his expression calm. Yes, that's so. Gu Xian remained unfazed. If it is as you say, Lord Beerus, then I am quite eager to witness what constitutes the true power of a god of destruction. They say the waves of the Yangtze push the previous waves aside, but I would remind you that there is another saying, the ginger is always the older, spicier, as those words left his lips. Beerus's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Those familiar with him understood that each time he displayed such a demeanor, it signified that he was about to become serious. Since you are so eager to witness my full power, I shall grant you that opportunity. I hope you do not regret it. Beerus fixed his gaze upon Gu Xian. Few have witnessed the entirety of my strength, aside from fellow gods of destruction. And among humans, you shall be the first. I in this regard. It is both your honor and misfortune. For those who have witnessed the full extent of my power have yet to survive, though I harbor no desire to kill you. Your wish to witness my full might necessitates that you be prepared for the possibility of your demise. Once I unleash my full strength, I shall exhibit no mercy, delivering a decisive blow until you are utterly vanquished. Beerus's voice emerged, imbued with a chilling undertone and a hint of murderous intent. Rest assured, since I dare to invite you to unleash your full strength, I naturally possess my own means of coping. Furthermore, even if I ultimately face defeat, it matters not that I am fully confident in my ability to escape. Gu Xian's voice resonated, calm and unwavering, undeterred by Beerus's threatening words. I at your instant transmission, while is indeed an excellent technique. Attempting to escape using just that would be rather improbable, Beerus remarked with a smile. That moment, an unfathomably terrifying power erupted explosively from Beerus. Boom! It was a force beyond imagination. This power surged forth. Every being in the realm of destruction cowered and trembled. Even Goku and Vegeta felt an unprecedented pressure descend upon them. This truly the full power of Lord Beerus. Vegeta gazed at Beerus. His expression one of sheer astonishment. He understood that the god of destruction was formidable, and that Beerus's strength was an unimaginable enigma. Even in his transformed state, as Super Saiyan Blue, he knew he was no match for Beerus. For the disparity between them was simply too vast. Yet even so, the power Beerus unleashed at this moment exceeded Vegeta's wildest expectations. It was a force he could hardly fathom. His strength has truly reached such heights. Is this the power of a god of destruction? Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, the astonishment in his expression beyond the capacity of words to convey. For both of them, their individual growth had been remarkably swift. Yet, despite this rapid advancement, he realized that he might not even have achieved 1% of Beerus's full power. The prospect of confronting him with his current strength seemed utterly implausible. Wukong murmured to himself. Nonetheless, this revelation clarified a truth for him. Anything that Gu Xian could accomplish, he too could achieve. Since Gu Xian had managed to compel Beerus to unleash his full power, it signified that with sufficient effort, Wukong could eventually reach Gu Xian's current level. With this thought, excitement sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. Kakarot, after this, the two of us should train in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, suggested Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Sun Wukong glanced at him, surprised that Vegeta would make such a proposal. It was somewhat beyond his expectations, for the Vegeta he remembered did not seem inclined to such collaboration. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me if you agree or not, Vegeta replied decisively, crossing his arms as he addressed Wukong. Since you've already put it that way, how could I possibly refuse? Wukong smiled, acquiescing to Vegeta's suggestion. A dense, purple energy enveloped Beerus, extending 10 zhang around him. This meant that within this 10 zhang radius, one would be engulfed by Beerus's terrifying power. This moment. That area could be deemed a forbidden zone. For anyone who dared approach would be immediately assaulted by the purple energy emanating from Beerus. In other words, to draw near Beerus, one would first have to dismantle this 10 zhang barrier of energy. Gu Xian, this is the power of a god of destruction. Although it is not my full strength, it is certainly beyond what you can overcome at this moment, Beerus stated, fixing his gaze on Gu Xian. Not even your full strength? Gu Xian furrowed his brow. Realizing that Beerus's might exceeded his expectations, he had initially thought this was Beerus's complete power, yet it appeared otherwise. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate me. If I do not force you to reveal your true strength today, it would be a disservice to myself, Gu Xian retorted coldly. Whoosh! Beerus swiftly appeared before Gu Xian, raising his right leg and delivering a powerful sweep. Bang! Gu Xian immediately raised his hands. However, in that instant, Beerus's leg struck Gu Xian with an unbelievable speed, causing him to stagger back several steps, his expression darkening. What incredible speed! It seems that in my current state, I truly cannot contend with him. The disparity is quite significant, Gu Xian thought, his demeanor solemn as he regarded Beerus. As he retreated, Beerus raised his right hand, and beams of purple light coalesced, forming a Tinjong-sized sphere of energy above him. Behold my full power, Beerus declared, pointing with his right hand. Instantly, the Tinjong purple energy sphere surged forth at an astonishing speed, laden with unimaginable force. Hurtling towards Gu Xian, as the sphere moved, its terrifying power unleashed a shockwave. How formidable! Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. Beneath the weight of the Tinjong energy, Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. How would Gu Xian face such overwhelming power? Sun Wukong was equally astonished. Under the pressure of that Tinjong energy, he felt a chilling sense of peril. This was merely the residual force, not even aimed at him. The implications if it were to strike him were all too clear. It was difficult to fathom the immense pressure Gu Xian was enduring as the energy locked onto him. However, Gu Xian had no time to consider the thoughts of others. As he beheld the encroaching Tinjong energy, a remarkable glimmer sparked in his eyes. Very strong, yet it seems not impossible to obliterate. Gu Xian's eyes shone with excitement. He brought his hands together at his right side, a calm voice escaping his lips. Came the moment the first syllable fell, power surged within Gu Xian, converging towards his hands. Is he using that move again? Beerus furrowed his brow at the sight of Gu Xian employing the same technique once more. While effective, he wondered if relying on it repeatedly would become somewhat monotonous. Though it may be an old technique, as long as it proves useful, I care not for the rest, Gu Xian replied to Beerus. Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong observed Gu Xian's movements and heard his declaration, realization dawned upon him regarding Gu Xian's intentions. Tisich, Vegeta scoffed, unimpressed. Although the Kamehameha was indeed powerful, he doubted Gu Xian could shatter Beerus's Tinjong energy with it. The force contained within that energy was simply too terrifying. Vegeta himself knew that even with all his might, he could not destroy ITAS for Gu Xian. While he was formidable, Vegeta did not believe he could succeed in this endeavor. I refuse to believe he can pull it off, Vegeta thought, unable to suppress his skepticism. Ha-ki blast. Gu Xian articulated each word with deliberate clarity. The Tinjong energy drew nearer. Now merely 4 zhong away, at this point, Gu Xian found himself completely enveloped by the energy. An escape was no longer an option. However, Gu Xian had no intention of fleeing. To retreat now would be a source of shame for him, much less in the eyes of others. Wave. Just as the Tinjong energy was a mere 3 zhong away, Gu Xian uttered the final word. Following this declaration, he thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom! A colossal Kamehameha erupted from Gu Xian's hands, surging towards Beerus's Tinjong energy with tremendous might. Boom! The 3 zhong distance between them was traversed in an instant, and the two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, fissures forming as if the collisions might have reached the very limits of what the universe could bear, threatening to tear the cosmos asunder. Bear in mind, this was not Earth, but the realm of the gods of destruction. The capacity to rend the skies here bore testament to the unimaginable power at play. Yet, even so, Gu Xian's Kamehameha began to dissipate upon colliding with a massive purple energy. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Is this all you've got? Beerus's voice resonated coldly in Gu Xian's ears. Tenfold, Gu Xian shouted, determination surging within him. Boom! Instantly, the power of the Kamehameha surged tenfold, becoming Gu Xian's true trump card against Beerus. However, even a tenfold Kamehameha proved ineffective, failing to obliterate the colossal purple energy. Is this the extent of your full power? There's nothing remarkable about it, Beerus scoffed. If this is your utmost effort, then I am profoundly disappointed. He shook his head. Utmost effort? Lord Beerus, I never claimed such a thing. Gu Xian replied with a smile. Displaying no trace of panic despite the unfavorable circumstances, he found himself, you still possess strength. Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xian. Of course, Gu Xian confidently asserted. Kaioken, he bellowed. Boom. A crimson aura erupted explosively from within him. Lord Beerus, this is my final resort against you. Unlike Son Goku, my Kaioken has been refined, meaning I will suffer no adverse effects while utilizing it, allowing me to maintain its use continuously. Ji Yuxian's voice resonated as a slight grin appeared on his lips. 20 times. Once those words left his mouth, Gu Xian's momentum surged dramatically, instantly amplifying by a full 20-fold. If Beerus had been indifferent to Gu Xian prior to his Kaioken, he could no longer afford to be dismissive now. Especially with the 20-fold Kaioken, Gu Xian's power had escalated to an extraordinary degree. In fact, in some respects, defeating Gu Xian at this moment would not be an easy feat for Beerus. Boom. After unleashing the 20-fold Kaioken, Gu Xian's strength peaked, particularly when his 10-fold Kamehameha wave merged with the power of the 20-fold Kaioken. It unleashed an unimaginable force. Boom. Under this tremendous power, Beerus' massive purple energy, towering 10 zhong, seemed rather inadequate. Boom. With each resounding explosion, the sky became increasingly fractured, eventually forming a black hole. Shatter, Gu Xian roared, and with the surge of his 20-fold Kaioken, he forcefully collapsed the immense purple energy. Boom. A terrifying storm swept across the surroundings. Fortunately, with Whis' power in play, otherwise the entire realm of destruction might have been left in ruins or even obliterated entirely. Gu Xian and Beerus both retreated 3 steps simultaneously, their gazes locking onto one another. I never anticipated you would truly succeed, Beerus remarked, observing Gu Xian. Perhaps it's merely coincidence. Gu Xian chuckled, not allowing pride to take hold. He understood that the power of a god of destruction was far from limited. His aim today was not to defeat Beerus, but to compel him to reveal his full capabilities, although this endeavor posed considerable difficulty. Gu Xian believed that with his current strength and methods, he could achieve it. Lord Beerus, I believe our true battle begins at this moment, but a fierce fighting spirit gleamed in Gu Xian's eyes. If that is what you believe, so be it. However, I shall not hold back from this point onward. Prepare to witness my full strength, along with the power of destruction. Whether you can withstand it will depend on your own abilities and fate. Beerus replied slowly, closing his eyes thereafter. I look forward to it. Gu Xian smiled, and Whis, observing the two, also displayed an expression of anticipation. For even Whis found himself intrigued by the impending clash to Ji Yuxian. Let us begin. Moments later, Beerus opened his eyes, his expression impassive. Let us go. Gu Xian opened his eyes, gazing at Beerus with calmness and no trace of fear. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Beerus, aside from fellow gods of destruction. No one has compelled me to fight seriously until now. Gu Xian, you are the first. The immense power surged from Beerus. His calm voice followed suit. It is my honor, Gu Xian replied with a smile. With that statement, the power of the Super Saiyan God, combined with the 20-fold Kaioken, erupted explosively from Gu Xian's being. This power was so overwhelming that it shot directly skyward, rivaling the strength unleashed by Beerus. As the two formidable auras clashed, Son Goku and Vegeta watched with eager anticipation, pondering the outcome of this battle. What level of power has Gu Xian attained? Has he reached the pinnacle among humans? Son Goku inquired, filled with excitement. While he currently embodies the Super Saiyan God and has undergone his 4th transformation, Beerus is, after all, a god of destruction. It stands to reason that Gu Xian has no real chance of victory. Vegeta stated slowly, but do not forget, Gu Xian is a Saiyan. His potential is unfathomable, Son Goku reminded. Enough with this meaningless chatter, regardless of the outcome. In a sense, both of them are victors, Whis interjected, halting their conversation. Whoosh! Gu Xian and Beerus moved simultaneously. In an instant, they closed the distance, colliding fiercely. Boom! With a thunderous crash, their fists met, unleashing a tempest that swept outward. Ada-da-da! Gu Xian's fist struck relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of punches in mere moments. Such rapid assault only intensified the excitement in Beerus's expression. "Yes, this is it. This is the feeling," Beerus exclaimed with exhilaration, no longer holding back his power as he unleashed his full might in battle. One was a super scion god, the other a god of destruction. Their confrontation was bound to be spectacular. The speed of their movements was so rapid that, to the naked eye, they became nearly imperceptible. Watching from afar, Son Goku and Vegeta, despite their own formidable strength, found it impossible to clearly discern the speed at which Gu Xian and Beerus moved. "Roar!" Vegeta let out a low growl, in response. His power surged, transforming him into Super Saiyan Blue. Only after this transformation was he able to barely keep up with the actions of Gu Xian and Beerus. Boom! Just as Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Son Goku also released a low growl, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, enveloped in divine energy, enabling him to perceive the movements of Gu Xian and Beerus. This is incredible. What kind of power is being unleashed in this battle? Son Goku exclaimed, astonished. His expression was filled with amazement. Such an exhilarating battle, beyond the clashes of gods of destruction. This is my first time witnessing such a spectacle, which remarked thoughtfully Dada. After another collision, both Beerus and Gu Xian recoiled, creating several zhang of distance between them. Meanwhile, Beerus raised his right hand, summoning a colossal purple energy that erupted with a terrifying force. Even Gu Xian's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of trepidation. This is how battle should be. Truly engaging. Gu Xian smiled as he spoke. Super explosive wave. In the midst of the impending colossal purple energy, Gu Xian raised both hands, and immediately a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the approaching violet force with an explosive roar. What? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. How could he possibly know this? Vegeta was astounded. When had Gu Xian learned his ultimate technique? Most critically, Vegeta had never been aware of it. However, upon witnessing the power of the super explosive wave erupting from Gu Xian's hands, Vegeta was left utterly astonished. Boom! The super explosive wave collided directly with the purple energy, and a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Thick clouds of smoke billowing forth, enveloped in the violent cacophony of a raging storm. Both the super explosive wave and the violet energy disintegrated simultaneously, unleashing an unimaginable shockwave that spread in all directions. How formidable! Is this the battle between Gu Xian and Lord Beerus? Such overwhelming power. I wonder when I might possess it. As the tempest gradually subsided, the figures of Gu Xian and Beerus were revealed. Despite the terrifying nature of the storm, it had no effect on either Gu Xian or Beerus. They remained unscathed, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they regarded one another. "Haha, your power is quite impressive. Being able to repeatedly obliterate my attacks," Beerus exclaimed with a hearty laugh, visibly thrilled. "Lord Beerus, as I have mentioned, it is merely coincidence. I am well aware of my own strength and recognize that I am not your match," Gu Xian replied. Though his words were modest, his gaze suggested that the battle was far from over. In fact, the real confrontation had only just begun. "You are correct. I have awaited this battle for a long time. After all, you are my nemesis, the Super Saiyan God with whom I can clash in my dreams," Beerus chuckled. "Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a god of destruction. The forthcoming battle will transcend human limits. For only a god of destruction can unleash such might. Your power may have already surpassed human limits, but I have encountered even stronger beings among humans. Lord Beerus, are you referring to those humans capable of defeating the gods of destruction from their respective universes?" Gu Xian inquired calmly. "You are aware of this?" Beerus glanced at Gu Xian, a hint of surprise in his voice. "That I have heard whispers, yet I also know that even amongst all the gods of destruction, your strength ranks among the highest. Thus, should I wish to defeat you, it would be more challenging than facing other beings from different universes." Gu Xian smiled. "Such aspirations are commendable, but whether you possess the strength to realize them is another matter entirely. I permit you to entertain such thoughts, but alongside that permission, you must also demonstrate the power that could potentially overcome me. From our previous battle, I could sense that if your abilities are limited to what you have shown, Then such thoughts are merely fanciful dreams. Beerus regarded Gu Xian. Though these words might be harsh, truth must be spoken that I am fully aware of this, and I have never claimed that the power displayed thus far would suffice to defeat you. After all, you have yet to unleash your true strength. Have you not, Lord Beerus? Allow me to showcase my capabilities. These techniques were specifically crafted for you. While they may not necessarily inflict harm, they should at least compel you to reveal your full power as a god of destruction. As Gu Xian spoke, he raised his right hand and gently waved it forward. Let me witness your prowess. I wish to see what techniques can compel you to unleash the full extent of your divine might. The excitement on Beerus's face intensified as Gu Xian waved his hand. A surge of energy emanated from within him, spreading outward. It seemed something was different. Son Goku and Vegeta detected no anomalies. Even Beerus himself failed to notice. He merely sensed an imperceptible shift in the surrounding environment at that moment. Yet, the nature of this change eluded him. Only Whis was able to truly discern it. How has he harnessed such power? Whis observed Gu Xian with a gaze filled with intrigue and curiosity. With my power, I shall create a realm, a prison of my own making. Gu Xian's calm voice resonated. I could see the instant his words fell. A barrier suddenly expanded outward from Gu Xian, transforming the surrounding area into a cage, as if this entire realm had been severed from the rest. This was Gu Xian's technique to confine the earth, merging his power with the world to form a unique domain. Though the 1,000-zhang radius may not seem extravagant, within this realm, Gu Xian was the absolute master, for this was a world that belonged solely to him. Creating a prison of the earth, intriguing. As the surroundings altered, Beerus sensed something amiss. However, despite this realization, he remained unconcerned. These developments posed no real challenge, and he deemed them inconsequential. Moreover, a 1,000-zhang radius was hardly worthy of his attention. Is this your trump card for me? It seems rather unimpressive. Nothing extraordinary at all. Yes, that's so. If you believe that, then you're gravely mistaken, Gu Xian declared and lunged forward. Whoosh! His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 100-zhang distance, arriving directly before Beerus. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my confinement technique. Upon closing the distance, Gu Xian wasted no time. Raising his right hand and delivering a powerful punch towards Beerus. Bang! With that single strike, a formidable fist shadow emerged, crashing down upon Beerus with immense force. At that moment, a look of disdain crossed Beerus's face. To him, this was merely a trivial display of power, hardly worthy of his attention that I have already stated. Too weak. Beerus raised his right hand and pointed forward. With that gesture, an overwhelming surge of energy coalesced. However, just as this energy was about to collide with Gu Xian's fist, Gu Xian's punch inexplicably vanished, silently reappearing behind Beerus. In that instant, he unleashed his full might, striking Beerus directly. Bang! The suddenness of it all left Beerus no time to react, and he was caught off guard by the force of Gu Xian's blow. I could see this moment. Gu Xian's strength was not significantly inferior to Beerus's. Caught unprepared, the consequences of being struck by Gu Xian's punch were as one might expect. Beerus staggered back, taking several steps as he swiftly turned to retaliate with a sweeping kick aimed at Gu Xian. Yet, in that moment of attack, Gu Xian also lifted his right leg to block. Their limbs colliding. Bang! Both Beerus and Gu Xian were jolted back, almost synchronously. Lord Beerus, are you satisfied with my confinement technique? As he retreated, Gu Xian gazed at Beerus, gradually speaking that he chose not to strike again, knowing that while Beerus might make a single miscalculation, he would not repeat it. The reason Gu Xian had managed to land that initial blow was solely because Beerus had not anticipated the true nature of the confinement technique. However, if Gu Xian pressed the attack again, the outcome could be unpredictable. Gu Xian was not a reckless individual. On the contrary, he maintained a state of heightened awareness. He understood that the existence of the confinement technique could only be utilized with stealth. If the direct confrontation is confined to a limited area, it holds no sway over Beerus. Moreover, should one provoke Beerus to his limit, shattering such confines would be an effortless task. What a splendid confinement it is! Where within this vast expanse, nothing escapes your dominion. It is indeed commendable to devise such a tactic. However, If you believe that this mere trickery can vanquish me, then it would be wise for you to abandon that notion forthwith. Although this confinement has momentarily thwarted Beerus, he remains largely unperturbed. He's acutely aware that in the face of absolute power, all forms of trickery are rendered ineffective, as long as he remains sufficiently cautious. I never claimed that relying on confinement alone would secure my victory over you. It is merely one of my strategies against you. Besides, I possess other techniques, and with time on my side, I shall indulge in a bit of play before we proceed. Gu Xian chuckled, unbothered by Beerus's words. Apologies, you wish to toy with me. I have no objections, but I must inform you that I am not in the mood to engage in such frivolities. Beerus spoke darkly. Oh, if that is the case, then there is no alternative. Gu Xian smiled. Confinement, gathering 1,000 feet of power, collapse. Gu Xian raised a finger, his voice emanating a chilling intensity. What? This? How is this possible? Under Gu Xian's pointed finger, the power within the 1,000-foot radius began to surge violently. Under this gathering force, the expanse continued to shrink at an astonishing pace, until, in the blink of an eye, the confinement had vanished, transforming into a sphere of light no larger than a fist. This spectacle left Sun Wukong and Vegeta gasping in astonishment. Even Beerus, upon witnessing it, narrowed his eyes in incredulity, clearly taken aback by this development that had far exceeded his expectations. How did he achieve this? Confusion swirled within Beerus, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts that he possessed the pride of a destroyer god. Yet he was astonished that he could still be bound by rules. Whis stared at Gu Xian in disbelief. While Gu Xian's previous actions had surprised him, they had not captured his full attention. Even the appearance of confinement, though beyond Whis' imagination, did not seem particularly remarkable. However, as the confinement shrank into a sphere of light in Gu Xian's hand, Whis' expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. The rules. This is indeed the power of rules. Whis could not be mistaken. The rules represent the supreme force in this world, a power that is beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. Not only humans, but even gods, including destroyer gods, cannot wield the power of rules. Previously, in Universe 6, Gu Xian had already begun to shape the embryonic form of using the power of rules. That alone was astonishing. Yet now he had begun to wield this power, merging it with his own to launch an attack. Whis gazed at Gu Xian in shock, fully aware that the power of rules was traditionally exclusive to angels. Even angels could only utilize the most fundamental aspects of this power. Nonetheless, this was merely the basic use of rule power. Though surprising, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, given certain fortuitous circumstances. Whis consoled himself with this thought, as it seemed a reasonably plausible explanation. Lord Beerus, prepare to receive my attack. With these words, Gu Xian hurled the sphere of light toward Beerus. Though it was only the size of a fist, the power it contained was terrifyingly immense to Beerus. It was evident that within this small sphere lay a force he could not resist. Yet, this power was exceedingly weak, merely a thread of energy. Otherwise, Beerus would have had no inclination to resist, perhaps even conceding outright. However, with only a sliver of rule power present, Beerus was wary but not overly concerned. As the sphere hurtled toward him, Beerus' eyes flickered as he glanced at Gu Xian, then raised his right hand. The instant he grasped it, an overwhelming force erupted from him. Whoosh! A violet beam surged forth, striking the sphere of confinement. The violet energy was scant, yet upon contact, the sphere trembled violently. Then, with a thunderous roar, the entire sphere shattered. Boom! This scene was utterly unexpected, as if unfolding without reason. With the explosion of the sphere, a tempest swept across the entire realm of the destroyer god. What is this? Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock in their eyes. Is it destruction? Moments later, Gu Xian understood. Only the exclusive ability of a destroyer could wield such formidable power. Indeed, only destruction could effortlessly obliterate his strike. It was unmistakably destruction. Beerus regarded Gu Xian with a calm demeanor, as if for him, the act of destruction was exceedingly simple, requiring little exertion. Boom! In that instant, Gu Xian's power surged to its zenith, a terrifying force emanated wildly. Lord Beerus. Gu Xian looked at Beerus. He raised his right hand and waved, summoning 98 clones to appear. Along with his original self, there were now a total of 99 Gu Xians. Receive this attack and see how it fares. Came. The 99 Gu Xians let out a simultaneous low growl, executing identical movements as their voices echoed. The 99 Gu Xians thrust their hands forward with force. Boom! As the 99 Kamehameha waves surged forth. Gu Xian's voice resonated with a matching declaration. Tenfold. In an instant, 99 tenfold Kamehameha waves descended upon Beerus in a manner that defied imagination, striking awe in all who beheld it. Destruction. Beerus paid little heed to these waves. Instead, as they approached within a foot of him, he uttered a calm command. Instantly, a power emanating from Beerus, magnitudes greater than that of Kampa, unleashed a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. Boom! In a mere heartbeat, the 99 overwhelming tenfold Kamehameha waves collapsed with a thunderous crash, their destruction occurring without any forewarning. Douc. This is the exclusive power of the Destroyer God, the pinnacle of their might. Beerus addressed Gu Xian, his tone measured. Destruction, it appears to be quite formidable. Gu Xian replied, his expression growing grave. This indeed surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated Beerus's destructive power to be so vastly superior to Kampa's. What other means do you possess? If you have more, then unleash them. If not, then let it be. Beerus spoke slowly, his gaze toward Gu Xian filled with admiration. Observing Beerus's expression, Gu Xian recognized that, under these circumstances, landing a blow on him and inflicting harm would be nearly impossible. While my ordinary attacks may prove ineffective against him, he would likely grow complacent in this situation. Perhaps, then, I could still find an opportunity to wound him. Gu Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened. Although Beerus wielded an immensely powerful force as a god of destruction, it also presented an opportunity for him. Under my destruction, all powers and attacks would hold no significance against me, for I am the strongest existence. Beerus was exceedingly confident in this. Is that so? Gu Xian retorted. Lord Beerus, since you assert such, I am curious to inquire how those gods of destruction, defeated by their respective universes humans, met their downfall. This question had lingered in Gu Xian's mind, yet he had never found the opportunity to voice it. Well, Beerus was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to such an inquiry. Allow me to enlighten you, Gu Xian stated, gradually elevating himself to match Beerus's height. This inquiry was quite revealing, as it suggested that destructive energy was not the ultimate power. There existed forces even stronger than it. After he finished speaking, Gu Xian let out a thunderous roar. At that moment, a frenzied aura erupted from him. Overwhelming in its might, it manifested. It transformed into a tempest, enveloping Gu Xian's form, rendering it indistinguishable. I may not comprehend what transcends the gods of destruction and their destructive energy, yet I am aware of a force that even destructive energy cannot annihilate and can inflict damage upon it. Gu Xian began to speak. Boom! As his words fell, Gu Xian raised his right hand and hurled a punch at Beerus. In an instant, the surrounding energy converged wildly, coalescing into a gigantic shadow of a fist. An unimaginable force erupted from it, imbued with terrifying strength. This punch was the culmination of all my power, my final strike. Do you believe you can withstand it? Gu Xian's voice was chilling. Boom! As the fist shadow surged forward. It raced toward Beerus with astonishing speed. Child's play. Beerus scoffed, his figure flickering as he prepared to unleash destruction to obliterate the fist shadow. However, at that moment, a smile crept across Gu Xian's lips. Has a flaw finally emerged? Gu Xian was aware that his attacks would be ineffective against the god of destruction, particularly Beerus, who would annihilate all his assaults. Thus, Gu Xian found himself entirely on the defensive. This meant that no matter how powerful his attacks were, they would be futile against Beerus. The Gu Xian was unwilling to accept this state of affairs. He did not wish to compromise. Even though his offensive abilities were rendered useless under Beerus's destruction, it seemed as though Gu Xian had no chance of victory. Yet, all of this transpired after Beerus had unleashed destruction, and if he could be prevented from doing so, then Gu Xian's attacks could indeed inflict harm upon Beerus. And defeating him would not be impossible. Gu Xian awaited such an opportunity, and now it had arrived. As Beerus charged forth to destroy Gu Xian's punch, Gu Xian slowly raised his palm, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. What? Whis' expression changed dramatically upon witnessing Gu Xian's actions. Previously, he had been astonished by Gu Xian's utilization of the power of rules, though he dismissed it as merely the most basic form. However, at this moment, as Gu Xian moved, he sensed a change visible only to him. Even Beerus, as a god of destruction, remained oblivious. The power of rules, Whis exclaimed, his face paling, and it was far more refined than before. Freeze! At his command, an unusual force surged forth from Gu Xian's fingertip, racing toward Beerus's body. Simultaneously, invisible threads, perceptible only to Gu Xian and Whis, surged toward Beerus. While this may seem slow, it transpired in an instant. Just as Beerus prepared to destroy Gu Xian's punch, Gu Xian's right hand had already pointed, his voice icy. Freeze, a simple word, spoken softly, yet the moment it fell, Beerus's form suddenly halted. What is this? In that instant of being immobilized, disbelief crossed Beerus's face. Boom! As Beerus remained unable to move, Gu Xian's punch surged forward with tremendous force. It collided with Beerus, erupting with explosive power. Boom! The terrifying energy enveloped Beerus, consuming him. Damn it! A roar filled with fury erupted from Beerus as he burst forth from the black mist, retreating at incredible speed. Yet in that moment, Beerus appeared somewhat disheveled, having sustained injuries as a god of destruction. Blood trickled down the right side of Beerus's body. Gu Xian's voice rang out with pride. That's so. Even Lord Beerus can be wounded. Observing Beerus's retreat, Gu Xian felt no surprise as a sweet taste filled his throat. He could not hold back a mouthful of blood that spewed forth. Nevertheless, he straightened his back. I am not at my limit yet. I can still fight. Gu Xian's spirit soared, refusing to yield despite his injuries. Witnessing Beerus's wounds only solidified his resolve. Even someone as formidable as Beerus could be vanquished. However, Beerus no longer harbored any intention of continuing the battle. Slowly descending to the ground, he gazed at Gu Xian. What was it you just executed? Beerus asked, astonished, for to him, this battle had lost all significance. He possessed his pride. For him, being wounded by a human meant he had already lost, seeing that Beerus had abandoned the fight. Gu Xian, though puzzled, reverted from his transformation, returning to his normal state from Super Saiyan 4. The power Gu Xian had just wielded left Beerus in disbelief, as it exceeded all his expectations. That it was nothing. Merely a form of the power of rules that I recently comprehended. It was my first attempt at its execution, and I struggled to control it, compounded by your overwhelming strength, Lord Beerus, which made it quite taxing for me. Gu Xian replied with a smile that he felt no need to conceal the power of rules. That's so. Indeed, it is the power of rules. Beerus glanced at Whis, and upon seeing him nod, he became even more certain. After the conclusion of Gu Xian and Beerus's battle, the realm of destruction returned to tranquility once more. Beerus, adhering to his old habits, decided to rest. In the realm of destruction, an intense battle unfolded between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, Gu Xian remained indifferent to their clash. The confrontation with Beerus had yielded substantial gains for him, particularly in the enhancement of his own strength. With continuous improvement, Gu Xian's power gradually approached the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. This indicated that he was now poised to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Yet, achieving this transformation proved to be exceedingly challenging, far from an easy feat, although his system could provide some assistance. Its significance was minimal, merely alleviating some of the difficulties associated with the transformation. To succeed, he required stimulation, an impetus derived from the enhancement of his own abilities. As time swiftly passed, 3 months had elapsed. While this duration may not seem extensive, Gu Xian's relentless training during this period significantly elevated his prowess. Presently, Gu Xian stood at the pinnacle of human capability. It would be more fitting to describe him as a deity rather than merely a person. He was the god of the Saiyans. Gu Xian approached his training with utmost seriousness, never indulging in carelessness, especially during critical moments like these. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued their relentless battles in the realm of destruction, under Whis' guidance. Their powers had surged dramatically. Vegeta had now mastered the control of Super Saiyan Blue's energy, while Sun Wukong had become increasingly adept at wielding the strength of Super Saiyan 4, but most importantly, Sun Wukong had also honed his mastery of divine energy, marking his greatest advancement. During this period, Vegeta focused primarily on his base form, as he lagged significantly behind Sun Wukong in that regard. If he did not exert himself to catch up, the future would become increasingly daunting. Over the course of 3 months, Gu Xian, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta had all experienced tremendous growth in their abilities within the realm of destruction. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, join forces and launch an attack against me. At that moment, Gu Xian emerged from his seclusion and addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. All right, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. That I've been looking forward to this. Vegeta responded enthusiastically. Roar! In unison, Vegeta and Sun Wukong transformed into their most formidable states. One into Super Saiyan 4 with divine energy, and the other into Super Saiyan Blue. Gu Xian. Here we come, they both declared, their figures flashing as they raced towards Gu Xian at incredible speed. Haha! Gu Xian laughed heartily, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4 God, engaging in combat with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The sounds of intense collisions echoed. Marking the battle's peak. Gu Xian faced both opponents single-handedly. Despite their impressive strength, he navigated their combined might with remarkable ease, demonstrating his familiarity with combat. Indeed, possessing a keen sense of battle was a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Whis stepped back slightly and retrieved a steaming bento, savoring it with great enjoyment. Lord Frieza, this time when we visit Earth, I shall ensure that all those wild Saiyans are annihilated in the vastness of space. A massive spaceship sped forward. Inside, Frieza appeared to be relishing the flattery of those around him, leisurely sipping red wine. This time, not a single Saiyan shall escape alive. The suffering I endured in hell will be repaid in full. Frieza's expression darkened as he recalled the endless torment he had faced in the underworld. Swish! The spaceship cut through the cosmos, heading straight for Earth in the northern galaxy. Its speed was astonishing. And moments later, it arrived outside the planet. Boom! The enormous vessel descended upon Earth, landing approximately 500 kilometers north of West City on a vast plain. As the ship's doors opened, ominous roars echoed from within. Countless figures surged forth, each radiating a formidable aura in the heavenly temple. Piccolo was engrossed in his training when he suddenly sensed a powerful energy and stood up abruptly to gaze into the distance. This energy belongs to Frieza. Could he have returned? Piccolo remarked darkly. That presence is unmistakably Frieza. Has he been resurrected? At this moment, Krillin also looked towards the sky, feeling the familiar energy of an old adversary. Frieza! Exclaimed Gohan, lifting his gaze with a serious expression. In an instant, figures rushed forth from various locations, converging towards Frieza's location. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Master Roshi, Goten, and Trunks all raced at their utmost speed. Lord Frieza, I shall lead the Frieza force to obliterate Earth. Dodoria respectfully addressed Frieza, viewing this as a prime opportunity to earn merit and no need. Those arrogant fools on Earth have already arrived. Frieza waved dismissively. Moments later, silhouettes approached from afar, revealing the Z fighters of Earth. However, 2 notable individuals were absent, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You all have arrived, though Sun Wukong and Vegeta are missing. I wonder where they have gone. Frieza regarded the assembled fighters with calmness, clearly unperturbed by their presence. To him, they were mere weaklings, none worthy of his concern. Frieza, why have you returned instead of remaining in hell? Do you seek to perish once more? Piccolo growled, darting towards Frieza with the intent to settle the score personally. I shall grant you 3 minutes. I do not wish to see any of you still standing after that time. Frieza stated indifferently. Kill! A chorus of low growls erupted as all the soldiers of the Frieza force charged towards the Z fighters. While the Z fighters were not exceptionally strong, they included formidable warriors among them. Gohan, in particular, possessed immense strength, exceeding even that of Sun Wukong at Super Saiyan 3. However, even with such power, the overwhelming number of attackers made it impossible for Gohan to divert his focus, forcing him to confront the onslaught with all his might. Moreover, due to his superior strength, Frieza took a particular interest in Gohan, further complicating his predicament. Kamehameha. Faced with dozens of Frieza Force soldiers, Master Roshi transformed into his combat form, his muscular frame channeling the Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout, the energy beam surged forth. Although this technique lacked the terrifying power when wielded by Sun Wukong, it was more than sufficient to dispatch the Frieza Force's minions. Boom! The Kamehameha wave erupted with tremendous force. Piercing screams filled the air as dozens of Frieza soldiers were obliterated by the attack. Haha, it seems this old body still has some use, Master Roshi exclaimed with a hint of pride. Yet at that moment,